A young man shivered uncontrollably in the biting air. On a film set, despite it not yet being winter, the morning wind was brutally cold as a kind crew member handed out a strict limit of 3 hand warmers to each person. A cameraman named Sukshil was confronted by his colleague, who complained about the meager production budget and the hardship of operating equipment without gloves. The grievance spread to the lighting crew, who voiced their concern that the freezing wind and bare-handed work would endanger their newest members. This reminded Sukshil of a time he was harshly criticized for his technique and advised to seek a different line of work entirely. However, a senior crewmate named Beck intervened, announcing he had brought something for everyone to eat. He offered warm, sweet potatoes to the entire crew, a thoughtful gesture that was met with immense gratitude and lifted everyone's spirits. The thoughtful young man, Young-guk, explained that his time working with fish in the early dawn back in Yongdo had taught him how to prepare for the harsh cold of the ocean winds. A senior crew member remarked that Young-guk possessed the maturity of a seasoned veteran, directly contrasting him with Sukshil and blaming the latter for the hand warmer shortage. Sukshil defensively repeated that he was only following orders regarding the 3 warmer limit, prompting another crew member to call for calm as they were nearly finished. It was then that Young-guk made a surprising announcement, revealing he had ordered individual waterproof coats for everyone to protect them from the coming winter. The crew members suddenly understood why he had asked for all of their measurements a while back. A wave of cheers and adoration swept through the set as the crew hailed Young-guk as their savior. The story then transitioned to a shot of a grand church, its large green dome standing out against a brilliant blue sky. Inside a different location, 2 senior actors discussed the events that had transpired during that early morning filming session. One remarked how, thanks to Young-guk, the entire atmosphere on set had become incredibly warm and positive. The other actor noted how surprising this was, as influencing the mood of a set was a feat usually reserved for the lead actor, not a newcomer. He observed that despite Young-guk's origins in a high-teen drama, he never showed any signs of panic or exhaustion on set. This veteran actor became more impressed the more he watched the young man, reflecting that at 18, he himself had struggled just to land a substantial role in theater. He marveled at how this new actor not only secured a lead role but also delivered an impeccable performance, seamlessly transitioning between complex character emotions with an ease that defied his age. The veteran actor was left to wonder where on earth the young man could have possibly acquired such profound experience. A spark of inspiration hit him, and he decided he would put the young prodigy to the test during their next scene. Later, the cameras prepared to roll for scene number 21, which featured a dialogue between a senior Monsignor and a newly ordained priest. The scene opened with the Monsignor, played by the veteran actor, warmly welcoming the new priest and expressing his delight in working with him after his long years of study. He encouraged the young priest to feel at ease and ask anything, recalling how strict his own seminary had been, where they weren't even allowed off the premises for 4 years. The young priest, played by Young-guk, took the opportunity to ask Monsignor John about something that still confused him. He looked the senior clergyman in the eye and asked for his personal definition of what constitutes sin. The Monsignor character paused, acknowledging it was a difficult question, before quoting scripture about the divine power to forgive the sins of others. He continued his counsel, explaining that it is human nature to sin, but through sincere repentance, anyone could strive to become a better person. In doing so, he concluded, they could all eventually receive God's forgiveness. In a sudden, unscripted move, the veteran actor pointed to a stray cat wandering nearby and asked the young priest what he saw when he looked at it. Young-guk's character, Brother Matthew, was momentarily taken aback, his confusion evident as he simply identified it as a cat. The small cat continued its journey, padding gracefully past a large planter near an ornate fence, oblivious to the drama it had caused. From the sidelines, the director, caught completely off guard by the ad-lib, considered yelling cut and calling the take a loss. But Young-guk, without missing a beat, responded in character that he believed the cat appeared to be free. The veteran actor pushed further, asking if the creature wasn't hopeless, but Young-guk countered brilliantly, questioning his own authority to declare any of God's creatures as such. He then beautifully connected this to humanity, suggesting that just like the cat, all people are saved and healed through God's grace within the church. He solidified his improvised argument by asking rhetorically if this was not the very lesson the early church fathers had taught. The camera held a powerful close-up on Young-guk's face, his expression filled with the quiet conviction of his character. He continued his impromptu sermon by quoting from the Gospel of Matthew, reminding the Monsignor that not everyone who merely professes their faith will enter heaven. He concluded the verse with chilling finality, stating that only the one who does the will of the Father would find salvation. The crew watched in silent awe, with one person realizing they were witnessing a truly monumental and unforgettable scene. An assistant director nervously whispered to the director, asking if they should keep the improvised take. After the scene ended, the veteran actor, Kim Hyung, playfully admonished Young-guk for the bold move, but then admitted it was fine, just asking for a heads-up next time. But Kim Hyung then confessed his own astonishment, admitting he had not anticipated such a masterful response. He explained that the ad-lib had just slipped out, and he honestly didn't think it would lead to anything usable. The actor recounted that a street cat just happened to pass by at that moment, and he had thrown out the question without expecting any real answer. He was completely blown away that Young-guk had reacted as if the entire exchange had been rehearsed, even adding lines that perfectly deepened the script's themes. Kim Hyung admitted he was truly taken aback, experiencing a level of professional shock he hadn't felt in a very long time. Later, while eating, the crew couldn't stop talking about the young actor, wondering aloud where such a phenomenon had come from. A palpable sense of wonder and respect for the young actor filled the air. That night, the warm glow of lights emanated from a traditional-style house where some of the cast and crew had gathered. Inside, Kim Hyung was excitedly telling his own acting teacher just how incredible Young-guk was, to which the teacher replied with a knowing smile. As the empty bottles piled up, the teacher boasted that he always knew Young-guk was destined for greatness, sparking a conversation about the secret to his talent. Kim Hyung passionately clarified that it was Young-guk's improvisational genius, not just his acting, that had left him so stunned he was at a loss for words. He compared the profound feeling to the awe he felt when he first acted in front of his teacher years ago, a memory the old man playfully pretended to have forgotten. Young-guk was then called over for a drink, but he politely declined, reminding them that he was still a minor, which only earned him teasing about being practically an adult. The good-natured ribbing continued, with another senior actor joining in, making Young-guk feel slightly uncomfortable with the attention. In that moment, Young-guk had an epiphany about the societal pressures of adulthood, silently questioning if this strange behavior was what alcohol did to people. The following morning arrived peacefully, with two small birds seen perched quietly on a sun-drenched rooftop. A gentle voice asked if he was feeling all right after the previous night's festivities. Young-guk revealed he had prepared hangover soup for his seniors, whose presence was still tinged with the faint smell of alcohol. The older actors, still shaking off the effects of the previous night, greeted Young-guk with warm appreciation. The setting then shifted to the entrance of a school, where a large banner announced the Seiwa High School orientation. Young-guk's manager expressed surprise, questioning if this simple event was the lot of work he had been warned about. The manager clarified that the real issue would be the middle school students, who were sure to cause a scene upon seeing the famous actor, but Young-guk calmly assured him he would handle it discreetly. He then proceeded to carry a noticeably heavy box of materials for the orientation. As he walked, something caught his eye, causing him to stop with a short, sharp gasp. A sense of disbelief washed over him as he lamented the terrible timing of this encounter. He let out a deep, frustrated sigh, exasperated with the sudden complication. Internally, he chided himself for his own clumsiness in this unexpected situation. As he stood there, a man in a suit carrying a similar box walked past a nearby office window, unnoticed by Young-guk. Through that same window, the distinct silhouette of a person with long hair could be seen. A moment later, the person inside the office quietly declared that their task was done. The figure turned, revealing a person with long hair and a tie, a smug and confident smile playing on their lips. Young-guk stared forward, his face a mask of slight shock as he recognized the person before him. The stranger broke the silence, remarking with casual familiarity that it had indeed been a while. Young-guk could only manage a single, stunned utterance of her name. Before him stood a young woman with long brown hair, her expression unyieldingly serious. She immediately questioned his presence outside the auditorium, chiding him for his simple greeting after such a long time. He awkwardly tried to ask about her mother, but she impatiently silenced him, demanding he give her a tour of the school without delay. Young-guk asked in disbelief if she truly intended to enroll at his school, a fact she confirmed with a confident nod. A wave of dread washed over him as he foresaw a difficult final year of high school, which prompted her to reminisce about their time filming *A Man of August*, quizzing him on his old lines. He perfectly recited the crass line about telling a geezer he was just drinking water, which made her ask accusatorially if he was mocking her. She boasted that she still remembered the line perfectly from their childhood, but he brushed it off, urging her to focus on the orientation and warning that her grades would be a factor for admission. She confidently declared that she was smart enough to get in, emphasizing that she studied diligently even while on set for her dramas. She then tested him, asking if he had seen her latest historical drama and, if so, what role she played. When he hesitantly guessed either a princess or a maid, she erupted in frustration, declaring that his lie meant he now had to follow her orders, leaving him to anxiously wonder what she had in mind. She revealed her plan: he was to accompany her to an art exhibition during lunch, an idea that shocked him as it meant skipping his duties. She teased him for becoming such a model student, a stark contrast to his past self, which led him to contemplate asking a teacher for permission to leave. He questioned her sudden interest in an art exhibition, and she casually explained that her aunt had recently opened one. Meanwhile, in an office, an assistant named Sukshil relayed sponsorship and product placement proposals for the film Priest's Confession from a company called Daewoo and a confectionery brand. The director expressed his frustration, asking how many times he had to repeat himself, but Sukshil insisted that numerous sponsorship requests were flooding in since production began. The director instructed him to put all decisions on hold for now, though he conceded they would need luxury brands for a scene depicting a sinner's temptations, before shifting topics to confirm the press embargo was in place. Sukshil confirmed that the strategy was working perfectly, with the news embargo successfully building public curiosity and attracting high-quality advertisement offers. The assistant then inquired about the director's plans for his upcoming break, teasingly hoping he wouldn't just lock himself away in the office again, to which the director scoffed at the idea of being a work machine. Sukshil proposed a fishing trip to a great new spot, but the director flatly refused to spend his precious time off with him, prompting the assistant to lament his harsh treatment of a fellow unmarried man. The director advised his assistant to focus on his own girlfriend, reminding him nothing was certain until marriage, which led Sukshil to question if the director truly planned to spend the break all alone. Announcing that he was off to enjoy the free time Young-guk's performance had earned them, the director quickly departed, leaving his assistant calling out after him in surprise. He paused for a moment, lost in thought. Having made up his mind, he decided to visit an art museum to properly enjoy his well-deserved break. As he walked, he reflected gratefully on how Young-guk's efficiency had prevented the need for reshoots, granting him this rare pocket of free time. He mused that the young actor truly seemed to bring good fortune, just as a particular painting caught his eye. Staring at the canvas, he found himself genuinely impressed by the piece. A woman's voice suddenly explained that the painting was titled Twilight, inspired by the French saying about the time of dogs and wolves. She elaborated on the meaning, describing the uncertain moment of dusk when one cannot distinguish a familiar dog from a threatening wolf on the horizon. The woman then remarked that it was unusual to have visitors so late, admitting his presence had piqued her curiosity. She formally introduced herself as the artist, Lee Suyin, and politely asked if her impromptu explanation had been intrusive. He quickly reassured her that it was not at all uncomfortable and, in turn, introduced himself as a film director. A flicker of mutual recognition and surprise passed between them. Just then, a familiar young voice called out, addressing the painter as her aunt. The painter turned, her expression softening as she recognized her niece, Yeonsu. The scene shifted to a later time, where a film crew was diligently working in a vast field as the sun began to set. A crew member cheekily asked Young-guk if he was dating the young actress, but he firmly denied it, reiterating that she was merely a close friend. The man continued his teasing, questioning how a close friend would skip school for an art exhibit, before slyly suggesting it was the director who was actually interested in dating. He pointed out the director's unusually warm, heart-eyed gaze when looking at Yeonsu's aunt, a stark contrast to his usual cold demeanor on set, which seemed to catch the director off guard. The crew member then dropped a crucial piece of information had learned from Yeonsu: her aunt was single and had no boyfriend, a revelation that visibly stunned the director. Nearby, other crew members whispered anxiously, wondering if Young-guk had gotten himself into some kind of trouble. The gossiping crewmate excitedly suggested he could arrange a setup through Yeonsu, but Young-guk quickly shut him down, telling him to stop spreading baseless rumors. The light-hearted moment was broken when a senior crew member approached director Shin, warning him that the ground near the mud field was too unstable to properly set up the camera track. He emphasized the difficulty of working in the dim dawn light, pointing to the lighting director who was clearly struggling to illuminate the scene. The director admitted he had originally planned to shoot in brighter conditions but couldn't ignore a sudden stroke of inspiration, prompting the crewman to grumble about his infamous artist's disease. Director Shin confidently reassured the weary crewman that once this final, crucial scene was completed, their work for the day would be finished. With everything in place, the clapperboard snapped shut, marking the beginning of take one for scene number 39, a shadow emerging from the dusk. A title card then filled the screen, displaying the Latin word for lust, luxuria. A voiceover began, a priest confessing that whether man or woman, addiction to the drug of lust makes one act as if possessed by a devil. He continued his confession, admitting he had committed many sins because of it, but insisted the fault was not his own, but that of the devil. He desperately recalled being told that prayer would lead to the forgiveness of his sins. His voice crescendoed into a desperate scream as he begged to know if he, too, could be forgiven, questioning what he had done to deserve such a fate. Overwhelmed by his torment, he repeatedly cried out for someone, anyone, to save him. The scene cut to a serene yet haunting shot of a field filled with tall, feathery grass swaying gently in the twilight. In the middle of the field stood the priest, a fresh cut visible on his face, his expression a mask of exhaustion and despair. He let out a long, shuddering breath, the sound heavy with the weight of his sins. The word twilight appeared again, overlaying the image, reinforcing the scene's central theme. A question hung in the air: was the man walking out of the dawn a holy priest praised by God? Or was he something far more sinister, a murderer cloaked in righteousness? Later, in the editing room, director Shin gave precise instructions to his editor, suggesting they lower the hue and enhance the mist effect in the scene. The editor, Mr. Kim, grumbled in protest, questioning why the director was drilling him on edits when they still had so much left to film. The director claimed he was only there to see a sample, knowing full well the editor saw through him, before suddenly ordering him to stop and rewind the footage. Another editor burst in, marveling at how the director had managed to make the blood look so clear and vivid, even with the challenging lighting. The director abruptly told the enthusiastic editor to step outside with him for a moment. Once outside, the man urgently asked the director if he had heard the latest news circulating through the industry. The director sarcastically guessed it was a lottery win or another dating rumor about Young-guk, but the crew member insisted this was no time for jokes. He then brought up the name Bae Jin-woo, a director from Shin's college days, who had apparently just made a major career breakthrough with a commercial film. The crewman dropped the bombshell: Bae Jin-woo was directing a massive film with a staggering 10 billion won budget. He explained that the rival production had already completed casting and was set to begin filming within the month after their inaugural ceremony. The terrible implication dawned on director Shin: if their production schedules were that close, their release dates would almost certainly overlap, creating a catastrophic clash in marketing. The man confirmed he had already contacted their marketing company, who verified the news was true but currently under a press embargo that would be lifted at an upcoming press conference. He despaired over the situation, noting that even a masterpiece would fail if its marketing was drowned out by a competitor with a 10 billion won production budget. Galvanized into action, director Shin declared they were heading to the marketing company immediately, as the crewmen muttered that the entire situation had devolved into a complete mess. On the tenth set of The Priest's Confession, the atmosphere grew heavier with each passing moment. Exhausted, director Shin pinched the bridge of his nose, the frustration of the day's events etched onto his face. A crew member quietly observed that their director seemed far more weary than usual that day. Nearby, another crewman wondered aloud to Sukshul what had gotten into the director, noting the repeated takes as Young-guk arrived on set, only to learn the morning shoot was still running late. Young-guk, however, immediately asked if he could have a private word with the crew member. With uncanny perception, Young-guk guessed the source of the director's trouble was the distributor, leaving the crewman stunned at how he could possibly know. The crewman marveled at Young-guk's maturity, but the young actor explained that after spending so much time with industry veterans like director Baek and his uncle, such things became obvious. Deciding to confide in him, the crewman asked Young-guk if he was familiar with a director named Bae Jin-woo. He explained that Bae Jin-woo was a renowned commercial movie director currently helming a 10 billion won masterpiece, which prompted Young-guk to recall the man's debut film. The crewman confirmed that was the one, and as he did, the full memory of director Bae Jin-woo solidified in Young-guk's mind. In a flash, he was transported back to his past life, where even as a high schooler uninterested in movies, he recalled the media hype surrounding Bae Jin-woo's blockbuster. The memory soured as he remembered the film wasn't just bad, it was a legendary failure that left a stain on the entire Korean movie industry, a piece of trash had regretted skipping school to see. A cold realization dawned on Young-guk as the crewman confirmed that this very legendary failure was being filmed now, and its release was scheduled to coincide with their own. The crewman elaborated that the distributor refused to change the date, as their small, seemingly unprofitable film was no match for the industry giant's massive project. He then cut himself off, deciding he'd told the young actor too much, and urged him to just focus on acting right as their meals were delivered. A production assistant announced the arrival of the filming crew's much-needed lunch. As he ate, Young-guk considered director Shin's impossible choice, either push back their release date or face the 10 billion won competitor head-on. He understood then why director Shin was in such a difficult and stressful position. Young-guk knew that solving a distribution problem was no easy task for a director alone. In the competitive Korean movie industry, the real power and money lay firmly in the hands of the distributors. He analyzed the market structure in his mind, recognizing that the three main distributors only pretended to compete while secretly collaborating to dominate the market, leaving production companies powerless. However, a solution began to form in his mind, a solution that revolved around his very own grandfather. He identified his grandfather, Baek Jang-hoon, as a true titan of the Korean movie industry, a man whose influence could sway even the largest distribution companies. Later, he approached his grandfather and asked if he knew director Kim Young-woo of the distribution company, to which his grandfather replied that while he didn't know the son well, he had strong ties to his father. This was just as Young-guk had expected. With his grandfather's help, he could secure a meeting with director Kim Young-woo and solve the entire problem. His grandfather astutely asked if Young-guk thought he could handle such a massive issue on his own, to which the boy humbly replied that he was merely an actor. He clarified, however, that if his grandfather could simply arrange the meeting with director Kim Young-woo, he was confident he could handle the rest. Seeing through the boy's subtle maneuvering, his grandfather agreed to help him meet Kim Jung-woo's father, knowing this was Young-guk's true intention all along. Young-guk struggled to maintain his composure, finding it incredibly challenging to conceal his true ambitions from his perceptive grandfather. His grandfather then stated that every introduction required a proper justification and asked what reason he should give for setting up a meeting between Young-guk and President Kim. With a smooth, calculated motion, Young-guk prepared his answer. He calmly requested that his grandfather introduce him as an investor in the movie The Priest's Confession. His grandfather let out a hearty laugh, agreeing that this was indeed a sufficient and clever justification. With the matter settled, his grandfather casually patted his head and asked an unexpected question, whether Young-guk happened to play golf. He then informed the young actor that he would need to be ready to play the very next day. Young-guk was taken aback by the suddenness of the arrangement, questioning the incredibly short notice. The next day, a pristine white and red golf bag stood ready, its clubs glinting in the morning sun. Young-guk found himself at the country's most exclusive private golf course, marveling at the luxury as he overheard someone ask his grandfather about the handsome young man beside him. Baek Jang-hoon prompted Young-guk to introduce himself to the very man he wanted to meet, President Kim Dae-jin. Young-guk formally introduced himself to the legendary industry figure, bowing respectfully. He knew this was the man who had single-handedly shaped the Korean movie industry, a powerful figure who operated from the shadows and whose protégés ran the major distribution companies. With his uncle Jung-hyun unavailable, Young-guk had come in his place, steeling himself to match the president's intense and discerning gaze. President Kim acknowledged the young man, remarking that he was the talented actor everyone had been praising lately. Baek Jang-hoon suggested they play a friendly game without betting, but the president laughingly refused, eager for a chance to win back the money he'd lost to Jang-hoon and Jung-hyun in the past. The president then turned to Young-guk, offering him a handicap and proposing a wager, which prompted Young-guk to ask what he would gain if he won. With unwavering confidence, the president declared he would grant any request, a promise Young-guk knew the man would not make lightly. Young-guk also noticed the president's head secretary seemed eager to use this opportunity to curry favor with his boss. He accepted the deal with a smile, slyly revealing that he wasn't entirely inexperienced, having dedicated time to learning golf during his early acting days. During the game, one of Baek Jang-hoon's shots landed in a particularly tricky spot on the course. President Kim chuckled, joking that he might finally win thanks to his old friend's mistake rather than the young actor's inexperience. After the president's own excellent shot, his secretary was quick to offer effusive praise, a clear attempt at flattery that did not go unnoticed by Young-guk. Baek Jang-hoon offered to move Young-guk's ball from its challenging position, but the young man politely refused the help. Maintaining his facade as a novice, he asked his caddy for the club with the longest range. He meticulously followed a professional technique for hitting near a water hazard, a display the two older men found rather endearing. He took a few practice swings, getting a feel for the club and the shot ahead. Rolling up his sleeves with determination, he prepared for the swing, drawing a bemused look from the president. With the two powerful men watching from behind, Young-guk swung the golf club with focused precision. The golf ball soared through the air before bouncing twice on the perfectly manicured green. In a seemingly impossible shot, the ball rolled across the green and was gently guided by the club head right into the hole. A moment of stunned silence fell over the group as they processed the incredible outcome. Internally, Young-guk felt a surge of satisfaction, admitting to himself that the shot had worked out even better than he had expected. Later, they relaxed at a stunning modern house nestled at the foot of a mountain range, complete with a luxurious pool. President Kim consoled his losing secretary, suggesting they forget the loss and enjoy a nice trip to the sauna. Baek Jang-hoon playfully thanked the president for giving Young-guk a handicap, joking that he now owed them dinner once again. The president laughingly agreed but then turned to Young-guk, reminding him of the promise he had made before the game to grant any request. Seizing the moment, Baek Jang-hoon and Secretary An gracefully excused themselves, leaving Young-guk alone to conduct his business with the president. The president's once jovial expression shifted, and he looked at the young actor with a new, skeptical intensity. Wasting no time, Young-guk initiated the conversation by asking the president for his opinion on the primary purpose of a distribution company. The president gave the standard, corporate answer, stating that their goal was to provide viewers with better movies and to assist production companies with funding. Young-guk, however, pushed for a more candid and honest assessment. He then offered his own definition, that a distribution company's true purpose was to maximize profit by controlling a film's runtime and the number of screens it was shown on. Intrigued, the president simply gestured for him to continue with his point. Young-guk then brought the conversation to its core, asking if the president was aware that his company, Daeyoung Distributions, was investing in a certain 10 billion won film currently in production. The president affirmed that he was fully aware, asserting that Daeyoung Distributions couldn't make a single move without his explicit approval. With the final piece in place, Young-guk posed a chilling question: what would happen to the president's distribution company if that 10 billion won film were to fail? Young-guk's question hung in the air, asking what would happen to the president's company if the 10 billion won film were to fail. President Kim acknowledged such an event would pose a significant problem but then questioned why Young-guk would anticipate the failure of a big-budget movie. Young-guk offered to reveal his reasoning if the president would listen, prompting the older man to finally ask what the young actor truly desired from him. With the president's full attention, Young-guk stated that he had just one simple request to make. He then made his proposal, suggesting that instead of the 10 billion won masterpiece, they should move up the release date of Confession of the Priest. The president considered the distributor's perspective, noting it would be wiser to stagger the releases, to which Young-guk agreed, adding that the masterpiece was currently destined for failure anyway. The president conceded but mentioned they would still need a confirmation process, lending Young-guk his name to proceed as he wished before demanding to know the reason for his grim prediction. Young-guk explained that he had read the screenplay for the 10 billion won film and found its content to be so abstract that it was incredibly difficult to comprehend. He leaned in, addressing the powerful man respectfully as grandfather. He then posed a rhetorical question, asking if a movie so difficult to understand could truly resonate with viewers, while hinting that the real reason for its failure lay with self-serving individuals. Young-guk clarified that this deeper corruption would be revealed later in a prosecution investigation, but for now, he needed to provide a reason that anyone could easily grasp. He detailed how investor expectations for high returns forced the production company to squander its budget on flashy CGI and expensive television commercials. He acknowledged that while visually striking elements and advertising might have some effect on a movie's box office performance, it wasn't the deciding factor. The core of his argument was that people watch movies for enjoyment, and if a film is boring, audiences will simply ignore it, leading to its ultimate failure. He argued that they should prevent the sad situation where genuinely interesting films struggle to secure theaters and promotion, only to fade into obscurity. Internally, Young-guk reflected that this was the exact fate that had befallen Confession of the Priest in his past life. The president then circled back to the golf bet, but Young-guk revealed he had a wish far greater than simply adjusting a movie's release date. The old man's interest was piqued as he questioned what this bigger wish could possibly be. With a knowing smile, Young-guk declared that his true wish was something else entirely. He then humbly asked if the president would please treat him to a delicious grilled egg. As the sun set on the modern house, a traditional Korean meal was laid out on the dining table. One of the men at the table observed that his father, President Kim, seemed to be in a particularly cheerful mood that day. The son asked if he had enjoyed his game of golf, and the president confirmed that he did, even though he had not come out on top. When asked about his game with the chief of staff, the president explained that his opponent was a different, highly skilled individual he had met. The president then changed the subject, asking his eldest son, Kim Young-woo, how old his daughter Yumin was, learning she would be a high school senior next year. Another family member quickly interjected, questioning why the president only inquired about Yumin when their family's eldest grandson, Jin-soo, was also 16. The conversation devolved into an argument about the family's succession, with another son pointing out that his own boys were also potential heirs. The bickering intensified as one son dismissed his nephews as little kids who couldn't possibly compare to Jin-soo, sparking outrage. Having heard enough, President Kim's voice boomed across the table, demanding his son stop their squabbling at once. He turned his stern gaze to his second son, admonishing him for mismanaging the department store and threatening to take it back if he didn't improve. Next, he addressed his third son, criticizing him for turning the family's media company into a mere subcontractor that cleaned up the reputations of the wealthy. He sternly reminded him that he had been admonished numerous times not to compromise the company's core values for profit. His sharp rebukes delivered, the president calmly announced he was leaving the dinner table. His sons could only watch in stunned silence as their father stood to depart. Just before leaving, President Kim turned back to his eldest son, Young-woo, reminding him of the highly skilled individual he had mentioned earlier. He praised the young man's exceptional confidence and remarkable powers of persuasion, noting how he didn't feel aggrieved even after being cleverly convinced. Unseen in the background, a subordinate looked on with a concerned expression, troubled by the president's unusual display of admiration. The president then formally invited his son, asking if he would be willing to meet this impressive individual with him. A week later, the once tense atmosphere on the set of Confession of the Priest had transformed into a warm and friendly one. The reason for this sudden shift in morale was revealed as boxes of brand new parkas, ordered by Young-guk, were distributed to the crew. A staff member marveled at how warm and cozy the jacket was, exclaiming in disbelief over how expensive it must have been. The director asked Young-guk if such a gift wasn't excessive, but the actor humbly brushed it off, saying it was nothing compared to the kindness he received on set. The director then playfully teased his associate, comparing his cheap hand warmers to the expensive parka Young-guk had provided. Watching the director's genuine delight, Young-guk silently wondered why he had never seen this kind and appreciative side of him in his past life. He recalled how he used to be perceived, dismissed as unsociable and eccentric no matter how well he acted. It was a painful memory from a past life that had been filled with deep resentment and misunderstanding. Just then, Director Shin's voice cut through his thoughts, calling out his name. The director, now bundled warmly in the new parka, offered a sincere thank you for the thoughtful gift. Yet, despite the kind exchange, Young-guk noticed that Director Shin's expression remained serious and troubled. The director was secretly worried, wondering if Chairman Kim Dae-jin had forgotten his promise since the distributor still hadn't made contact. Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the edge of the set as a security guard shouted that outsiders were not permitted. The guard's protest faltered as he recognized the esteemed visitor, his eyes widening in shock. Another crew member yelled for Young-guk, pointing in disbelief at the arrival of the legendary Chairman Kim Dae-jin. The set buzzed with confusion as Young-guk casually addressed the powerful tycoon as grandfather. The crew began to speculate wildly, with one person even suggesting that Young-guk must be the chairman's hidden son. A more pragmatic crew member scoffed at the idea, dismissing it as a ridiculous plot from a reality TV drama. The first speculator then adjusted his theory, concluding that the significant age gap meant Young-guk had to be his grandson. Fed up with the gossip, the director snapped at the crew to stop standing around and get back to preparing for the next scene. Meanwhile, the director reflected that while the chairman's official reason for visiting was to observe a film shoot, there had to be more to it. He knew no one understood the real motive, and he looked towards Young-guk, wondering just what the young actor was truly planning. As the sun began to set, Young-guk stood by a car, speaking privately with President Kim and his son. Young-guk correctly surmised that the chairman was there to assess the situation firsthand, a sharp observation that the president confirmed with a respectful nod. President Kim then proudly introduced his son, Kim Young-woo, as the very CEO of Daeyoung Distributor that Young-guk had spoken so much about. Young-guk awkwardly denied ever engaging in gossip before politely greeting the CEO, just as the chairman excused himself to look around the set. Kim Young-woo then remarked to Young-guk that it had been a very long time since his father had shown such a strong interest in a film. He explained that as a former filmmaker himself, he was deeply curious to meet the actor who had successfully captured his father's attention. The CEO candidly admitted he wanted to understand what the chairman saw in actor Jang to have accepted such an audacious proposal. He then gave the good news, confirming they would adjust the movie's release timing as promised, giving Young-guk a surge of internal satisfaction. To Young-guk's surprise, the CEO then offered something more, asking if there was anything he could do as a gesture of gratitude for the visit. Kim Young-woo elaborated that he felt he should compensate them in some way for interrupting the film shoot. Young-guk instantly recognized this as a test and quickly began formulating the perfect response. Realizing that the son had taken the bait just as the father had, Young-guk coyly asked if he could truly request anything. A brilliant idea sparked in his mind as he saw a path to win over both the chairman and his heir simultaneously. He made his bold move, asking if it would be possible for them to double the planned promotional investment for confession of the priest. Kim Young-woo paused for a moment, his expression unreadable as he considered the daring request. After a tense moment of silence, the CEO gave a slight nod and agreed to the terms. The clapperboard snapped shut, signaling the start of a pivotal scene for Psalm for the Dead. A gravely wounded man questioned the priest's presence, wondering why he hadn't been taken to a hospital, before crying out for help against an unbearable cold that was clouding his mind with pain. He explained that through his confessions with various people, the priest's face was the only one that had come to mind in his moment of agony. The man reflected on his broken state, acknowledging that only his faith had sustained him through his sentence, as he believed the priest always listened without judgment. In a desperate plea, he begged the priest to retrieve a certain item from a cupboard, insisting it was the only thing he needed. The priest calmly acknowledged the request and agreed to fulfill it. A wave of immense relief washed over the dying man's face. He then urgently spurred the priest onward, begging him to move with haste. The camera zoomed in on the precise measurement marks of a syringe being filled. The priest's demeanor shifted as he questioned the sinner's true motivation for confessing, asking if he was genuinely seeking forgiveness. He then offered a darker alternative, suggesting the confession was merely a ploy to cover up his wicked past. The man called out the priest's title, his voice now laced with dawning horror. He pleaded with the priest to stop his actions, begging for mercy. A sharp cry of pain escaped his lips as he implored the priest to cease his torment. The priest coldly informed him that this suffering was the just punishment for committing the first of the 7 sins, indolence. He delivered a chilling sermon, promising the man that his past sins would inevitably revisit him. Elsewhere on the set, Chairman Kim watched the performance with rapt attention, his expression serious as he touched his lip in thought. The priest's voice echoed on, declaring that the man's errors were indelible and would follow him for eternity. An oppressive silence filled the air, broken only by the resonating weight of the sinner's crimes. Comparing them to stigmas that could never be erased, the priest decreed that the man's sins could never truly be cleansed. As the character's final, rattling breath echoed from his heart, the director's voice boomed, calling an end to the powerful take. Back in the waiting area, Young-guk's hand rested on a desk, a steady drip of water from a nearby bottle marking the passage of time. He reflected internally on the lingering emotions of the murderer he had just portrayed. Despite his vast experience spanning 2 lifetimes, he admitted that disengaging from a role remained a profound challenge, though this time was different from the solitary roles of his past. He found a surprising comfort in being surrounded by so many people, a thought that was interrupted when the director called out his name. The director approached him with concern, asking if he had been crying. Young-guk quickly deflected the question, claiming he had only splashed water on his face to cool down before asking where Chairman Kim had gone. The director explained that the chairman had left quietly but had extended a generous invitation for everyone to attend an afterparty. He added that the atmosphere was sure to be festive, as all actors and staff were invited, and he urged Young-guk to join them quickly. Laughter filled the air as the cast and crew began to celebrate at the party. Young-guk playfully teased the director for looking so teary-eyed earlier, reminding him that the movie's release date was now secured. He encouraged everyone to enjoy themselves after a successful day of filming and called out for another round of drinks with a colleague. The director confessed that he was still in disbelief that the entire situation had been resolved so smoothly. He mused that while CEO Kim Young-woo had provided a simple explanation, the true reason behind the sudden change was far more complex. In his mind, he gave all the credit to Jang Young-guk, marveling at how a young actor had single-handedly persuaded the powerful distributor. Meanwhile, a crew member politely declined a drink and asked if he could order another side dish instead. The director graciously agreed to the request with a word of thanks. Across the room, CEO Kim Young-woo recounted a conversation with his father about how a small group of distributors with immense capital could accelerate market growth without creating a monopoly. He was privately astounded that Young-guk possessed such profound knowledge, considering the actor was only 2 years older than his own daughter. His thoughts then returned to the breathtaking acting performance he had witnessed just hours before. Young-guk, however, turned the conversation back to business, asking the CEO for his perspective on the contemporary issues facing the Korean film industry. The CEO slyly redirected the question, suggesting that since they had just agreed to double the film's promotional investment, Young-guk himself must have some valuable insights to share. Accepting the challenge, Young-guk began his analysis by acknowledging the rapid advancement of the Korean film industry. He described it as a high-risk, high-reward sector with immense potential for diversification, but he also cautioned that it carried significant side effects. Young-guk identified the primary side effect as a vertically integrated structure dominated by large capital, preemptively countering the argument that this model worked in Hollywood. He pointed out a crucial difference, explaining that unlike the vast American market, South Korea's smaller scale meant such a structure could not coexist with diversity. The actor drove his point home by emphasizing the modest size of their nation's market. The CEO was stunned, realizing with a jolt that Young-guk had a deeper and more practical understanding of the industry than he did, despite his own father's tutelage. A nearby guest, oblivious to the high-level discussion, quietly wondered if it was finally an appropriate time to start eating. The CEO's internal praise continued as he recognized that Young-guk was looking far beyond immediate profits to the long-term health and growth of the market. Deeply impressed, he asked Young-guk if he had ever thought about making his mark on the film industry in a more central, powerful role. He clarified that he meant venturing into the business side, believing Young-guk's insight at such a young age promised a brilliant future, and offered this advice just as his own father had done for him. Young-guk humbly deflected the high praise, reminding the CEO that he was still just a student. At that moment, a loud, slurred voice bellowed Young-guk's name across the room. His very drunk manager stumbled over, offering a rambling apology to the CEO for his behavior and for potentially dampening the mood of the celebration. He then clumsily tried to rally the room into a round of applause for the CEO, prompting Young-guk to quietly grimace at the strong smell of alcohol. The CEO observed the scene with a knowing look, understanding Young-guk's true intentions without needing any further words. He correctly concluded that despite his incredible business acumen, Young-guk's only desire was to live his life as an actor. In another part of the city, at Songwon Entertainment headquarters, a tense discussion was taking place. Manager Cha Min-sik passionately argued with her CEO, questioning why an actor as famous as Young-guk was being so thoroughly neglected by the company. She insisted that leaving him with an inexperienced manager was a detriment to everyone involved and implored her boss to see the logic in her words. As evidence, she cited how Young-guk had been spurning luxury brand endorsements and how his recent role as a murderer had caused all existing offers to be withdrawn. The CEO shot back defensively, questioning if she really thought he had neglected his star actor and arguing that he was merely shaping the perfect environment for his craft. He then angrily demanded she clarify what she truly meant by her accusation. Manager Cha reminded him of his own words from their early days, when he spoke of managers and actors rising from the bottom together. She then pointed to Young-guk's current manager, Bong Chun, accusing the CEO of favoritism by promoting him so quickly to handle a leading actor. The CEO listened and privately acknowledged that her argument held some merit. Changing tactics, he challenged manager Cha to persuade Young-guk herself, an offer she accepted with surprised eagerness. He gave his official permission, warning her that if she wanted the position so badly, she would have to personally convince the notoriously resolute actor on her own. After she left, the CEO smirked, knowing full well that manager Cha's obvious first move would be to try and manipulate the good-natured Lee Bong-chun. He reflected on the brutal reality of a manager's job, where they often had to endure humiliation from directors and producers on behalf of their talent. He viewed this chaotic situation as a necessary trial by fire for Bong-chun, confident in his own judgment that the young manager would either prove his capability or his deficiency. The CEO settled back in his chair, deciding he would simply wait and see whether the earnest young man from Busan could outmaneuver his soul-born colleagues. At a restaurant, a steady hand poured deep red wine into a crystal glass, setting the stage for a tense confrontation. Manager Cha began her psychological assault under the guise of a friendly meal, questioning the exhausted Bong Chun about his difficult transition from a small town to the demanding world of talent management. When asked about his star actor, Bong Chun naively confessed that Young-guk's kindness often made him feel guilty and inadequate as a manager. Cha seized on this insecurity, planting a seed of doubt by warning him that close relationships between managers and actors often devolved into a master-servant dynamic. She then quickly backtracked, feigning confidence that an actor as noble as Jang Young-guk would never stoop so low. Shifting her line of attack, she pointedly asked if Bong Chun had been the one to suggest Young-guk's controversial role in Confession of the Priest, causing him to stammer in denial. Bong Chun admitted he worried he might be holding Young-guk back, a confession Cha immediately labeled as a serious problem. She argued that a more experienced manager would never have allowed a star to take on the role of a despised killer, stressing the importance of public perception over artistic exploration. Her verbal barrage continued as she berated him for his failure to secure lucrative advertising contracts or network with renowned directors on Young-guk's behalf. When Bong Chun meekly admitted he wasn't up to the task, Cha agreed, ominously suggesting it might be time for Young-guk to revisit the basics of his career before it was too late. She condescendingly explained that a rookie manager like him was a recipe for disaster when paired with an A-list actor, insisting he needed to earn his stripes first. Piling on the pressure, she challenged Bong Chun, questioning if he was truly prepared to take responsibility for the potential fallout if Young-guk's next film flopped. As her final, cutting remark, she mused that if even the CEO couldn't control the stubborn actor, perhaps Young-guk was already a lost cause. The scene shifted to a movie set, where a man in a priest's collar looked up in shock at a taller man standing over him. He furiously demanded to know what kind of blasphemous nonsense the other man was spouting. On-screen text listed the 7 deadly sins: pride, sloth, wrath, lust, gluttony, envy, and greed, as the priest contemplated the darkness of humanity. A voiceover narrated the priest's backstory, explaining how his father's work as an undertaker had desensitized him to death, yet his theological studies couldn't erase the world's inherent darkness. He recalled a pivotal memory of a wealthy young man dying in a lavish hospital room after killing an entire family in a hit-and-run, whose mother only showed pity for her monstrous son. The priest confessed that although the vile man was already condemned for his sins, he had found solace in chanting a dirge of despair at his bedside, wishing him eternal suffering. He acknowledged the twisted pleasure he took in this act but declared he had no intention of stopping, for it had become his personal conviction. He finished his dark confession with a chilling vow: if God wouldn't punish the wicked, he would. The camera zoomed in on a stone statue of a religious figure wearing a crown of thorns, a powerful symbol of righteous suffering. Back in the present scene, an older Monsignor approached the young priest, Father Matthew, noting he had been praying with his rosary since early morning. Father Matthew confirmed his prayers were finished before pointedly asking the Monsignor where he had been the previous night. The Monsignor grew defensive at the sudden inquiry, but Father Matthew explained that he had gone to the older priest's room with a question only to find him absent. The older priest quickly deflected, claiming he had been attending to other important matters at the time. Unfazed, Father Matthew calmly revealed that he already knew the Monsignor had spent the previous night coveting the wife of one of their believers. He then added an ominous warning, stating that whatever the Monsignor was planning, it was still too early. Deftly changing the subject, the Monsignor asked what Father Matthew had been praying for so fervently, to which the young priest replied he was seeking confirmation about the path he was on. The older priest offered seemingly wise counsel, speaking of the universal doubts all men of the cloth face before fully embracing their faith. He continued his patronizing speech, assuring Father Matthew that with enough faith, the Lord would surely illuminate his way. He concluded his advice by telling the young priest not to trouble himself with excessive worry. Father Matthew offered a simple, courteous thank you to his superior. As the younger priest walked away down the long church aisle, the Monsignor's benevolent mask fell away, replaced by a dark, knowing smirk. Sensing the shift, Father Matthew paused and glanced back over his shoulder, his expression hardening with suspicion. The two priests stood as distant figures in the vast, empty cathedral, their silent conflict echoing in the cavernous space. The tense atmosphere was shattered by the director's call of cut, at which point Young-guk, still in costume, immediately announced his urgent need for the restroom. He explained to a crew member that the restrictive, ankle-length priest's garment required him to be extra cautious with his movements. Suddenly, Young-guk spotted his manager and called out his name in greeting. He stopped short, his friendly demeanor vanishing as he saw Bong-chun's bruised face and demanded to know what happened, prompting a flimsy lie about falling downstairs. Bong-chun attempted to lighten the mood with a joke about Young-guk's concern but was cut short by a sharp intake of breath as pain shot through him. An involuntary grimace twisted his features, betraying the severity of his injury. Seeing his manager in such pain, Young-guk cried out his name in alarm and rushed to his side. The scene changed to the CEO's office, where his calm voice invited someone to come in. A furious Young-guk stormed into the room, demanding the CEO tell him exactly what had transpired. The CEO calmly acknowledged the gossip circulating within the company before asking Young-guk to explain the situation between his manager and manager Cha. Young-guk passionately declared that after suffering multiple betrayals in his past life, he knew better than anyone who to choose as his manager in this one. He angrily stated that Cha should have confronted him directly, stressing that he had chosen Bong-chun for his trustworthiness, a quality he now valued far more than skill. The CEO confessed his part in the scheme, admitting that since he couldn't manipulate Young-guk, he had allowed manager Cha to target the more impressionable Bong-chun. A flicker of remorse crossed the CEO's face as he clutched his head, continuing his difficult explanation. He admitted that he had knowingly stood aside, predicting that Cha would push the soft-hearted Bong-chun to his breaking point. He framed the brutal incident as a necessary trial by fire for Bong-chun and revealed that manager Cha had finally given up her pursuit of Young-guk. The CEO then tried to sweep the incident under the rug, acknowledging that Cha had provoked the fight, even if Bong-chun's violent response was wrong. Young-guk wasn't having it, furiously questioning how a bit of verbal pushing could possibly justify the brutal state of Bong-chun's face. In response, the CEO dropped a final, shocking piece of information: manager Cha was currently in the hospital. Later, a car veered off a paved road, driving towards a remote, off-grid location for the next film shoot. A member of the crew looked around the desolate landscape, skeptically asking if this was truly the next filming site for their movie. He suggested they film in the more convenient city of Yangpyeong instead, but the director shot down the idea with a firm no. The crew member argued that the other location's landowner was a fan and had already granted them easy access, but the director dismissed it, disliking how many other movies had been filmed there. Exasperated, the crewmate sarcastically questioned the director's superstitious belief that filming in an untouched location guaranteed a massive hit. He complained about the inconveniences of their last location and worried for the older actors, but the director simply ordered him to set up the equipment, causing the man to plead for him not to walk off alone. Giving up, the man muttered about the biting cold, which prompted the director to ask why he was so easily scared. The crewmate recounted a local legend had heard from the village head, warning of ghosts that haunted the area where many people had drowned long ago. The director, revealed to be Young-guk, calmly replied that having an undertaker for a father meant he wasn't afraid of ghosts, believing that living humans were far scarier. He then cheekily added that a real ghost appearing would probably just make the movie a bigger hit, which left his companion utterly aghast. After retrieving the gear, the crewmate looked around in a panic, calling out for Young-guk and asking how far he had wandered off into the eerie woods. His eyes suddenly widened in sheer terror as he stared at something just beyond the camera's view. Trembling, he stammered that the movie was definitely going to be a huge hit, his terrified expression implying he had just seen one of the very ghosts they were talking about. Bong-chun took a thoughtful sip from his mug, his mind still reeling from recent events. He broke the silence, earnestly asking Young-guk to say something to him. Bong-chun confessed that he had lost his temper, unable to stand manager Cha calling Young-guk a lost cause, which had even caused him to slip into his native Busan dialect. He felt too embarrassed to share the specific details, instead asking how manager Cha's arm had actually been broken. Young-guk explained that after being struck, his body had reacted on instinct, drawing on his old judo training to throw the manager over his shoulder in self-defense. He continued that he couldn't stop thinking about it, so he had visited manager Cha, fully expecting to be berated for fighting over something so trivial. To his surprise, the manager had instead commented on his new tough look and encouraged him to be that wild, which prompted him to ask if Young-guk had altered his own eyebrows for a similar effect. Young-guk sheepishly confirmed that he had used a razor to create the cuts in his eyebrows, aiming for a tougher appearance. Bong-chun found the look intense and fitting, joking that Young-guk would make the perfect gangster in a movie, to which Young-guk lightly told him not to tease. A sudden thought seemed to cross Bong-chun's mind. He then held up a small notebook in surprise, urging Young-guk to look. The notebook was filled with the names and contact information for numerous production directors within the broadcasting industry. Young-guk was astonished, questioning how he had acquired such a list, as he recognized several names and knew collecting this kind of information took a great deal of time. Bong-chun explained that manager Cha had lent it to him at the hospital, intending for it to help Young-guk prepare for a return to broadcasting after his film projects were complete. Despite the gesture, Young-guk insisted that he should return the notebook. Confused, Bong-chun questioned his reasoning, asking if manager Cha hadn't clearly given it to him expecting a favor in return. Bong-chun then confirmed that the manager had, in fact, asked for a favor later on, which seemed to clarify the situation. Young-guk noted cynically that there was no such thing as free goodwill in the broadcasting jungle, a sentiment Bong-chun nervously accepted. Later, back at the new filming location, a crew member looked around the foggy, desolate landscape in awe. He commented that it was the perfect setting for a ghost, nervously telling a smiling Young-guk not to say such creepy things. The crew was a flurry of activity, calling for more lights and reflectors while struggling to figure out how to lay camera track on the unstable ground. They discussed the high probability of needing special effects and debated if they should reschedule due to the thick fog. However, the director was unyielding, rallying the crew to push through and bring the scene to life, his stubbornness both frustrating and motivating them. Amidst the hard work, one of the other actors approached Young-guk, asking if he could consult him about something. The actor explained that in the upcoming scene where he was to be chased by Young-guk's character, he was unsure how to properly convey the right emotions. He admitted that he had wanted to ask the main director but found director Shin too strict and distant, especially while he was busy with preparations. Young-guk sympathized, recalling his own past difficulties with directors, before asking the senior actor what emotions he felt would work best. The actor proposed that acting visibly scared would be the most logical choice, but Young-guk suggested he had a different view. He advised portraying the character as an evil man driven to wickedness by his circumstances, who would react with outward fury rather than fear when cornered. Young-guk added the nuance that, of course, the character would still display abject terror in the moments just before his death. He then shared a practical acting tip, to deliver the lines as if forcefully spitting water from his mouth, creating a strong voice while making his lips tremble with emotion. The actor tried the technique and his eyes widened in surprise at how well it worked. The senior actor reflected on how this impressive 27-year-old had become the emotional and practical linchpin for everyone on the set. Deciding he should start calling him Director Jang, his thoughts were interrupted as the slate clapped, signaling the start of Scene 69, Hand of Fury. In character, the corrupt businessman actor pushed his way through the tall, oppressive grass. He screamed into the fog, demanding his tormentor stop mocking him and reveal himself at once. The character was depicted as a truly vile man who exploited illegal immigrant workers and had even fired one with cruel insults after a machine severed the worker's finger. His evil extended to his family, having subjected his wife to so much domestic violence that she succumbed to depression and took her own life. Cold-hearted to the core, he had met with his mistress during his wife's 49-day memorial rite, and had eventually killed the mistress as well. Her only crime had been defying him, a realization that fueled his rage as he screamed obscenities into the empty woods. The man paused, his chest heaving as he gasped for breath. He panted heavily, the irony lost on him that he stood in the very place he had chosen to dump his mistress' body. An exhausted, almost manic laugh escaped him. Just then, a hand emerged silently from a thicket of glowing green leaves. The businessman let out a strangled cry of pure terror. A disembodied voice calmly informed him that he had been found and was about to face a judgment of true terror. The crew then prepared for the next shot, scene 71, announcing the appearance of Seo Dakwang. The scene opened on a detective giving his partner a look of complete exasperation. His partner, the detective Seo Dakwang, was completely ignoring him, busy slurping down a bowl of jajangmyeon. Dakwang, a specialist in serial murder cases, asked why his colleague was bothering him during his vacation. The other detective scoffed at the mention of a vacation, reminding Dakwang he had barely avoided demotion before sliding a case file across the table. He pointed to the wildly different methods of killing: one victim overdosed, another was strangled, one was hanged, and a fourth was drowned. Yet, every single corpse had a cross carved into the side of their heart, a chilling signature that proved the killer was a complete psychopath. Despite the lack of any discernible connection between the victims, whose lives were all completely different, Dakwang was convinced there had to be a clue. His partner disagreed, insisting the crimes were meticulously planned with no forensic evidence left behind, though he suspected a specific, as yet unidentified weapon was used. After a moment of thought, Dakwang declared that he would take the case, stunning his partner into silence. He then laid out his condition: if he solved the case, his superiors had to be told that his suspension never happened. With unshakable confidence, Dakwang asserted that no one was better at catching these unhinged mad dog killers than him. And so, this dark story of evil began to unfold. The scene then transitioned, showing the detective facing a silhouetted figure standing in a brightly lit doorway. A new scene was slated, focusing on the first meeting between the detective and a priest. The priest greeted the detective warmly, welcoming him as brother. The detective cut straight to business, stating that he had something he needed to ask him. The scene opened on the solemn meeting between the detective and the priest. Detective Dakwang made a wry comment about the church serving sweet coffee, which the priest calmly questioned, asking why they should not. The detective admitted he expected only traditional teas in a Catholic church, but then quickly steered the conversation to business, asking if the bishop was available. The priest explained that their bishop was an exceptionally busy man who was always occupied, then politely inquired about the detective's reason for visiting, mentioning he'd heard he was in homicide. Dakwang confirmed it was something akin to that line of work. He then presented his case, asking if the priest knew a 39-year-old man named Park Cheo, a man with a lengthy prison record. The priest recognized the name, referring to him as Brother Park Cheo, a devoted member of their church whose faith remained strong despite his past. The detective coldly countered that the man's faith must have faltered, revealing that Park Cheo had relapsed into his drug habit. He morbidly described how the man had overdosed, surrounded by syringes, and had finally found his way to the heaven he craved from the drugs. A beatific smile played on the priest's lips as he clutched a pristine white envelope in his hands. He solemnly accepted a share of the blame, stating he should have been more watchful over Brother Park Cheo, and prayed for his soul to find peace. Dakwang scoffed at the notion of peace, suggesting it would be a relief if the man simply didn't end up in hell, just before a thought seemed to strike him. His eyes then darted elsewhere as he began to ask about other individuals. The priest gently told him not to worry about them before Dakwang refocused his inquiry, asking if anyone in the congregation held a grudge against Park Cheo. The priest firmly denied any such possibility, insisting that Park Cheo was the last person who would ever wish harm upon another. He explained that the man had deeply aspired to confront his past and seek redemption, though an internal voice mused that trash always remains trash. Dakwang took a final sip of his drink, deciding that since the bishop wasn't present, his business there was concluded. However, his gaze was then captured by a small object in the priest's hand, and he curiously asked what it was. The priest explained that whittling was a personal hobby, something he did in his spare time to help gather his thoughts. The detective complimented his impressive craftsmanship, and when the priest offered him one of the pieces, he gratefully accepted it. The priest then shifted the conversation to a more philosophical topic, asking the detective if he truly believed a wicked person was destined to remain wicked forever. Da Quang answered without hesitation, stating that criminals only ever bemoaned their bad luck, never showing genuine reflection, thus proving trash would always stay trash. He nostalgically recalled a time when he could deal with such people more directly, but now found his hands tied by human rights concerns, and with that, he prepared to take his leave. The priest kindly replied that it was no trouble at all, thanking the detective for providing him with the news of Brother Park Cheol's passing. Just as he was about to depart, Da Quang posed one last question, asking if the priest genuinely believed that faith alone could lead to redemption. In that moment, the young priest, played by an actor, closed his eyes and offered a serene, beatific smile with his hands clasped in prayer. The actor playing the detective cast a sharp, knowing glance to the side. He delivered his final line, expressing uncertainty, just before the director's voice boomed, signaling the end of the take. The director immediately praised the young actor, Young-guk, for his excellent work on the scene. Another actor on set remarked that working alongside Young-guk was as intensely focused as he had been warned, jokingly complaining that the young man's presence was suffocating. A senior actor praised Young-guk's charm and his satisfying ability to complete a scene in one take, admitting his own terror of the director calling for a reshoot. The senior actor then suggested they all go for a drink to celebrate the day's work, but Young-guk had to remind him that he was still a minor. Unfazed, the senior actor insisted that no one would view him as a minor and bragged about his own youthful tolerance for soju. Young-guk astutely recalled a specific company dinner where he had observed the senior actor becoming inebriated after just 3 shots of soju. The senior actor was amazed by his sharp eye for detail, while Young-guk silently attributed his vivid memory to his past life as a theater actor. A brief note clarified that this was the theater company where he had once worked. He recalled memories, known only to him now, of his film industry mentor who praised soju despite being unable to hold his liquor. The senior actor interrupted his thoughts, offering him the whittled prop from the scene and revealing that he had crafted all the items himself as a hobby. A deeply impressed Young-guk expressed his admiration and watched intently as the senior actor demonstrated his carving technique. The senior actor suddenly noticed that Young-guk was using his left hand, recalling that he had used his right hand to eat earlier, prompting Young-guk to confirm he was right-handed. This led the senior actor to question why he was now using his other hand. He quickly realized that Young-guk was embodying his left-handed character, Kim Moo-jin, and was struck by the young actor's extraordinary dedication to his craft. Moved by this display of professionalism, the senior actor then asked Young-guk if he happened to be free over the weekend. He extended a sudden and puzzling invitation for Young-guk to join him at the college. The scene shifted to a vibrant street filled with passers-by and a lively public performance. Young-guk walked along, musing that it had been a long time since he had been in a college town and was surprised the invitation had led him to a theater company. The senior actor greeted him, playfully teasing him for coming so dressed up. He then justified bringing the popular young actor to such a crowded place, explaining that even busy people needed to clear their minds, before formally introducing the Comet Theater Company. He explained that their junior actors were performing a play that evening, and he thought Young-guk might enjoy watching it with him, feeling a wave of nostalgia for the stage he once performed on. He then asked Young-guk if he had ever seen a live stage play before. Young-guk noted how the senior actor seemed so at ease, as if he had returned home, recognizing the man's sharp, actor-like perception. The senior actor remarked how rare it was for an outsider to be on the stage and also let it slip that many of the junior actors performing that night were huge fans of Young-guk. He playfully teased the nation's first love for being shy and suggested he consider giving out some autographs, warning him that the waiting rooms would empty if word of his presence got out. Young-guk asked about the title of the play, and the senior actor replied that it was Morning in the Western Sky, a long-running production for their company. The young actor was stunned by the coincidence, as that was the very first play he had ever performed in, just as a commotion erupted nearby. The senior actor called out to a junior member named Myung-sik who was rushing by, who greeted his sunbae with surprise. After explaining he was just there to soak in the stage's atmosphere, the senior actor asked about the panic, and Myung-sik frantically explained that Jin-soo, an actor in the play, had suddenly fallen ill. He specified that Jin-soo was meant to play the supporting role of student soldier Do Young-swae, and they had no understudy prepared. When asked if anyone else knew the lines, Myung-sik explained that only the senior actors did, but they had all since left the company. He lamented that it was impossible to ask them for help on their day off, and while he knew the lines himself, he was too old to convincingly play the part. At that moment, Young-guk spoke up with quiet intensity, revealing that Morning in the Western Sky was a play he had cherished for a very long time. In response to the others' confusion, he explained that he had memorized it years ago while reading through all the plays in his grandfather's study. A look of profound determination settled on his face. Young-guk then made the astonishing announcement that he would take on the role of Do Young-swae himself. His mind flashed back to his previous life, where he was known as the best supporting actor, a man completely consumed by his passion for acting. He stood upon the stage of the Comet Theatre Company, a place he had toiled in a past life that he alone could now remember. He reflected on how he had often dismissed his past life as an error, yet his heart still yearned for that time and the connections he had made. Long-suppressed feelings of longing and regret began to bubble to the surface, though he tried to write it all off as a simple coincidence. He ultimately decided to embrace the moment and have some fun, concluding that in a world so dirty and harsh, this was the best he could do. On stage, Young-guk delivered a powerful monologue, recounting his harrowing past as a cadet who was the sole survivor of his company's clash with Northern forces, an ordeal that left him with a permanent injury. He continued his performance, channeling the gruffness of a shoe shiner as he scornfully told a passerby to have their shoes polished. The character then explained that he now eked out a living shining shoes, though he dreamed of being a vendor, before admitting he had gotten sidetracked from his war story. He refocused his audience, announcing his intent to resume his tale about his time in the trenches. Watching from the wings, the senior actor Myung-sik let out an audible gasp of disbelief. He silently wondered how this was possible, recalling Young-guk's claim of inexperience while knowing that stage acting was a completely different beast than film performance. In that moment, a sense of fate began to crystallize around the stage. This single, impromptu performance was set to divert the course of Young-guk's life down an unforeseen and dramatic trajectory. Back in the spotlight, Young-guk's character described the deafening chaos of the trenches and the day his comrade was killed, a moment that spurred him to leap up and destroy the enemy's machine gun nest. He boasted of his fortuitous shot that felled the enemy commander, which earned him praise, a full meal, and a promotion from unfamiliar high-ranking officers. The character wistfully concluded his tale, wondering if he should have escaped then, feeling like a forgotten teddy bear left on the battlefield. A profound and stunned silence fell over the entire theater. Seated in the audience, a distinguished man was completely captivated. He found himself asking who that actor could possibly be. This man was the celebrated playwright, Young-guk. Known as a figure whose legacy was synonymous with modern Korean theater, Young-guk had authored countless renowned plays, yet he had been suffering from a crippling writer's block for nearly 3 years. He had come to the theater that night seeking solace and hoping to reignite his creative spark, regain his confidence, and perhaps discover new talent. Later that night, Young-guk sighed, his mind still adrift. Despite finally being able to write again, he couldn't stop thinking about the actor from the play, regretting that he hadn't thought to get his contact information. He decided against it, deeming it impolite, and acknowledged that an actor with such talent could easily land a leading role, all while feeling a nagging sense of familiarity about the young man's face. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a television commercial in which a popular idol declared that handsome men love apples. Young-guk's eyes shot open in a flash of stunning recognition. It was him. He immediately snatched his phone and called a colleague, Seok-cheol, urgently asking if the actor from the Apple commercial was the lead in his new film, Confession of the Priest. Seok-cheol confirmed that Young-guk was indeed the lead actor, confused as to why his sunbae was calling so late at night. An idea began to form in Young-guk's mind. He asked Seokjeol if he could come to the set to watch the filming. Meanwhile, on the movie set, Young-guk asked his manager, Bong-chun, if the agency's president was on the phone again. Bong-chun confirmed it, explaining that the CEO had instructed him to remain by Young-guk's side at all times. Young-guk marveled at how his one-time play performance had led to it being filmed, dismissing the rumors and telling his manager to simply watch from the sidelines. Bong-chun then reminded Young-guk of the upcoming SBC Acting Awards, an event that seemed to have slipped the young actor's mind. The manager elaborated that the agency was frantic because while Young-guk's schedule was tight, producer Kim Jin had all but guaranteed he would win the Best Male Actor award and needed to know if the main star would be absent. Young-guk conceded that the award was a reasonable expectation, given that his drama Youth had achieved a historic 40% viewership rating, though he still felt he might not be able to attend. He privately reflected on the incredible turn of events. In his past life, winning a major award took decades, yet now he was set to receive one before he was even 20. A warm thought crossed his mind as he began planning how he would thank his mother in his acceptance speech. Turning his attention back to the shoot, he asked about the whereabouts of his co-star, actor Seo, noting that they were about to film a crucial, emotionally charged scene. Bong-chun agreed, stating that this scene was the climax of the entire film and one that was notoriously difficult for an actor to mentally recover from. He explained that the scene's core theme was the devastating pain of being betrayed by someone you trusted completely. On the set, the actor playing the villain smiled faintly, his gaze directed downward. The director's voice then echoed through the studio, calling for action on Scene 101, the revelation of truth. The scene opened with Young-guk's character, a detective, slamming his fist on a table in utter frustration. He briefed his team, stating that the fifth victim's autopsy was finalized and the killer had left a clue by forcing an object through the victim's ribcage. The clue was revealed to be a wooden cross figurine, something that appeared to be handmade rather than mass-produced. Furthermore, the murder weapon was consistent with the sharpening marks of a wood-carving knife. In a quick cutaway, a man in a priest's collar offered a deeply unsettling smile from the shadows. The detective was then seen driving his car, clutching his head in visible distress. His inner turmoil was amplified as snow began to fall around his car, isolating him in a world of white. P4S, in the next shot, he burst into a church, startling a nun as he urgently demanded to see Father Matthew. Narration transition. The terrified nun screamed, managing to explain that the priest was in a meeting with Bishop Kim Min-cheol in the third-floor office. A soft, chilling chuckle was heard from off-screen. The camera panned to the sign on the office door. The detective threw the door open, shouting for Father Matthew. A close-up shot captured the bishop's scarred face, frozen in an expression of pure shock. The camera then punched in for an extreme close-up on the bishop's wide, terrified eyes. The same quiet, sinister chuckle echoed again. Father Matthew turned around slowly, calmly acknowledging the detective's presence. The slate clapped to mark the beginning of Scene 109, the conviction of greed, as an eerie scraping sound filled the silence. The unnerving scraping noise continued, steadily building tension. The bishop, consumed by fear, repeated the priest's own words that a person ruled by greed will die by their ignorance, then asked if Matthew truly saw himself as the final sin. Father Matthew sneered back, mocking the bishop for believing he was some kind of god after killing a few lost souls, reducing him to nothing but a common killer in handcuffs. The bishop desperately challenged him, asking what he could possibly do now, before his words faltered as a horrible realization dawned on him about the vault. Matthew calmly detailed the bishop's daily ritual, inspecting the vault after Mass and then moistening his throat with the adjacent wine. He then asked with chilling nonchalance how today's wine tasted, postulating that it might have been a bit sour. Realizing the truth, the detective erupted in panic, yelling for everyone to clear the way and to call a doctor immediately. The bishop, now succumbing to the poison, screamed for someone to save him first, crying out that the bastard had poisoned his wine. He frantically offered any amount of money for help before his pleas were cut short. A final, agonized sound escaped the bishop as he collapsed. Father Mattheo, whose true name was revealed to be Yagabu, looked down upon the dying man without emotion. With his last breath, the bishop cursed Yagabu, identifying him as the embodiment of the final sin. The scene then transitioned to a chaotic press scrum, with reporters shouting questions at Yagabu about his priesthood and his 6 confirmed murders. The detective shoved through the crowd of journalists, telling them to step aside. Yagabu turned to the detective with a faint smile, informing him that he had made a mistake. He then calmly corrected the public record, clarifying that the number of victims was not 6, but 7. As the chaos enveloped him, a chilling internal monologue surfaced, sensing that someone else was present. The ominous thought hung in the air as the scene faded to black. Inside a luxurious car, a man named Young-guk, dressed impeccably in a tuxedo, rested his chin thoughtfully on his fist. His co-star's voice broke the silence, complimenting him on his dapper appearance for the evening. He smoothly returned the compliment to his senior actress, Seo Min-hye, adding that their CEO had insisted he stand out the most. Young-guk confidently assured her he would be a fine escort, just as an announcer heralded the grand red carpet entrance of actor Jang Young-guk and actress Seo Min-hye. The narrative shifted, revealing that this event, the SBC Acting Awards, took place right before the final shoot for his drama, The Confession of the Priest. He internally reflected that these particular awards were different, as they were heavily influenced by television ratings, making it difficult for actors in low-rated shows to win, regardless of their talent. A memory from a past life surfaced, one where he failed to win this very award despite being the media's favorite, a loss he felt he still hadn't made up for. He recalled that while the drama's poor ratings had been a factor, the decisive reason for his past failure was a bitter falling out between the broadcaster and his agency. This life, however, was different. His relationship with the networks was strong, and his current drama Youth had achieved record-breaking ratings, drawing a massive crowd of reporters. He admitted to himself that walking the red carpet with such intense focus was both exhilarating and undeniably nerve-wracking. Suddenly, a small cry of alarm escaped from Min-hye as she stumbled on the carpet. The moment was immortalized by a photographer's bright flash, capturing the collective gasp of the surprised onlookers. Reacting in an instant, Young-guk caught her and gently asked if she was all right. Flustered by their dramatic, accidental pose, she apologized and questioned if they had to remain in that position. After thanking him, she worried aloud about being too heavy and blamed her long dress, but he quickly reassured her that she looked beautiful and it suited her perfectly. Min-hye playfully warned him that if he kept making her heart flutter with such compliments, she might just have to punish him. He observed her comfortable demeanor, concluding she had finally sorted out her feelings for him, just as the awards ceremony officially began. An anticipatory silence fell over the grand hall as the audience awaited the first announcement. The tension broke as they were declared the winners of the Best Couple Award for Youth, prompting a brief exchange before they headed to the stage. On stage, Min-hye expressed her disbelief at winning yet another Best Couple Award and playfully argued with Young-guk about who should give the acceptance speech first. The two actors stood proudly together, smiling for the cameras while holding their award trophies and bouquets. Seo Min-hye then approached the microphone, closing her eyes for a brief moment to compose herself before speaking. She began her speech by emotionally stating that this moment truly felt like the end of youth, a comment that left Young-guk slightly confused. His focus then shifted to the audience, where he spotted a familiar face and wondered what a young actress named Yeonsu was doing there. Min-hye quickly clarified that Yeonsu was filming a historical drama for the same network, a detail that made Young-guk groan at his own forgetfulness. Meanwhile, Yeonsu's friend asked if she was feeling unwell, but the young actress was internally fuming, unable to believe he had forgotten she was coming. The bitter realization that he hadn't even contacted her once added to her silent frustration. When her companion commented on how handsome Young-guk was, Yeonsu shot back dismissively that he looked quite ordinary to her. Her friend simply chuckled, wisely predicting that many other actresses would swoon over him when they grew up. The light-hearted conversation halted when her friend noticed tears in Yeonsu's eyes and asked in surprise if she was crying. Yeonsu quickly denied it, blaming a speck of dust before asking if he was really that popular, learning from her friend that he generally kept to himself. Her friend then leaned in to share a shocking secret, whispering that he had even turned down Seo Minhai herself. A suggestion to ask for his number later was met with an immediate and firm rejection from Yeonsu. Suddenly, her friend gasped with excitement, pointing out that Young-guk himself was walking directly toward their table. Before Yeonsu could fully process it, Young-guk's hand gently covered her mouth from the side, muffling her surprised gasp. He then surprised her further by wrapping his arms around her in a sudden, warm hug from behind. Leaning close, he softly asked her why she looked so upset again that day. A single, fond thought of idiot echoed in her mind as her frustration began to melt away. When questioned by a curious Minhai, Young-guk simply explained that Yeonsu was a close junior, like a little sister to him. The topic soon changed as a colleague asked Young-guk if he was aiming to win the night's biggest honor, the grand prize. He brushed off the question by claiming he didn't even want it, a response that was immediately met with friendly disbelief. Privately, though, he admitted to himself that he had prepared an acceptance speech just in case, one he planned to dedicate to his mother. His friends excitedly debated his chances, pointing out that a win would make him the youngest recipient ever and was not out of reach given his other accolades. As the announcer prepared to present the Excellence Award, the group's enthusiasm grew, hoping it was a prelude to the grand prize. The hall erupted in applause as the winner was announced, actor Jang Young-guk for his role in the drama Youth. He was momentarily stunned, realizing it was the Excellence Award, not the grand prize or even the Best Actor award he had anticipated. Masking his surprise with a polite thank you, he made his way to the stage, admitting to himself that he had not expected this outcome. During his speech, he humbly expressed his gratitude, stating that winning any award at 18 was an incredible honor. Even so, a small part of him decided to save a portion of his prepared speech, just in case a miracle happened for the grand prize. After he stepped off stage, a man he recognized as producer Kim Jin approached and quietly asked for a private word. Young-guk followed him toward the emergency stairs, his mind racing as he wondered about the reason for the urgent, secret meeting. In the stark stairwell, the producer turned and bowed his head deeply in a gesture of sincere apology. He then looked Young-guk in the eye and offered him a profound and heartfelt apology for the night's events. The producer explained that while the drama's director had championed him for the grand prize, there had been strong opposition from others at the station. Young-guk then began to process the full inside story that the producer had shared with him. He learned that Youth was a crucial project for SBC, meant to open the door for lucrative copyright sales to Japan. His refusal to participate in promotional events, born from a desire to focus on acting, had been misinterpreted as arrogance by the station's executives, costing him their favor. Despite the political consequences, he stood by his decision, feeling no regret for prioritizing his craft above all else. The scene shifted forward in time to a brightly lit film studio, where the cast and crew were gathering for a shoot. When Young-guk arrived and greeted a colleague, he received a surprisingly timid and hesitant hello in return. He sensed a strange tension on set, which was quickly confirmed when another actor loudly and mockingly greeted him as their great actor. His arrival continued to cause a stir as more people on set turned to announce that their Young-guk had arrived. A senior actor playfully ruffled his hair, declaring him the people's grand prize winner, summarizing the constant, teasing attention he had received since the awards. Another crew member angrily muttered that the executives at SBC clearly had no eye for real talent. While some insisted he was robbed of the grand prize, a more level-headed colleague told them to stop and just congratulate him on his impressive Excellence Award. Young-guk calmly told them he would simply work harder for the grand prize next time, privately feeling no real regret over the loss. He considered that since the grand prize was his ultimate goal in this life and the last, winning it so easily would have been anticlimactic. Nonetheless, he silently resolved to never work on an SBC drama again, a decision so firm it prompted a nearby colleague to ask if he was okay. To gain the power to make such demands, he knew he first had to become an even better, more undeniable actor. His ambition crystallized into a new goal, to become so talented that every broadcasting company would be desperate to work with him. He looked around the set, realizing that his current project would be the critical turning point that could make his ambition a reality. With newfound determination, he prepared for the day's work, the final and most important scene of confession of the priest's confession. In a packed courtroom, the trial of Kim Moo-jin, a defendant accused of heinous murders, was about to commence. Amidst the tense silence, a voice called out, trying to get a detective's attention. The judge then formally invited the defendant to stand and offer any final words he wished to share with the court. When the defendant remained silent, the judge prompted him once more for a final statement. The priest finally began to speak, his voice resonating as he listed the 7 deadly sins that had guided his actions. He questioned how he could stand idly by while society confronted wickedness but shied away from uncomfortable truths, asserting he had no intention of exonerating the guilty. He confessed that he had taken it upon himself to deliver punishment, returning the very sins that the wicked had committed. He challenged the court, asking if the criminals ever truly sought forgiveness, and dismissed their legal appeals as mere deception, not genuine repentance. The priest condemned the legal system as a hollow refuge, designed only for securing one's own absolution without true remorse. He then posed a profound question to the courtroom, asking why the world continued to produce more evil than it could ever hope to purify. He declared that this imbalance was the direct result of a weak societal stance that allowed sinners to go free. His gaze then fixed upon the judge as he addressed him directly. In a climactic moment, he powerfully questioned whether true laws even existed at all. The weight of his confession hung in the air, summarized by stark concepts of a priest convicting sinners and a serial killer facing death. Soon after, news reports declared that Kim Moo-jin, the serial killer who had shocked the nation, was sentenced to death, igniting a fierce public debate over his vigilante actions. Following the trial's dramatic conclusion, time quietly passed. Now a condemned man in solitary confinement, the priest felt a small patch of sunlight filter through the bars, barely larger than his palm. His gaze drifted upwards, past the birds perched outside his cell. In that quiet moment, he found himself wondering if God was truly there watching him. His reflection was broken by a guard's voice announcing that prisoner 1001 had been granted a visitor. With a confident smirk, the condemned priest was escorted down the hall by 2 prison guards. As he waited for his guest, he closed his eyes, his profile exuding an aura of profound calm. He then looked forward, a slight, knowing smile touching his lips. His visitor, another priest, addressed him by his Christian name, Matthew. The visitor quickly corrected himself, using Moo-jin's given name before asking him to share any final words he had left. Moo-jin calmly predicted that the world would soon forget him, allowing criminals to continue mocking a flawed system and repeating their sins. Because of this belief, he vowed to remain resolute and unyielding until the very end. The young visiting priest, wearing glasses, watched his condemned friend with a deeply serious expression. The time finally came, and from behind, 2 hands gently placed a simple cloth hood over his head. His world was plunged into darkness as the dirty white hood was pulled down, completely covering his face. In another time and place, a man sat dejectedly at a table, shrouded in shadow under a single, harsh hanging lamp. An internal monologue questioned whether true repentance could truly be found through faith alone, as religion so often preached. A desperate prayer began with a single word addressed to the Lord. The prayer concluded with a raw and powerful plea for divine punishment. Suddenly, the director's voice boomed across the film set, yelling for the crew to cut the scene. Later, in a dark editing suite, the powerful final take of the hooded prisoner played back on a computer monitor. Editorial director Go Sang-deok stared at the screen in frustration, lamenting that there were no superfluous scenes he could possibly cut. A colleague explained that a typical shooting ratio was 10 minutes of footage for every 1 minute of screen time. He then noted that while director Shin Sung-ryun usually shot at a 20-to-1 ratio, this project was a shockingly efficient 5-to-1, a figure only slightly inflated by minor roles. This prompted another crew member to remark on how uncharacteristic this was for Director Shin before turning to get the editor's attention. Director Shin playfully asked the exhausted editor if he was sick, but Director Go retorted that Shin knew perfectly well why he was so stressed. The editor admitted he had no idea how to approach the edit, clarifying that there was absolutely no problem with the quality of the shots themselves. He elaborated that the footage was simply too perfect, leaving him with no scenes to remove, yet he couldn't allow the film to run on for too long. After the editor mentioned his many sleepless nights, Director Shin brushed off his concerns and offered to treat him to a meat dinner to help him relax. Director Go insisted he was being completely serious, confessing that this was the first time in his entire career he had been stuck on an edit for days without making a single cut. The conversation then shifted to the film's music, with one of the men expressing doubt that many producers could compose a score that enhanced the atmosphere so perfectly. Director Shin confidently revealed that the legendary music producer Choi Yul would be handling it, a name that caused his colleague to gasp in surprise. Amazed by the dream team that had been assembled, he turned to Director Go and asked for his final verdict on the movie. The veteran editor paused, carefully considering his words before delivering his professional opinion. He declared with certainty that this film would become a true gem, a masterpiece that stood far above all other popular films. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to Young-guk, who was standing alone in a quiet courtyard holding a bowl as birds watched from a nearby wall. He reflected on the demanding final shoot for Confession of the Priest, wondering if his throat was still strained from the intense performance. Despite the lingering discomfort, he felt an immense sense of relief that he had managed to complete the difficult confession scene in a single, powerful take. His thoughts then turned from work to his personal life as he remembered the Lunar New Year holiday was fast approaching. He decided he wanted to leave early to go help his mother at the market, knowing she would be struggling to handle the holiday rush all by herself. He also recalled that his grandfather was equally busy, tied up with preparations for a new product launch. Just then, Bong Chun's friendly voice called out, asking Young-guk what he was doing standing outside in the chilly weather. Young-guk explained he had just been bored at home, then learned from Bong Chun that the CEO had been trying to call him and wanted to see him. Admitting he had been lost in thought and must have missed the call, Young-guk asked what the CEO wanted to discuss. Bong Chun replied that the CEO had something important to talk about before excitedly offering Young-guk some baked sweet potatoes for lunch. He raved about a delicious nearby vendor while taking a large bite, mumbling with his mouth full about how good they were. He then suggested that he and Young-guk enjoy the warm snack together on their way to the agency. The scene then transitioned to the warm interior of the Songwon Entertainment office. Without any preamble, the CEO asked Young-guk if he was familiar with a playwright named Young-guk. Young-guk immediately identified him as the famous winner of the Korean Literature Award, impressing the CEO, who lamented that most young people no longer followed theater. The CEO then dropped a bombshell, revealing that the legendary playwright wanted to meet Young-guk in person, leaving the actor momentarily speechless. Noticing his surprise, the CEO asked if the request was too abrupt, explaining that he was concerned since Young-guk had turned down every other offer since filming ended. Young-guk quickly clarified that it wasn't the suddenness of the offer that surprised him, but the monumental name attached to it. He reminisced about his university days, when his professors had spoken of the playwright as a genius, even calling him Korea's second Shakespeare. However, a confusing memory surfaced, as he also recalled his professors saying that the famous writer had stopped creating new works long ago. This contradiction left Young-guk with a single, burning question: why would such a reclusive legend suddenly want to meet him? Young-guk took a steadying breath, preparing himself to meet the legendary playwright. He entered the room and formally introduced himself to Mr. Young-guk. The playwright immediately complimented Young-guk's handsome and manly appearance, noting how different he looked from his character in Confession of the Priest. When Mr. Young asked if Young-guk knew who he was, the actor confirmed he was well aware of his status as the country's most famous playwright. Young-guk then admitted his surprise at being summoned, as he understood that Mr. Young worked exclusively in theater. The playwright humbly brushed off the praise, attributing his fame to an award, and confirmed that he only wrote for the stage. Getting straight to the point, Young-guk asked why he had been called, and Mr. Young promised to be direct with his answer. Without any hesitation, Young-dae revealed that he wanted Young-guk to star in his upcoming play. A stunned Young-guk questioned the offer, reminding the playwright that he had never received any formal theater training. Mr. Young countered that he had already been impressed by Young-guk's past stage acting and never imagined they would meet like this. He frankly acknowledged that theater wasn't profitable and he couldn't pay much, clarifying that he only needed him for a single performance. Young-guk asked about the purpose behind this one-time role, which led the playwright to inquire if he knew about the Korean Theater Festival. The actor's eyes lit up with recognition. He described the festival as the ultimate stage of dreams for every Korean theater actor, where the best companies competed. He inwardly recalled the festival's brutal screening process, a challenge so great that even he, in his past life, had failed to secure a prize for his company. Young-guk correctly deduced that the playwright intended to enter the festival, and Mr. Young confirmed it, adding that Young-guk himself was the direct inspiration for the play. While deeply grateful for being the muse, Young-guk expressed his confusion, as he only recalled a very brief appearance on the Haesung stage. He then politely asked the playwright to explain what the play was about. In response, Young-dae posed an intriguing question, asking if Young-guk knew of the greatest Casanova from the Joseon dynasty. Later, back in the CEO's office, the CEO asked if the meeting had gone well, and Young-guk affirmed that it had. Young-guk then playfully confronted the CEO, mentioning that he knew had been telling Bong-chun to keep him away from theater. The CEO clarified that his concern was only due to a sudden article and that he was just worried, prompting Young-guk to laugh and admit he was only teasing. Curious, the CEO asked about the offered role, and Young-guk revealed he was to play the main character, the greatest Casanova of the Joseon era. While the CEO voiced his apprehension, Young-guk argued that taking on such a different role would be a good way to change his image before his movie was released. The CEO reluctantly agreed, remembering how hard it had been to shed Young-guk's childlike image after the high school drama youth. Still, the CEO harbored some doubt, but Young-guk confidently told him not to worry. The story flashed back to the meeting, where the playwright had explained that the Joseon dynasty was full of such charismatic figures. He listed historical examples, such as Kim Chun-taek and Young Sik-woo, who were infamous for their affairs with court ladies and widows. Young-dae noted that although Confucianism eventually dominated, there was a period where these Casanovas thrived, capturing the hearts of many women. Young-guk had voiced a practical concern, questioning if it was appropriate for him, a minor, to take on such a risque role. He further pointed out that unlike film, theater couldn't be edited, meaning everything would have to be performed live for the audience to see. The playwright had reassured him, stating that his play was not about the historical figures he had mentioned. He boasted that the Casanova in his script was of an entirely different league, far surpassing any of the men from history. Mr. Young then revealed a deeper theme, explaining that his characters were driven by a singular desire for Joseon's independence. He paused, allowing the profound idea to resonate with the young actor. Finally, he asked Young-guk directly if the concept interested him. Back in the present, Young-guk explained to the intrigued CEO that this was no ordinary Casanova role. The CEO affirmed that the actor's opinion was what mattered most, suggesting they continue the discussion after Young-guk had read the script. As Young-guk prepared to leave, the CEO handed him an envelope, prompting the actor to ask what it was for. The CEO explained it was a Lunar New Year gift to buy his mother some warm clothes, but Young-guk tried to decline, insisting he had his own money. However, the CEO insisted it was a thank you gift for Young-guk's mother, who had entrusted him with her only son. Deeply touched, Young-guk reflected that this CEO was a world apart from the callous agency heads he had dealt with in his past life. He felt that meeting such a genuinely caring person was a true blessing for any actor. The scene then shifted to a bustling outdoor market, where Young-guk stood before his mother's stall in a familiar brown jacket. His mother's voice called out in surprise as she finally noticed her son standing there. With a warm smile, Young-guk announced that he was back home. She chided him for coming when he was so busy, but he explained he came to see her, not wanting to spend the holiday alone in Seoul. He added that his guardian, Mr. Beck, was out of town for work, leaving him all alone in the large mansion. Immediately filled with motherly concern, she promised to pack him plenty of food and supplies for his return trip to the city. The surrounding shopkeepers greeted him enthusiastically, happy to see their local celebrity as he announced his intention to help out. A banner proudly displayed his connection to the area, identifying him as the son of Nam-hang. Young-guk asked if the holiday rush was exhausting, but his mother replied that a long line of customers was always better than no line at all. Another customer remarked how helpful he was and how happy his mother must be to have her son home. His mother beamed, confirming that seeing her son made her incredibly happy, a sentiment Young-guk lovingly returned. Later, Young-guk stood in his old childhood room, pulling on his jacket. He marveled internally at how clean and well-kept the room was, despite him not having been back since he moved out. A quiet, contented smile graced his lips as he soaked in the familiar comfort of his home. He was soon found lying on his bed, completely engrossed in the script that lay open over his face. The first lines of the script painted a picture of a rapidly changing Joseon, a nation grappling with the memory of past invasions. The protagonist's monologue questioned his own purpose as a mere playboy in an era where his nation's fortune was fading under foreign influence. Reading the powerful words, Young-guk couldn't help but wonder if he was truly capable of doing justice to such a complex role. The script's hero mused on sacrifice, wondering if enough people crumbled like soil in the fight, perhaps spring would finally return to the depleted land of Joseon. A poignant line expressed a longing for a peaceful future, one filled with coffee and the scent of spring that signified freedom. The script then revealed the protagonist's name, Baek Myeol, through a heartbreakingly devoted confession to a loved one. An image of the character formed in Young-guk's mind, a man in a fine suit smiling gently as snow fell around him. Baek Myeol's final words expressed a desire to not be remembered only for painful memories. Meanwhile, at his home, playwright Young-guk sighed in frustration, having secured his lead but still unable to find the right actress for the female role. He mentally scrolled through a list of flawless theater actresses, but felt none of them were a perfect fit. The playwright was steadfast in his goal, he was determined to create a perfect masterpiece this time. He pondered the importance of the female lead, the one woman Baek Myeol truly loved and the one who would hear his final confession. With a heavy sigh, he lamented that the perfect actress wasn't just going to fall from the sky. Just then, an unfamiliar voice spoke a blessing, startling the playwright out of his thoughts. The mysterious voice continued, reciting a poetic vow to follow a desired path on a new day, leaving Mr. Young utterly bewildered. The comforting sound of round patties sizzling in hot oil filled the kitchen, promising a delicious meal. His uncle exclaimed that the spread felt like a full-on banquet, prompting Young-guk to explain his mother had prepared it and that he was adding spicy fish stew and live octopus to the feast. The uncle mused that Young-guk could be a chef if he quit acting, then suggested they go into business together, but Young-guk immediately dismissed the idea. When questioned about his lack of trust, Young-guk internally recalled his uncle's infamous business failures from his past life and firmly stated his intention to continue living as an actor. His grandfather, deeply touched by the elaborate meal, proposed they visit Nam-hang together so he could properly thank Young-guk's mother, humorously predicting the local women would go wild. Young-guk's uncle expressed his surprise, having assumed someone else was the popular one, but his grandfather confirmed that he was indeed a favorite among the middle-aged women. Changing the subject, the uncle inquired about the release date for Confession of a Priest, and Young-guk informed him that the final editing would still take a few more months. He then realized the film's R rating might prevent Young-guk from seeing it in theaters, a probability the young actor reluctantly confirmed. The uncle lamented the irony of an actor being unable to watch his own work and playfully wondered what new nickname the public would give him, but Young-guk quickly saw through the teasing. Caught in his jest, the uncle swiftly moved on, asking when his next project would start and revealing he had heard that the renowned playwright Young-guk had gone to great lengths to meet him. Young-guk was taken aback that his uncle already knew the secret, leading the uncle to boast about his connections before repeating his question about the start date. Junyan found it interesting that the next project was a play, adding that according to stage directors, Young-guk was a formidable figure who had even won the grand prize for Korean literature. His uncle expressed astonishment that they would cast Young-guk, who had zero experience in theater, a sentiment Young-guk admitted he shared. Curious, the uncle then asked about the role, observing that Young-guk's works were typically known for their deep sense of humanism. In a stark contrast to that expectation, Young-guk revealed that he would be playing the biggest Casanova in all of Joseon. Meanwhile, a young girl in a pristine school uniform sprinted with determination through the streets. She finally reached her destination, Seiwa High School, her face alight with breathless excitement. Lost in a happy daydream, she imagined telling Young-guk that they were now attending the same school as she was recognized by her name, Yeonsu. Almost immediately, she was swarmed by a chorus of friendly hellos from fellow students who recognized the young celebrity. A buzz of excitement spread through the crowd as students realized the famous actress Yeonsu was truly attending their school. The grand facade of Seiwa High School stood as the impressive backdrop to her new life. Forgetting she was no longer on a set, she momentarily felt out of place and wondered how Young-guk had managed to navigate this kind of ordinary school life. Just then, another student named Yuman approached, eagerly asking if Yeonsu knew Jang Young-guk and admitting that she was also a fan. Yuman explained that while she wasn't initially interested, her father, who normally forbade television, had started watching the drama Youth with her, making her an admirer. Yeonsu skeptically asked if that was the reason she enrolled at Seiwa, but Yuman quickly clarified she was simply a fan and discovering Young-guk attended was a happy coincidence. Yeonsu then elaborated on the sheer scale of his popularity, revealing an official fan club at the school whose members would gather to watch his every move on the sports field. Furthermore, she mentioned his reputation for having such good manners that it was nearly impossible to escape his charm, piquing Yuman's curiosity. Unseen by them, another girl appeared in the distance, her expression souring as she overheard the praise about Young-guk's supposed manners. Yeonsu couldn't help but scoff dismissively at the idea, calling it complete nonsense, just as Yuman innocently asked if she had eaten lunch yet. The irritating conversation had soured her mood, and Yeonsu abruptly declared that she suddenly felt ill. Elsewhere, Young-guk was lying peacefully on his back on a rooftop ledge, gazing up at the sky. He quietly reflected on the fact that he was already 19 years old. Though still young compared to the middle-aged man he once was, he felt his new life was full of change, especially compared to the regret that had defined his past school days. A profound sense of happiness washed over him. He felt grateful for his acting career but even more so for the chance to be with his mother again. He then covered his face with his script, immersing himself once more in the world of his next role. The title page read Chosen Spring, revealing the protagonist's name to be Baek Myeol. The character was described as a parako, a man who appeared to be a shallow womanizer but secretly harbored emotions deeper than any other. Young-guk realized the character was far more complex than he had initially thought, a type of role he had never once attempted, even in his past life. He found the entire piece to be challenging, recognizing that it demanded incredibly delicate acting not just from him, but from his female counterpart as well. He couldn't help but wonder if there was even an actress his age who possessed the profound skill necessary for such a role. Suddenly, his quiet contemplation was interrupted by a familiar voice. He looked over to see Yeonsu standing there, calling out to him. She immediately pointed out his unwelcoming expression, once again scoffing at the ridiculous rumors about his supposed good manners. Getting straight to the point, she asked if it was true he was doing a play for his next project, prompting a surprised Young-guk to ask how she found out. Yeonsu explained her agent had mentioned it and that many people were surprised by his choice, before inquisitively asking what the play was about. Young-guk hesitated, thinking he couldn't possibly describe a story about a Casanova to a child, and vaguely replied that he hadn't even started rehearsals. He then tried to change the subject by observing that she didn't seem very busy, but she sharply retorted that his evasiveness made it seem like he was hiding something. She clarified that she had just finished filming her child actor role in a historical drama, a piece of news that genuinely surprised Young-guk. Taking his surprise as indifference, she lamented that he never showed any interest in her work, even though she loyally watched all of his dramas and was never invited to his fan meetings. A pang of guilt hit Young-guk as he mentally justified his distance with his busy schedule, while also admitting to himself that he probably hadn't given her enough attention. Trying to make amends, he asked what she planned to do next, and she proudly announced that she had also chosen a play for her next project. Startled by the incredible coincidence, he immediately asked which play she had chosen. With a confident smile, she revealed the title was none other than Chosen Spring. Meanwhile, in an office, a discussion was underway about the composition of a play, concluding that the script and the actors were the most crucial elements. The point was stressed that even an outstanding script could be ruined by a talentless actor, making synergy essential for a prestigious event like the Korea Drama Festival. The person being pitched to, actress Park Sang-ah, expressed her annoyance at being called about a play, reminding the caller that she had quit the theater world over a decade ago. When the caller questioned her confidence, she insisted it had simply been too long, privately recalling the immense hardship was her true reason for leaving. She remembered the painful reality of the stage, low commercial appeal, no public recognition, and empty pockets that led to a draining sense of unfulfillment. The caller then played their trump card, revealing the work was penned by the celebrated Young Yong-dae and asking if that changed her perspective. Stunned, Park Sang-ah confirmed if he meant the literary prize-winning author, and the caller affirmed, adding that the playwright specifically wanted her for his submission to the Korea Drama Festival. The caller also mentioned that the renowned Song Ji-in would be directing, a name Park Sang-ah knew well, leaving her amazed that such theatrical giants were collaborating. She remembered hearing that director Song Ji-in had quit the theater scene, and she had searched for him tirelessly in her acting days to no avail. The caller encouraged her not to overthink it, suggesting her past performances must have left a lasting impression, but she remained skeptical. She wondered if they thought she was desperate enough to take on a demanding festival play, and was further insulted at being offered a supporting role. The caller then casually mentioned that Sun Jimin had also received an offer and had already accepted, a name that immediately caught Park Sang-ah's full attention. Reminded that Sun Jimin had been her fiercest rival, she was shocked to hear her old competitor had accepted a non-leading role without a second thought. Her curiosity and pride now fully engaged, she finally asked the crucial question of who had been cast as the male lead. A vision of a young man with kind eyes and a gentle, confident smile appeared in her mind's eye. The name that would bring all these powerful talents together was none other than Jang Young-guk. In the hallowed halls of Korean theater, a legendary production was about to be reborn. Kim Sung-do, the esteemed president of the Korea Theater Association, sat in his office, contemplating the industry's future. He lamented the steady decline in public interest, which led to a frustrating shortage of quality submissions each and every year. The president mused that while prominent stars and masterful plays could reignite public passion, the best actors were steadily leaving the stage, making a major turning point absolutely necessary. Just then, a hand curled into a fist, poised to knock on the wooden door of his office. An assistant hurried in, breathlessly asking if there was an urgent matter or if a problem had occurred during the preliminary selection process. The assistant insisted the president had to see one particular submission, explaining that among all the entries, one stood out far above the rest. With great excitement, he revealed the project was Chosen Spring, penned by the great Jong Yong-tae and directed by the visionary Song Ji-hoon. The president was floored, questioning how a playwright who had stopped writing and a director who had vanished from the scene could have possibly returned, but the assistant assured him there was even more to the story. He then reeled off the star-studded cast, which included legendary names like Ji Dong-yeon, Kim Manhwa, Park Sang-ah, Sun Jimin, and even the veteran actor Jang Hoon. The president's shock grew as he wondered how they had managed to assemble a cast of actors who had long since left the theater and had consistently refused countless other offers. The final, most astonishing piece of the puzzle was the name of the lead actor, Jang Young-guk. Unaware of this momentous discussion, a solitary figure sat at a desk, his back to the world as he focused on the script before him. Elsewhere, the veteran actor Jang Hoon was discussing the very same drama, Chosen Spring, speaking highly of its brilliant playwright, Young-guk. He explained that both the playwright and director had personally and zealously persuaded him to join, highlighting the uniquely compelling nature of the play. The topic of conversation soon shifted to the surprising choice for the lead role, Young-guk. Jang-hoon admitted that Young-guk's acting was so surprisingly excellent that it could easily outshine actors with far more experience than him. He also added that everyone who had previously worked with the young man offered nothing but the highest praise. However, he thoughtfully noted that the live stage was a completely different beast compared to recorded dramas. He concluded by expressing a genuine curiosity about how the young actor would handle the intense pressure of the upcoming rehearsals. That day finally came, marking the first official rehearsal for the highly anticipated play, Joseon Spring. Director Song Ji-hoon began the session by welcoming everyone, acknowledging both the familiar and new faces, and suggesting they start with introductions. He started the process by formally presenting himself as Song Ji-hoon, the production stage director. A supporting actor spoke next, his introduction colored by the sheer awe of sharing a room with titans like director Song Ji-hoon and Jang-hoon. Then, the other talented supporting actresses, Kim Manhwa and Ji Dong-young, introduced themselves to the esteemed company. The room quieted as the infamous rivals, Park Sang-a and Sun Jimin, offered their own curt but professional greetings. It was an assembly of giants who had all left the theater to achieve widespread fame, and their collective experience was enough to make even a seasoned professional feel nervous. The lead actress, Yeon-soo, sat stiffly in her chair, her hands clasped tightly in her lap as she tried to quell her anxiety. She introduced herself as the actress playing Kang Hee-soo, humbly admitting her lack of experience but vowing to work her hardest for the team. Young-guk then took his turn, warmly recalling the nervousness of his own first stage experience in his past life before introducing himself as Pak Mu-yeol and expressing what a great honor it was to work with such respected seniors. The air was thick with anticipation, attention reflected in a tight shot of nervously clasped hands. Jang-hoon, as the eldest and most experienced actor present, naturally assumed a leadership role, reminding everyone that they had all paused their lucrative broadcast careers specifically for these rehearsals. He laid out the harsh reality of their schedule, stating that with only 1 month in the rented theater before the festival, everyone would be pushed to their absolute limits. He stressed the immense weight on their shoulders, as all of their reputations hinged on this single, solitary performance. In that one night, their legacies would be either cemented or shattered. Young-guk observed them all, thinking that because they had all left the theater once before, their determination to succeed this time was far greater than anyone else's. Jang-hoon then turned his attention to Yeon-soo, telling her to relax her speech and instructing the rookie to be the first one to take the stage. She took a deep, steadying breath and announced she would be starting with Act 1, Scene 7. A wave of nostalgia hit Young-guk as he recalled his own first steps on stage, though he couldn't quite remember his skill level, only the overwhelming pressure that blurred his vision and made his voice tremble. Yeon-soo began her lines, her character questioning why a man was spending so much time with a foreign woman, calling his actions a disgrace. She continued with rising indignation, asking if he wanted to become a mere dog fawning over a foreigner. Young-guk mentally critiqued her performance, noting that her diction and tone were good from practice, but there was a glaring issue. The problem was her blocking. He knew a great performance couldn't be achieved with lines alone and required a perfect fusion of movement and expression to convey true emotion. He correctly predicted that the veteran actors would be silently disappointed by this oversight, which would only increase the pressure on the young actress. He sent a silent prayer, hoping that she wouldn't break down and cry under the intense scrutiny. The director's sharp command cut through the silence, ordering her to do the scene once again. He mercilessly drilled her on a single line, about becoming a dog for a foreigner, making her repeat it over and over. He then switched to another line, forcing her to repeat the part about the shame of hanging out with the foreign woman, again and again. Young-guk recognized this intense method for what it was, a cruel but effective lesson. With the festival fast approaching, he understood that this kind of shock therapy was often the quickest way to forge an actor. He vividly remembered enduring the exact same treatment in his past life, a brutal on-the-job training that acting schools could never prepare you for. The memory of how his mind went blank and his limbs trembled after just 3 hours of such relentless drilling came flooding back. He recalled the old theater adage that if a newcomer ran away, it was for the best, because only those who could endure to the very end truly belonged on the stage. Yun-soo, though visibly shaking, continued to deliver her lines, her voice filled with her character's strained indignation. She pushed through to the end of the line, demanding to know who the man thought he was, if not a dog. At last, the director's voice rang out, telling her that was enough for now. The exhausted actress immediately bowed her head deeply in a gesture of respect and relief. Young-guk was genuinely impressed, acknowledging to himself that she had held up remarkably well for an entire hour of such punishment. He expected the seniors would now take the stage to demonstrate the correct performance, allowing her to learn by observation rather than direct criticism. But to his complete surprise, the director called out his name, specifically asking for Jang Young-guk. He was given a simple, direct command to get up on the stage. A jolt of panic surged through Young-guk as the reality of his situation hit him. In this new life, he was a rookie too. His stark white sneakers were the first to touch the wooden floorboards as he stepped into the spotlight. He took his place, thinking to himself that this sudden turn of events was exactly what he should have expected. As he stood there, he felt that the reality of the stage was far more vivid and potent than any of his memories. With a calm and collected voice, he announced he would be performing Act 3, Scene 4, in the role of Pak Mu-yeol. He began to channel his character, describing a man who lived his life by smashing through any obstacle without a shred of fear or shame. A palpable intensity radiated from him as he slowly and deliberately clenched his hand into a tight fist. Then, his voice booming with authority, he delivered a powerful line, questioning how a person of Joseon could stand there in a judicial robe while shamelessly using the names of foreigners. A question hung in the air, contemplating the specific choice of the fourth scene of the third act for this unexpected rehearsal. Typically, rehearsals began with a full read-through from the start, where all actors then joined together on stage. Handing a mid-play scene to a rookie, especially one new to theater, seemed an unusual and deliberate choice by the director. The director's motivations for this unconventional approach remained a puzzling mystery. The man with dark hair stood perfectly still, his eyes calmly closed, as if centering himself. He then embodied the character of Pak Mu-yeol, his presence shifting subtly. He projected an aura of complete fearlessness and utter lack of shame, regardless of the circumstances. His voice boomed, condemning the judicial figure for using a foreigner's name while wearing Joseon robes, declaring that the true dog was not himself, but the man in power. He vehemently insisted that justice demanded impartiality and a complete absence of fear from its practitioners. He cried out in disbelief at the perceived lack of shame, lamenting that things had already spiraled beyond his control. He offered to recount the tale of his encounter with the woman, Misaki, identifying her as the daughter of the foreign chief inspector Dirauchi Asuk, sitting in the jury box. He added, with powerful conviction, that Misaki was a woman deeply and passionately in love with him. With profound gratitude, he thanked Misaki, acknowledging her efforts for a brighter Joseon and vowing never to forget her love. An observer felt an almost tangible aura emanating from the stage, as if it were precisely divided into 9 distinct sections. The seamless interplay of pronunciation, tone, blocking, and the artistic elements, every step, movement, gaze, and facial expression, worked together to create a compelling illusion of reality on stage. The character then implored the audience to look to the sky without shame, all for the sake of Joseon's hopeful future. He declared, with defiant resolve, that he was prepared to accept even a death sentence. A bewildered thought questioned the origin of such profound and compelling acting. The thought continued, marveling that such a complex and powerful performance, seemingly beyond any scripted role, was forged solely by the aura of a rookie actor, defying all logic. Normally, a rookie struggled merely to deliver lines without error, but this performance transcended all expectations. He appeared anything but an amateur. He embodied Pak Mu-yeol with such conviction that it seemed he had a long, storied career in theater, performing with the seasoned skill of a true veteran. The director then called out the name Park Sang-ae. He gave a concise command for her to step onto the stage. Notably, the word again was absent from the director's instruction, implying satisfaction with the previous performance. As she prepared, a silent pause hung in the air. The rookie, Young-guk, remained remarkably calm despite the intense scrutiny. The observer wondered if Young-guk had anticipated this exact turn of events all along. Park Sang-ae began her performance, introducing herself as Misaki in Act 1, Scene 5, declaring her immediate love. She continued, expressing how much she missed him and questioning his refusal of her feelings, confidently stating her theatrical experience would prevent mistakes. She romantically asserted that no star could outshine him, then paused in acknowledgement. Her character confessed that his light had banished the shadows of her own dark emotions. His voice, and indeed the entire presence of the actor, had been equally captivating. He evoked within her the overwhelming feeling of performing opposite a seasoned veteran of the theater. She reflected on her assumption that he was merely a popular teenage drama actor, questioning if he truly was a rookie. From the stage, a woman's gaze fell upon a man sitting by himself in the auditorium seats. The director's voice then called out for them to repeat the scene. As the rehearsal concluded, the director acknowledged everyone's diligent effort. Despite feeling as though little tangible progress was made, the day had already drawn to evening, and with the Korean Theater Festival a month away, they had to rigorously hone all their skills. He warned them that the coming period would be challenging and asked them not to take his strictness personally. He urged them to be self-objective, emphasizing the necessity of delivering flawless acting to the audience. Yeon-soo, the actress, then respectfully asked the director if she could remain and practice further. The director gave his simple affirmation. A man with brown hair, dressed in a blazer, observed the scene calmly, his gaze subtly directed to his left. He remembered the line, questioning why the character was so frequently with the foreign woman, deeming it an embarrassment for them. The line continued, challenging the character's servility to the foreigner and demanding to know his true identity if not a dog. He considered Yeon-soo's likely self-doubt regarding her suitability for the leading role after witnessing her own initial performance. Despite her doubts, he believed her to be capable, reasoning that the director would have dismissed her from the lead role on the spot if she weren't. He acknowledged his own ability, as a veteran actor from a past life, to impart invaluable experience to her. Yet, observing her confident progress, he decided his direct help might be unnecessary, sensing that solitary reflection would be more beneficial after the day's rehearsal. For now, he concluded, the only course of action was patient observation. Meanwhile, a hand meticulously wrote notes on paper with a pencil. The written notes explained that a stage director fostered mutual understanding among actors regarding stage utilization, acknowledging the performance's spatial and temporal limitations. Therefore, effective stage direction was crucial for cohesive act and scene transitions, supporting the actors and making their performances more dynamic. Achieving this required keen attention to actor performance, compensating for weaknesses with stage equipment, and boldly excising superfluous elements. The note specifically critiqued Jang Young-guk's excellent vocalization and tone but highlighted a staging issue in Act 3, where the intended 6 divisions felt like 9, causing Park Sang-ae's lines to falter and her gaze to appear awkward. Young-guk was described as an unusual actor who, despite his limited experience, evoked unprecedented feelings. Typically, a rookie on stage made numerous mistakes. The director's strictness stemmed from the uneditable nature of live theater. Once the curtain rose, the performance demanded flawless execution from beginning to end. On stage, an actor had to perform without error, out of respect for the ticket-buying audience, a standard so high that many rookies struggled to even secure secondary roles, let alone roles within the crowd. The director's internal thought registered a profound sense of illogic regarding Young-guk's anomaly. For Jang Young-guk, the error count remained at 0. Following that initial rehearsal, a period of 15 days was dedicated to intensive practice. During this time, the auditorium seats, adorned in sparkling red and gold, remained empty and pristine. Someone wondered about the stage's unusual cleanliness, only to be informed that Young-guk had arrived early that morning to meticulously sweep and mop the entire area by himself. Others expressed their surprise, having arrived earlier and expected to either clean it themselves or arrange for cleaning services. Confirming Young-guk's initiative, someone noted his excellent work, expressing gratitude for the clean stage and observing that he had also marked movements with markers. They playfully questioned if he was truly a rookie, impressed that he had also marked all blocking positions, connecting it to a habit mentioned in a book, perhaps from a past life. A curious thought surfaced, wondering about the true nature of this remarkable individual. Someone praised Young-guk for his hard work since morning, to which he modestly replied that he hadn't done anything special, addressing the speaker as Appa. The speaker then affectionately insisted that Young-guk should call them next time he undertook cleaning duties. Young-guk realized with amusement that Kang Hee-soo, as the youngest, was typically responsible for such tasks, and he had unintentionally taken over her role. He agreed to clean together next time, receiving an enthusiastic affirmation. A sense of readiness settled over the group. With a final command, the day's activities were set to commence. The time had come for the run-through, a crucial rehearsal where the actors performed the entire play from start to finish without any interruptions from the director, regardless of mistakes. Typically, such a rehearsal would occur 3 months after casting, but with the Korean Theatre Festival looming, they were forced to accelerate their schedule. The director, who also served as the choreographer and stage manager, was asked for his impressions after a month of intense practice, and he confirmed that things were progressing better than he had expected. He acknowledged that while the cast was composed of well-known actors, he was still impressed by how they had resolved all the issues from the initial rehearsal in a mere 15 days. Through relentless practice, they had managed to restore their peak condition despite their long hiatuses from the stage, a feat the director thought would have taken much longer. He noted with intrigue that the more they rehearsed, the more rapidly their performances seemed to accelerate toward perfection. The stage director speculated that the rookie actor was the primary driving force behind this momentum, a sentiment the main director considered but did not outright confirm. In all his years, the stage director confessed he had never encountered a rookie like Young-guk, from whom he felt he was learning the very essence of acting as it blossomed before his eyes. It seemed that regardless of their own extensive experience, every actor on stage was drawing a unique energy from the newcomer's presence. The production director's role was to oversee everything on stage, correcting overacting and reconfiguring scenes with equipment when movement and blocking felt insufficient. Utilizing a small stage was notoriously difficult, yet the rookie actor Young-guk navigated the confined space with more skill than any veteran. His movements were so fluid and his line delivery so effortless that he appeared to be a seasoned professional who had spent a lifetime in the theater. Even on a bare, unset stage, his performance was so transportive that he seemed to genuinely be walking the historic streets of Keijo. As Act 1, Scene 7 began, his character marveled at the beauty of the cherry blossoms, noting how the seedlings brought by his people had grown so much since the establishment of the Governor General's office. He then expressed his deepest desire to one day stroll through those very streets with his love, Misaki, believing it would be true happiness to walk hand in hand with her. A sudden intensity filled his eyes as he looked upon her. His character then posed a hopeful question about their future together. He passionately reiterated his wish to walk the streets of Keijo with her, declaring that the city's beauty was matched only by her own. The conversation then shifted as he asked if her father's official duties kept him away from home, which she confirmed, adding that more guards than usual were now posted outside. He confessed that he had secretly scaled the fence just to see her and then implored her to explain why she couldn't join him in Keijo. He offered to secure Japanese citizenship for her through her father's influence, but she simply asked for more time to consider it. Misaki explained that she couldn't leave with him while she still had unresolved matters in her homeland, prompting him to question if she disliked Japan. He pressed further, his voice tinged with concern, asking if her reluctance was because she no longer wanted to be with him. Just then, the actress playing Misaki stumbled, crying out that her ankles were aching from standing for so long. Without missing a beat, Young-guk's character affectionately called her clumsy and wondered aloud how he could possibly leave such a girl to fend for herself. An observer noted with awe how he had improvised a perfect response to the unexpected mishap. The playwright considered that, from an audience's perspective, this spontaneous moment would undoubtedly heighten their curiosity for the next scene. It was announced that the following scene would introduce Lee Chang-hoon as Kim Sang-ok and Ji Dong-yeon in the role of Chun-sam. But then, a flicker of confusion passed through the onlookers. A strange, dazed stillness fell over one of the actors. Someone wondered what was happening, observing that senior actor Ji Dong-yeon, who had seemed to be at the top of his game, was now emanating a strange and unsettling aura. Recognizing the disruption, the director abruptly called for a break. A murmur of surprise went through the cast, as stopping in the middle of a run-through was highly unusual. The director let out a heavy sigh of contemplation. Suddenly, the stage lights began to flicker ominously. It became clear that there was a serious technical problem. A staff member apologized profusely to Director Song for the poor condition of the rented lighting equipment while another cast member wondered where she was rushing off to. She planned to immediately contact a lighting technician, confident they could fix it, but this left the fate of the day's rehearsal uncertain. At that moment, Jang Young-guk calmly told everyone to step aside for a moment. He instructed Director Song to cut the power at the main cabinet and asked Yeonsu for a flashlight, which she quickly provided. Young-guk identified the issue as a problem with the LED equipment and faulty grounding, remarking on the careless design and recalling how his experience helping a lighting technician in a past life was now proving useful. Someone noticed his preparedness and asked Yeonsu where he had gotten a toolbox from. She explained that Young-guk had brought it himself, just in case he needed to repair any issues on stage, which left the others astonished. After a few moments of work, Young-guk confidently told them to turn the lights back on. The stage was instantly flooded with stable, bright light, drawing gasps of amazement from the crew. The cast showered Young-guk with praise for his incredible skill, though he humbly dismissed it as nothing special. Unnoticed in the background, one actor stood apart, his face etched with exhaustion and dark circles framing his eyes. Nearby, a small clique of 4 actors gathered, their gazes shifting between one another as they began to whisper. Young-guk felt an unshakable, strange feeling that lingered long after the run-through had concluded. A week of tense rehearsals passed until the director's patience finally snapped, and he shouted for everyone to stop. His sharp command was directed at one person, ordering Ji Dong-yeon to get off the stage immediately. One actress muttered in frustration about the constant interruptions, pointing out that even the rookie Yeonsu hadn't halted rehearsals so frequently. Young-guk reflected on the different types of actors in South Korea, those who burned brightly and faded fast like comets, and those who endured for decades. He realized that Ji Dong-yeon didn't fit into either category. He had built a strong reputation as a theater actor and even found mainstream popularity in television dramas during his prime. However, after a sudden disappearance from screens a few years prior, he had unexpectedly returned to the theater world. Young-guk struggled to recall what had happened to the actor in his past life, but he was fairly certain Ji Dong-yeon hadn't yet made his stage comeback at this point in time. One of the other actors voiced her annoyance, wondering why he had been acting so lost and distracted for days. Her companion agreed, expressing her fear that his behavior would ultimately ruin the entire play. They noted with disdain that he seemed unable to explain his lack of focus and was now completely ignoring the director's critique. The first actress clicked her tongue, remarking on his unprofessionalism despite being a senior member of the cast. The second agreed, complaining that a single person was dragging down their progress and questioning how he could possibly function on a drama set in his current state. Young-guk knew the situation was deteriorating, though he usually ignored Pak Sang-h's gossiping. Her complaints had become so extreme they threatened to fracture the entire group's morale. Turning to his senior colleague, Young-guk finally spoke up. He calmly but firmly requested that she and the others stop talking behind their fellow actors' back. The actress let out a sharp sound of disapproval, cut short by his intervention. Internally, Young-guk wished with all his heart that Ji Dong-yun would find a way to reclaim his former confidence and skill. Yet, with the festival just 1 week away, the pressure cooker environment finally boiled over as the director's voice thundered Ji Dong-yun's name across the theater. The director's voice was filled with a mix of anger and desperation as he frantically called out, demanding to know where the actor had gone. He bellowed for Ji Dong-yun to come out at once, just as the situation escalated into the very crisis they had all feared. The director's frantic voice echoed through the theater as he desperately demanded to know where Ji Dong-yun was. A staff member confronted an aggressive stranger, ordering him to leave the private property where actors were rehearsing. The man retorted that he had come because he heard they were hiding Ji Dong-yun, vowing he wouldn't leave until the actor was brought to him. When threatened with a police call, the intruder scoffed and dared him to do it, screaming about the enormous debt Ji Dong-yun owed. Unaware of the confrontation, someone else asked about Dong-yun's whereabouts, only to be told he hadn't been seen at all. A tense moment passed as the situation at the theater threatened to escalate further. Elsewhere, a man wearing a long coat stepped through a doorway into a squalid and messy room. He sighed in weary resignation, wondering if Ji Dong-yun had simply fled from his problems. Just then, his gaze fell upon a small object lying on the floor. He picked it up, identifying it as a Korean residence card belonging to the missing actor. Back at the theater, Young-guk stood in the background, quietly observing the tense confrontation between the staff and the creditor. He processed the scene with a flicker of understanding, realizing the man was a debt collector. Stepping forward into the fray, Young-guk calmly asked the enraged man exactly how much money his senior had borrowed. The creditor was momentarily surprised by the unexpected forcefulness in the young actor's intervention. He spat that the debt was 100 million won, derisively asking if Young-guk intended to pay it for him before telling him to leave. Young-guk acknowledged the man's anger but calmly pointed out the absurdity of screaming for someone who wasn't there. He then gestured towards the other actors, asking the creditor if he thought it was fair to disturb people who had done him no wrong. Young-guk told the man he was free to find Ji Dong-yun and settle the debt however he wished, even through violence. He concluded with a cold, firm command for the creditor to get out of their rehearsal space. Sometime later, Young-guk was panting as he trudged through a dark and unfamiliar neighborhood. He finally came to a stop before a rundown building, knowing he had arrived. This was the residential address he had found on Ji Dong-yun's identification card. Considering his senior's former prestige, he thought to himself that it was an incredibly shady place to live. A foul odor hung heavy in the air, making him recoil as he moved closer. Hearing a muffled, stuttering noise from within, he wondered if Ji Dong-yun was truly inside. Upon entering the dimly lit room, he saw the man he was looking for sprawled out on a mattress on the floor. As the figure shifted in his stupor, his foot carelessly knocked over an empty green soju bottle. A bitter realization dawned on Young-guk as the scene unfolded before him. The sight triggered a painful memory of his own hands gripping a window frame, staring out at the lonely city lights at night. He recognized this bleak picture with perfect clarity. It was a reflection of himself from his past life. He began to contemplate the one key difference between his past self and the man lying before him now. In his previous life, his own terrible personality had driven everyone away, leaving him to face his end alone, with no money, no work, and no one searching for him. Shaking off the haunting vision, Young-guk trudged slowly toward the mattress. Ji Dong-yun awoke with a startled hiccup, his mind clouded with confusion. His bleary eyes finally focused, and he whispered Young-guk's name in utter disbelief. Looking down at the pathetic scene, Young-guk asked his senior in a heavy tone why he was living like this. Ji Dong-yun could only echo the question back, admitting he didn't know how everything had turned out this way. He then confessed that he knew how pitiful he must seem and was too ashamed to apologize to Young-guk or any of his colleagues. Pressing for an answer, Young-guk gently asked what had happened to bring him to this state. He admitted he'd assumed a senior with such a successful career wouldn't have money problems and questioned if it was gambling, which Ji Dong-yun denied. Feeling he had nothing left to hide, Ji Dong-yun finally revealed that the source of all his troubles was his father. He explained that the massive 100 million won debt came from a loan he took to save his father's failing business, the shock of which worsened his father's illness and led to his death. Unable to cope with the loss, Ji Dong-yun had descended into alcoholism, which led to the humiliation of his agency terminating his contract. He confessed that no one in the industry wanted to hire him anymore and that the role in Spring in Joseon was nothing short of a miracle. With a tone of deep self-loathing, he wondered what anyone could have possibly expected from hiring a lousy actor like him. As Young-guk listened, he understood that his senior was likely confiding in someone for the very first time. He recalled his own past, remembering how he had once faced his struggles in complete isolation. He knew from experience that when a person's heart becomes so fragile, the simple comfort of having someone by their side is immense. Because he had once been in this exact situation with no one to blame, he felt he could not simply pretend not to know his senior's pain. After a moment, Young-guk broke the silence, asking Ji Dong-yun what he intended to do now. He pressed him, questioning if he would just keep running, as the creditor would inevitably show up at the theater, possibly even on the day of the festival. He then forced him to consider the trouble he was causing for his colleagues, specifically writer Young and director Song. As he tightened his hand into a fist, he reminded Ji Dong-yun that this play was a major comeback for them and asked if he was truly willing to ruin it over a personal issue. Young-guk looked down with a gravely serious expression, letting the weight of his words sink in. He then sharply asked if an answer would magically appear by just staring at the ground in shame. He then gave a direct order for Ji Dong-yun to return to the theater the next day, a statement which left the older man stunned. Young-guk continued, telling him to promise the creditor payment after the festival and offering to help, which only deepened Ji Dong-yun's disbelief. Protesting out of shame for burdening his junior, Ji Dong-yun was cut off by Young-guk, who asked if his age and experience were going to be enough to feed him. He made it clear he wasn't offering a gift, but a formal loan with a contract and fair interest. The real intention behind his offer was to give his senior the foundation he needed to act again. He explained that it wasn't about giving him money, but about giving him the chance to live a life he wouldn't regret. Speaking from his own past of alcoholism and wasted days, he offered this final chance, knowing the bitter and overwhelming sadness of such a life. It was because of this shared, painful experience that he felt justified in disregarding their age difference to give him one piece of advice. Young-guk looked his senior in the eyes and firmly told him that it was time to get a hold of himself. Meanwhile, at the MBS drama department, a man rushed down a hallway, calling out for someone named PDU to wait up. The man suggested taking a different project, but the director refused, telling him not to make light of the situation. PDU expressed his deep reservations, noting that his entire career had been focused on modern miniseries and questioning the sense in him suddenly taking on a historical drama. PDU vehemently questioned the logic of him, a modern miniseries specialist, suddenly taking on a historical drama. He sarcastically asked his superior if he would be banished to the countryside for low viewership, reminding him of how a junior director was recently transferred for that exact reason. The director then firmly stated he would not risk his career on such a project, telling the other man to either find a senior director or someone else to be a scapegoat. His junior, Myung-han, calmly asked PDU to consider the current state of the drama department since his return from leave after his last project. He explained that while historical dramas were usually handled by experienced directors, now everyone was avoiding the genre, claiming they couldn't handle the pressure. The reason for their hesitation, he revealed, was that MBS was planning to compete directly with KBS, the undisputed powerhouse of historical dramas. This project was slated to be a special, long-form historical drama of immense scale. Myung-han elaborated that they would not only lose the viewership battle but also suffer in ad revenue. The true problem, however, was the massive staff reassignment plan before the head director's retirement, which made everyone act with extreme caution. The senior director then tried to persuade Myung-han, suggesting that since his own career was on the line, this was a perfect opportunity for a junior like him to expand his genre range. Myung-han scoffed internally at the senior directors in the department, comparing their cowardly avoidance of responsibility to annoying insects. He then voiced his honest disappointment in his superior for approaching him instead of confronting the problematic senior directors. The director acknowledged Myung-han's difficult situation but reiterated that he would not bear the burden of the historical drama himself. Instead, he framed the daunting project as a golden opportunity that Myung-han could potentially utilize for his own career. He began to build up Myung-han's confidence, asking what he lacked compared to his seniors and reminding him of his string of successful miniseries since his debut. He pointed to Myung-han's track record over the last few years, asserting that his achievements were equal to, if not greater than, any of the senior staff. The director laid out the ultimate prize, suggesting that if this historical drama succeeded under Myung-han's leadership, it would be him, not his seniors, who would ultimately secure the coveted head director's position. A subtle glance passed between them as Myung-han absorbed the weight of this proposition. The director then admitted his own desire to prevent the other seniors from taking the top spot and asked if Myung-han thought it was possible. He declared that even if he was a tiger without claws, he still held the power of his current position. With a strategic gleam in his eye, he proposed that Myung-han face the other directors head-on. The idea of a direct confrontation echoed in Myung-han's mind as he considered the risky gambit. Meanwhile, news headlines celebrated Jang Young-guk's explosive rise, declaring him no longer just an actor but the theater world's new nation's first love. During a photo shoot, the photographer called out for Young-guk to deliver a more subtle expression for the camera. After getting the shot, the photographer announced a 30-minute break while they reviewed the photos. A staff member thanked Young-guk for taking the time for the shoot, acknowledging how busy he must be with play preparations. Young-guk explained that he couldn't miss a poster shoot but needed to return to the theater immediately after, admitting things were indeed hectic. Director Shin, beaming with positivity, noted his own good mood, crediting the smooth editing process and his confidence in the day's photo shoot. He excitedly told Young-guk that he would share director Cho Yul's musical theme, which had turned out wonderfully, prompting a surprised Young-guk to ask if the music was already finished. Director Shin explained that Cho Yul was so inspired by Young-guk's acting on the first day that he began working immediately, finishing far ahead of his usual deadline, which led Young-guk to promise a visit to the studio. Seizing the moment, Young-guk asked the director if he could propose a different concept for the poster, to which the director readily agreed. He noted that in the future, professionals would be involved from the start, but for now, their situation was different. He pointed out that the current photographer was a novice at poster shoots and wasn't exploring enough creative options. With a clear vision, Young-guk suggested they use water, describing a scene where his character, Moo Jin, drowns the villain. He specified the core image, a desperate hand reaching out from the river, with Moo Jin gripping it tightly. The director expressed his concern, questioning how they could shoot such a scene when they had no props for a disembodied hand. Without hesitation, Young-guk took matters into his own hands, wading into the dark water with a look of intense focus. He urged the crew to hurry and simply trust his lead, promising a good result. The crew watched in awe as he prepared himself for the shot in the cold water. The director called for action, signaling the start of the impromptu, high-stakes photo shoot. The camera captured a striking image of Young-guk, in full costume, holding the hand of another person submerged in the water. Elsewhere, a list of prestigious plays like The Story of King Gok and Chronicles of So-san was being reviewed by theater veterans. An influential figure noted that each of these plays featured the best actors of their generation and had been wildly popular. He then expressed his bewilderment over the final play on the list, Spring of Joseon, questioning the decision to cast a complete rookie in the leading role. At the Korean Theatre Association headquarters, an assistant approached the president, Kim Song-doo. The assistant presented a list of sponsors for the theater festival, noting that far more companies had shown interest than they had anticipated. President Kim saw that Hanel, a company that used to ignore his calls, had pledged comprehensive support, and he marveled at how a single rising star could change everything. He then remembered it was the day for determining the festival's performance order and asked his assistant for the results. The assistant reported that a commotion had broken out in the auditorium, requiring staff intervention. An hour earlier, the arts hall was filled with the low murmur of actors, the atmosphere thick with anticipation. One actor questioned who Young-guk was to cause such a stir, having heard he was a complete newcomer to the stage. Another actor countered that Young-guk's popularity had single-handedly sold out the entire festival, but his peer, Park Sang-cheol, dismissed the idea as nonsense. Park Sang-cheol argued that the Korean Theater Festival's long history shouldn't be overshadowed by a single person, questioning writer Young's choice of a rookie for his comeback. He then turned his scorn on a senior actor, Lee Chang-hoon, calling his return to the theater after a stint in broadcasting a disgraceful act. As Lee Chang-hoon walked past, Park Sang-cheol loudly sneered that losing a lead role to a junior proved his past reputation was nothing but hollow fame. After an awkward greeting, he continued his tirade, accusing the man of disrespecting their senior, Lee Chang-hoon. Ji Dong-yeon, watching from the side, recognized the man as an actor known for his harsh treatment of juniors, observing that his personality hadn't changed. As the lottery for the stage order began, an official invited the actors to draw their slots. An actor drew the final performance slot on the last day, a position widely considered the most advantageous for impressing judges and the audience. Immediately, suspicion filled the air as an actor voiced his doubt about the fairness of the result. Park Sang-cheol loudly questioned how it was possible for the most coveted slot to be drawn so easily. He accused the association of rigging the lottery to support Young-guk, demanding that the results be cancelled and the draw be conducted again. Another senior actor, Lee Chang-hoon, stepped forward, telling Park Sang-cheol to stop his stubborn and absurd claims. Park fired back, mocking Lee for returning to the stage in a mere supporting role and implying he was financially desperate. Unrelenting, he challenged Lee to provide evidence that the lottery wasn't a setup, suggesting the results might have been forged. Ji Dong-yeon observed the tense standoff, thinking how in his past life, he never would have dared to intervene in an argument between such powerful seniors. But then, he reminded himself that his current path was different, and he had no intention of staying in the theater world. Cutting through the tension, Ji Dong-yeon's voice rang out, sharply stating that this was not a fish market. He looked directly at the shouting actor and sternly questioned what gave him the right to raise his voice in such a place. Ji Dong-yeon's sharp voice cut through the room, questioning the senior actor's right to raise his voice as if they were in a common fish market. Park Sang-cheol spun around, his face a mask of disbelief as he demanded to know what the young actor had just said. Unfazed, Young-guk calmly restated his point, simply questioning the appropriateness of shouting in such a venue. Park Sang-cheol's anger flared as he addressed Young-guk by his full name, reminding him that they were all fellow actors. His mouth hung open mid-shout, a silent testament to his passionate outburst. He went on to passionately ask if they weren't all the same kind of theater actors, happy just to be on stage and striving for better performances. Young-guk then defended his own dedication, explaining that he had endured the same harsh training as his seniors and found it senseless to squabble over performance order, which had nothing to do with acting itself. A middle-aged man in a suit jacket watched the intense exchange with a serious and unreadable expression. Addressing the accusations, Young-guk stated he had no special relationship with the association's president and no reason to rig the schedule to get the final slot. He then made a bold offer, proposing they return their coveted slot and hold a revote if the others could not trust the results. Shifting his tone, he reminded everyone present that they had all gathered with the shared hope of seeing the Korean theater industry flourish. The dream of reviving the theater industry lingered in the tense atmosphere, a silent goal for them all. Ji Dong-yeon's thoughts turned to the man at the center of the conflict, Park Sang-cheol. He recalled that Park Sang-cheol was a man who had steadfastly guarded the theater world while many of his contemporaries left for broadcasting careers. Dong-yeon surmised that he must have felt profoundly betrayed by the return of actors like Lee Chang-hoon and the members of Spring of Joseon. He understood that Park Sang-cheol's aggressive stance likely stemmed from a desperate desire to protect the theater industry, which was falling behind. However, Young-guk continued, questioning if winning an award had become more important to them than the revival of Korean theater itself. Acknowledging that his words might seem arrogant coming from a junior, he declared he would be even more presumptuous. He pointed out that the festival was completely sold out, emphasizing that this was their chance, as countless spectators were eagerly waiting. Young-guk argued that an actor's presence was defined by the emotional impact on the audience, not the performance order, and he would rather be rehearsing than wasting time arguing. He then posed a direct question to the senior, asking him what his true purpose was for participating in the festival. The weight of the question landed, and Park Sang-cheol looked down, his expression filled with conflicted concern. A single, soft sniffle broke the heavy silence that followed the impassioned speech. 2 days later, the scene shifted to the MBS drama department, where an angry shout shattered the office's calm. A senior producer tore into his assistant director, berating him for delivering subpar footage for an important shoot despite the trust placed in him. The assistant, Kim Young-min, tried to explain that he had used a tilt-down shot because he felt the senior's suggested framing lacked life. The senior exploded with ridicule, mocking Young-min for talking back and belittling his technical knowledge as the reason he was still just an assistant. He continued his verbal assault, accusing Young-min of having an inflated ego after a small opportunity and taunting his stunned silence. The senior producer concluded by declaring that any failure in the week's broadcast would be entirely Young-min's fault, causing the junior to flinch. Just then, another senior, Yu, gestured for a surprised Young-min to follow him outside. On the quiet rooftop, Yu offered Young-min some ointment, telling him not to look so defeated. Yu encouraged him to speak comfortably, noting they were alone, and then asked why their other senior, Go, seemed so unusually cheerful that morning. Young-min explained he had to take over shooting because Go's own mini-drama was failing in viewership and the original assistant director had a sudden crisis. He lamented that his footage still hadn't satisfied Go, but Yu dismissed it, explaining that Go always shifted blame when ratings were low. Yu then revealed that Go's outburst was mild compared to a previous incident on the emergency stairs, advising Young-min to find an outlet for his own stress. He imparted a harsh truth, stating that learning to let things go was the only way to survive in the cutthroat drama department. A worried Young-min feared that with Senior Go so angry, he would never get another work opportunity and would be stuck as an assistant forever. Yu offered reassurance, suggesting they work together, which puzzled Young-min, who knew Yu didn't currently have a project. Yu proudly announced he would be taking charge of the next big project at Director Kook's insistence, but Young-min immediately advised him to refuse, recognizing it as the difficult historical drama. Despite Young-min seeing the project as a time bomb, Yu declared his firm intention to face the dirty politics of the drama department head-on. He clarified his ambitious goal: he was aiming to get promoted to a full director position before his so-called seniors. Then, he abruptly told a bewildered Young-min to get ready, as they were leaving on a business trip immediately. Young-min was completely taken aback by the sudden command to go on a business trip. Yu explained he already had the director's permission for them to attend the Korean Theater Festival to cast their lead role, adding it had been a while since he'd seen a play. Still confused, Young-min asked for more details, reminding his senior that he hadn't even agreed to work with him yet. With a calm look, Yu simply asked if Young-min really didn't want to work together. The first day of the Korea Theater Festival was bustling with an incredible energy and a massive, lively crowd. Young-min expressed his surprise at the large audience, prompting Yu to tease the aspiring drama PD about his unfamiliarity with the theater scene. Young-min clarified he had seen plays before, but never at such a large-scale event, noting the impressive number of young people present. He then sought confirmation that their casting target was Jang Young-guk, questioning why they were there on the first day when Young-guk's play was on the last. Yu replied that he was considering multiple actors for various roles as they settled in for the festival's opening performance. The curtains parted, revealing the title of the first play, Return of a Lawyer. On stage, an actor delivered a powerful line, reacting with disbelief to the news of his mother's late-stage stomach cancer. Young-min noted that the lead role was played by Park Sang-cheol, whose grand stage presence would be a perfect fit for a historical drama. He confessed to his senior that he was genuinely having fun, and Yu responded with a soft hum of agreement. Yu then affirmed his junior's earlier observation, agreeing that he was indeed right. In another part of the city, two people jogged along a quiet path in a park at dawn. One of the joggers, a woman, breathlessly recognized Jang Young-guk and expressed her admiration, to which he offered a polite thanks. Pausing his run, Young-guk took a brief moment to drink from a water bottle. His companion lightly scolded him for casually accepting a drink from someone he barely knew and gulping it down without a second thought. She told him to just call her Nuna and playfully teased him about his lack of observation skills, saying a hat and a slightly different voice couldn't disguise him from her. When Young-guk asked how she found him, she admitted his manager had told her about his daily jogging routine by the Han River. She then offered him a sincere thank you, leaving Young-guk to wonder about the reason. She explained she had recently learned about Ji Dongyun's past and felt guilty for bad-mouthing him, wanting to apologize before their big performance. Seeing his reaction, she told him not to look so surprised and commented that he was much tougher than she had initially perceived. She then revealed that she had heard about his heated confrontation with the passionate actor Park Sang-cheol at the association. Advising him to avoid such conflicts in the future, she compared the man to something dirty that was best left alone, advice Young-guk gratefully accepted. Changing the subject, she playfully questioned whether he could perform at his best after tiring himself out with a morning jog. Young-guk replied that the immense effort so many people put into creating the stage was more than enough motivation. With the audience waiting for him, he felt a natural obligation to do well as the fourth and final day of the festival, and the premiere of Spring in Joseon, loomed. The story of an actor's journey continued, a tale of dedication and unfolding talent. Outside the theater, a pair of onlookers marveled at the immense crowd, quickly realizing they were all fans of Young-guk, holding signs bearing his name. One worried they would have to wait in the long line, but their companion reassured them that Mr. Bong Chun would be coming out to meet them. It was explained that Bong Chun, Young-guk's manager, hailed from the same hometown, giving them a personal connection. Just then, Mr. Bong Chun appeared, expressing his relief that he had finally managed to locate them in the bustling crowd. With tickets for Spring of Joseon in hand, he quickly ushered them all inside the theater. Seated in the audience, director Ye's companion asked him if it had been a long time since he had last watched a play. Yu confirmed this, reminiscing about his own past as a theater actor before he moved into directing commercial films. The companion confessed he had been worried when he first heard Young-guk had chosen a stage play, but now saw his fears were entirely misplaced. He commented that anyone who had seen Jang Young-guk act before now had something truly special to anticipate. As the lights dimmed, a voice filled the theater, beginning the story of a man named Baek Myeol. The narration explained how this man, once just a playboy, had become involved in the independence movement through his own unique methods on the streets of Keijo. The character mused that the fight to reclaim Joseon Spring was likely not a unified effort for the good of all. He voiced a solemn hope that even if he were to vanish like the morning mist, the spring of Joseon would one day surely arrive. His voice resonated with a final plea for the audience to remember his name. On stage, the actor declared his character's identity as Baek Myeol, the last playboy of Joseon. In the first scene, Baek Myeol pointed out a woman waiting for a rickshaw to his associate, Chun Sam, who observed that her attire suggested she was not from Joseon. Baek Myeol then instructed Chun Sam to make sure no rickshaw would stop for the woman, using the convenient timing of a local event as a plausible excuse. Chun Sam seemed skeptical, questioning if his master truly intended to go through such effort just to charm another lady. Ignoring his companion's doubts, Baek Myeol smoothly approached the woman himself and inquired about her destination. He began speaking in Japanese but then switched, clarifying he was from Joseon and asking if she could perhaps speak Korean. He politely suggested that if she was able, they should continue their conversation in Korean from then on. Baek Myeol explained that at this particular hour, rickshaws were nearly impossible to find because all the courtesans were on the move. He then gallantly offered her a ride in his own vehicle, though she hesitated, noting the awkwardness of accepting help from a complete stranger. Unfazed, he offered to give up his ride entirely for her, which prompted her to protest his excessive generosity. He dismissed her concerns, insisting that it was a simple matter of helping someone in a difficult situation, adding that there was no reason to refuse such a request from a lovely lady. He then formally introduced himself as Baek Myeol. Before she could offer her own name, he gently stopped her, suggesting she could tell him the next time fate brought them together again. From the audience, one of Young-guk's acquaintances whispered, wondering aloud about the identity of the mysterious lady on stage. On stage, Baek Myeol poetically described the woman as a lonely, caged nightingale, a timeless accessory in Joseon who secretly dreamed of escape. Chun-sam's expression shifted as he realized his master had spent days wandering the literary district just to orchestrate this supposed chance encounter. He pressed his master for an explanation, asking who this woman could possibly be to warrant such an elaborate scheme. Baek Myeol simply replied that Chun-sam should have figured it out by now, revealing her name was Misaki and that she had a keen interest in Korean literature. He then dropped the stunning truth: she was the illegitimate daughter of the Governor-General of Joseon. The reveal was met with a collective, audible gasp from the characters in the audience. A woman watching remarked on Young-guk's incredible composure, questioning if he even knew what nervousness was. Her companion agreed, amazed that instead of being intimidated in front of his seniors, he was utterly dominating the stage. He admitted that after a month of observation, he was only now realizing he had barely scratched the surface of the young man's immense talent. Elsewhere in the audience, Director Yu explained that it wasn't unusual for even veteran actors to feel nervous in a live performance. When asked if he still got nervous, the director confessed that performing for such a large crowd was a daunting task for anyone. He directed their attention to the veteran actor Ji Dong-yeon, pointing out the sweat on his forehead despite over a decade of stage experience. The director continued, explaining that to endure all that immense pressure was simply a sign of an actor who was born to be on stage. The scene shifted to a dimly lit room, where Misaki was in conversation with her attendant. The attendant spoke of Baek Myeol, noting he was the well-educated son of a wealthy family who had even studied abroad. She continued, relaying the pervasive rumors about his fiancée and his many affairs with Japanese women, which had earned him the scornful nickname Japanese Dog. Misaki, however, found this description unfitting, as she recalled his charming smile and felt a growing desire to meet him once more. Her thoughts were abruptly shattered by an unexpected sound from outside her window. Looking down, she saw Baek Myeol, who cheekily asked for her hand to help him climb up the wall. A stunned Misaki demanded to know how he found her, prompting him to ask in return if she was indeed the woman he was looking for, the illegitimate daughter of the Governor-General. When she asked how he knew her name, he smoothly replied that it was no difficult task to learn the name of a beautiful lady in such distinctive Western clothes. She sternly warned him that he was in grave danger and that his reckless trespassing would not end well. Baek Myeol dramatically declared that the pain of being unable to see her was a far greater torment than any physical danger. He assured her he had come prepared, having bribed the patrolling officers and arranged a lookout, knowing the Governor-General was away. Still, seeing her distress, he offered to depart for the evening. Just as he was about to leave, Misaki called out, asking him to wait a moment longer. She confronted him directly about the rumors she had heard, asking him if it was true that he already had a fiancée. Furthermore, she pressed him about his reputation for spending his nights with a multitude of other women. In response, Baek Myeol spun a tragic story, claiming he was a concubine's son, born only because his father's proper wife had been unable to bear a child. He embellished the tale with a lost twin sister, supposedly abandoned at birth, which he claimed was the source of the resentment and guilt that drove his past wandering. He then declared that his feelings for her were sincere, professing that the moment he met her, his life of indulgence was instantly transformed into true love. Backstage, the actor playing Chun-sam scoffed at the performance, whispering to another actor that he had seen their young master born from his true mother's own belly. He chuckled, noting that this wasn't the work of a playboy but of a master novelist, spinning fiction with every breath. In the audience, a spectator expressed their astonishment, finding it hard to believe this was the same actor who had once played a poignant priest, for his entire presence had completely changed. The director's companion worried that Young-guk might become even more famous before their movie was released, a possibility the director calmly accepted. Another viewer, a senior actor, admitted his initial doubts about Young-guk's ability to handle the stage, now conceding that what he was witnessing was far beyond the skill of any rookie. On stage, Chun-sam asked his master why he was so determined to manipulate Misaki, questioning if he understood how dangerous the situation looked. Baek Myeol replied that the danger associated with the Governor-General's daughter was precisely what made it all so alluring. He then gestured towards a nearby bush, comparing the irresistible allure of the dangerous situation to the bold beauty of the blooming roses. As the play reached its emotional climax, director Yu leaned back in his seat, delivering his final judgment with quiet conviction: a truly remarkable actor had just been born. The play's title card set the stage for a story about the spring of Joseon. On stage, Baek Myeol declared that all his actions were for the independence movements aimed at reclaiming Joseon's territory and its future. He then implored the audience to remember his name. With dramatic flair, he introduced himself as Baek Myeol, the last beacon of hope for Joseon. The theater erupted in thunderous applause as his scene concluded. Watching from the wings, another actor marveled at the performance, finding it impossible to believe this was Young-guk's stage debut. A surge of old resentment surfaced as he recalled a past conflict with Young-guk at the Korean Theater Association. He grudgingly admitted his frustration, wondering how such an arrogant man could possess so much talent. Despite his bias, he found himself completely captivated by the performance, acknowledging that Young-guk outshone even the most seasoned veterans on stage. In the next scene, the servant Chun-sam anxiously questioned his master's habit of flirting with Japanese women, confessing it made him too scared to even accompany him. Baek Myeol calmly dismissed his servant's fears, reminding him that he never acted without a greater purpose. He grandly proclaimed that his womanizing was all part of a master plan to reclaim the spring of Joseon, even justifying his nights out as a form of training. Chun-sam, thoroughly confused, asked what this spring of Joseon even meant, prompting Myeol to cryptically reference the cherry blossoms in Kyoto. Baek Myeol patronizingly told his servant that even if he could read his thoughts, he would never comprehend his true intentions. He then posed a rhetorical question, asking how Chun-sam could possibly know what was truly in his mind. The actor in the wings flinched, feeling as though the onstage accusation was directed right at him, and silently cursed the crazy rookie. A wave of insecurity washed over the actor as he questioned whether he could ever command the stage with such authority. The play then shifted to a scene where Misaki commented on the beauty of the season, a stark contrast to the grim reality of her people toiling under the Governor-General. She dreamily spoke of her hope to one day visit the Kiyomizudera temple in Kyoto with him, imagining them walking hand in hand beneath the cherry blossoms. Listening intently, Baek Myeol's gaze drifted thoughtfully to the side. He agreed that such a stroll would be wonderful but smoothly flattered her, insisting that even Kyoto's beauty couldn't compare to hers. Changing the subject, he casually inquired if the Governor-General was too busy to be home often, and she confirmed that the reduced guard presence was a result of his absence. He revealed that this lax security was how he had managed to sneak over the wall, prompting her to suggest he come with her to Kyoto instead. She offered to have her father change his status to a Japanese citizen, an idea he met with a moment of calculated hesitation. He reassured her that he would go anywhere with her but vaguely mentioned unfinished business in Joseon, causing her to worry that he disliked Japan or even her. He quickly dismissed her fears, poetically declaring her more beautiful than cherry blossoms while framing his reluctance as a patriot's duty to his suffering homeland. He then asked if she had brought what he requested, and she explained she had secretly practiced calligraphy in her father's room to prepare the document. Her curiosity finally surfaced as she asked why he needed information on high-ranking officials within the Governor-General's office. He provided a plausible explanation about needing to understand the political landscape for large projects, mentioning secret agents who dealt with independence activists. He emphasized the danger of a misstep in front of such people, pointedly reminding her that he was not Japanese. Seeing through his careful words, she boldly asked if he disliked Joseon being under Japanese rule. He responded with a poignant metaphor, comparing his people to caged birds who naturally resented a world where they could not fly free. Shifting the mood, he then teased that her intense gaze would prevent him from even being able to read the document she brought. With a clever ruse in mind, he looked at the document and asked her if she knew how to read Japanese. He then lied, claiming he couldn't even manage Korean properly, before turning to an attendant and offering money for a bowl of soup. He instructed the attendant to take some torn papers on his way out in exchange for the generous sum of money, an offer that was quickly accepted. Turning back to Misaki, he informed her a rickshaw was waiting and that he had to leave, which made her fear she had angered him. He immediately dispelled her worries, declaring his love for her shone like the moonlight and hinting that his passion was too strong to control if they stayed together. Leaning in, Baek Muyol sealed his promise with a gentle kiss on her blushing forehead. The moment she was gone, however, his romantic expression vanished, replaced by a cold and somber look of deep contemplation. As evening fell over the city, the scene shifted once more. Back in the audience, director Ye's companion noted that they were not the only industry professionals present that night. He looked around, pointing out several people from broadcasting and specifically identifying the well-known producer Kim Jin from SBC. The companion recalled rumors that SBC was producing a major drama for the summer but had yet to cast its male lead. Director Yu immediately suspected they were there to scout Young-guk after his previous success, grumbling about their lack of professional decency. He bitterly remembered how SBC had awarded Young-guk a mere excellence award, despite him being the main reason for their show's phenomenal success. The director and his companion firmed their resolve, vowing not to let a company like that poach their rising star. In another part of the story, Baek Muyol ushered Misaki into a private room. She questioned his choice of a crowded theater for their meeting, but he explained that it provided the best cover and revealed that he was the theater's operator. He told her he had something important to discuss, which eased her fears that his recent absence meant he had changed his mind about her. She began to confess her dawning realization that Japan's occupation was wrong, but he cut her off, assuring her he already knew how she felt. Admitting how difficult it had been to stay away, he then announced he wanted to introduce her to someone he called a brother. Misaki's eyes widened in shock and recognition as a third man entered the room, a face she knew she had seen before. Baek Muyol formally introduced the man as Kim Sang-ok, a member of the Songseong Resistance Corps. Misaki's mind raced as she recalled that the Resistance Corps was a formidable armed organization of independence fighters. A cold dread washed over her as she realized Kim Sang-ok was the very revolutionary her father had been ordered to hunt down and capture. Holding her gaze, Baek Muyol asked her a single, critical question: how much she truly trusted him. Though she declared her unconditional faith in his words, her confusion was palpable as she struggled to understand his connection to the resistance. He explained that meeting her had shown him that there were pure-hearted people in Japan, just as there were in Joseon. With his true intentions finally revealed, he made his request, asking for her help to free the birds trapped in the cage. On stage, the actor playing Kim Sang-ok looked expectantly at the actress playing the conflicted woman, who stared at the floor. Backstage, the actress Yun-soo whispered in a panic that her voice was trembling too much to speak. The play's narrator continued, introducing the character of Kang Hee-soo, a famous independence fighter tasked with infiltrating the enemy. The narration explained she would face life-or-death situations alongside the Gyeongseong Righteous Army, who were instructed to greet their new comrade. An actor questioned how they would get into the heavily guarded Gyeongseong Club ballroom, but the captain character waved off his concern. He revealed that Kang Hee-soo would pose as the daughter of a wealthy dignitary, whose innocent appearance would be the perfect disguise. The captain then turned to the actress, prompting her for her line to confirm the plan. A close-up on stage showed the actress' gloved hand tightening into a fist, betraying her silent panic. In the audience, the director watched with growing unease, starting to fear that she had forgotten her lines. An actor on stage whispered her real name, Yun-soo, in a desperate attempt to snap her out of it. Frozen in the spotlight, Yun-soo's mind went blank as overwhelming nervousness took hold. She realized with a sinking heart that the lines were completely gone. On stage, the actress Yun-soo looked down, a pained and lost expression on her face. In the audience, the director's mind raced with a single, dreadful thought, praying that the actress hadn't actually forgotten her lines. He knew that if Yun-soo didn't deliver her part soon, the audience would also start to notice the awkward silence. Seeing her distress, her co-star on stage decided he had to do something to salvage the scene. He improvised a line, asking what was going on and questioning if this was not the moment she was meant to speak. The lead actor playing the captain then smoothly ad-libbed, remarking that he had anticipated her hesitant reaction. Another actor joined the improvisation, playfully complaining that his brother in the play hadn't called him to such an important meeting, despite him running the guesthouse. The captain character calmly suggested they wait, drawing everyone's attention to the new recruit who had just arrived from Manchuria. He then turned to the other man, questioning if his surprised expression was due to the new recruit's striking beauty. The man admitted that wasn't entirely wrong, but explained he also thought had seen her near his Jiangxiang hall with a woman named Misaki, who had given him a disdainful look. He confessed that he could never forget that condescending gaze, yet he never suspected she was one of his comrades. The lead actor then broke the tension by formally introducing his character, Baek Mu-yeol, as a prominent member of the Seoul Righteous Army and the face of the Songseong Resistance Corps. Backstage after the tense scene, one of the actors adjusted his formal attire. The lead actor approached Yun-soo, acknowledging that she probably still didn't like him very much. Despite this, he expressed a sincere hope that they could try to get along better from now on. Yun-soo quietly thanked him for his help on stage, but he brushed it off, stating he was just glad she had improved as well. He mused that the training hadn't seemed so severe during rehearsals and wondered if the large stage and audience had made her nervous. He then informed her that the play had been slightly revised, and she simply nodded in understanding. Elsewhere, the director sighed, admitting to himself that he'd had overly high expectations for the new actress after her strong initial performance. He grimly concluded that she absolutely could not make any more mistakes in the remaining performances. Meanwhile, Yun-soo was consumed by self-doubt, wondering what she was doing and fearing she would ruin everything for everyone. She steeled her resolve, reminding herself that she had to do it alone, as there would be no help for her on stage. Just then, her co-star called her name, urging her to hurry and come with him. He called out to Yun-soo once more, his voice gentle but firm. He offered a piece of crucial advice, telling her that if she ever blanked on her lines again, she should improvise just like he had. He assured her that anything she came up with would be fine, promising that he would handle whatever followed. He reminded her of her own strength, questioning how long she would rely on him like a small tree leaning on a rock, and reminding her of the promise she'd made. Her determination was reignited as she recalled her vow to become a famous actress. With renewed confidence, she looked at him and promised she would succeed in the next day's performance. The following day, the play continued, with the two lead actors standing on a grand staircase overlooking a lavish party. His character coached hers on her cover story, explaining that she was a country girl from Milyang who had come to Seoul at her uncle's urging to join social gatherings and expand his business. He instructed her to keep her eyes averted as much as possible, only occasionally showing a shy smile to maintain her disguise. Playing her part perfectly, her character asked if anyone found it strange that he, a man with a known fiancée, would accompany other women to such events. He replied that his reputation as a wealthy but aimless nobleman was a convenient cover that the Japanese didn't question, as they cared little for his personal affairs. She questioned if he feared public ridicule, but he declared that a tarnished name was nothing to fear if it meant spring would one day return to Joseon. Noting their target was late, he stated it was time to proceed with the operation, prompting her to ask who their target was. He explained that their target was the person managing all the spies in Seoul, an individual whose identity had been a secret even to high-ranking officials until Misaki's help finally exposed him. He stressed that their primary mission for the day was to capture this man, but that causing any kind of disturbance was strictly prohibited. She correctly surmised that she could not use the gun hidden in her skirt, especially with the Governor General's agents nearby, and asked how they could possibly capture him without weapons. He looked at her intently, informing her that figuring that out was now her job. Unseen by the pair, a man in a fedora spied on their conversation from a shadowed doorway. Suddenly, Yun-soo feigned a stumble, letting out a small, convincing gasp. As part of their on-stage plan, her character suggested that they should quietly slip out of the banquet hall. Her lead co-star felt a wave of relief, thinking to himself that she was performing so well that his worries had been unnecessary and no ad-libbing would be required. But then she surprised him with an improvised line, remarking with a smirk that he had become quite eloquent. She grabbed his arm, pulling him back and declaring that there was no better place to have a secret meeting, completely altering his planned exit. In response, he pulled her into an embrace, using the intimate gesture as a cover to navigate through the crowd unseen. In a moment of unscripted clumsiness, he genuinely tripped, but realized he could use the awkward stumble to salvage the scene. As they fell forward, his hand shot out and purposefully grabbed the collar of a nearby man, their unsuspecting target. Dragging the man into a secluded corner, his character cheekily suggested he take a look around, noting that nobody was there to witness their meeting. Their confrontation was briefly interrupted when a passing guest stumbled upon them and quickly apologized for the intrusion. A woman accompanying the guest let out a startled shriek, flustered by the tense scene she had witnessed. The lead actor silently apologized for his clumsy mistake, even though it had unexpectedly worked in their favor. He reflected with some amusement that he was getting quite used to handling chaotic situations with smooth ad-libs. Just as their mission seemed to be a success, a sharp voice called out his character's name, Muyol. A beautifully dressed woman, playing his fiancée, confronted him, her eyes fixed on Yun-soo as she demanded to know who the woman beside him was. The scene then shifted dramatically to a quiet bridge at night, where the two revolutionaries stood silhouetted against a large, sorrowful moon for their farewell. His character's voice was filled with urgency as he pleaded with her to leave quickly. She begged him to come with her, but he refused, explaining that the Governor-General's secret agents had arrived and they couldn't risk the entire resistance being captured. He stated that his own identity was already exposed, making escape from Josian impossible, and her staying would only lead to her capture as well. He urged her one last time to hurry and to remember the oath they made to restore Josian Spring, even if only one of them survived to see it. Pressing a roll of money into her hand, he told her to use it for her travel to Manchuria, apologizing that it was all he could give. Her voice thick with emotion, she thanked him for everything and lamented that they had not met in a better world under different circumstances. As she turned to leave, she cried out his name, Muyol, in a final, heart-wrenching goodbye. She added that she truly wanted to someday try the coffee he had once told her about. She made a final vow, promising that on the day Josian Spring finally arrived, she would be waiting for him right there on that bridge. His response was swift and heavy as he told her firmly not to wait. He explained with deep sorrow that even for someone like him, he did not wish to make a promise that he knew he could never keep. In a grim, shadowed room, a uniformed officer relentlessly beat a captive on the ground while his superior watched with cold detachment. The commanding officer mockingly addressed the prisoner as, "Young master," feigning surprise at his loyalty and remarking that he'd expected him to have abandoned his family and fled Seoul. He continued with satisfaction, noting that the prisoner's voluntary return saved him the effort of a chase, before pointedly asking if the young man knew who he was. The captive shot back with defiance, calling his interrogator an unworthy dog who had abandoned his Josian pride for a high-ranking position as a Japanese lackey. He then identified the man as Kim Dae-kyung, now known by the Japanese name Hiroshi, proving that the resistance had thoroughly infiltrated the Governor-General's office. Hiroshi scoffed at the prisoner's bravado in the face of death, revealing that he had been watching him closely and was now offering him a single path to survival. The deal was simple: if the revolutionary revealed the current whereabouts of Kim Sang-ok, Hiroshi would recommend leniency, arguing a few years in prison was better than death by torture. The young master refused, reminding his captor of the countless comrades dying daily in Manchuria and those currently fighting the Japanese army at Fengwudong. He spoke of the Allies enduring brutal torture in Siademan prison, questioning how he could possibly betray their names just to save his own life. He declared with finality that they would learn nothing from him, sealing his statement by once again cursing the man as a Japanese dog. The scene then shifted to 1 month prior, where a conversation about a stage play was taking place. Someone questioned the necessity of the female protagonist's role when the male lead, Baek Muyeol, was so central. In a quiet, firm tone, another person simply instructed the doubter to read the entire script to the end before passing judgment. The plot synopsis described Baek Muyeol, Joseon's most infamous rebel, tasked with seducing Misaki, the illegitimate daughter of the Governor-General, Tarachi Masatake. With her aid, the resistance's assassination plan seemed destined for success, until Baek Muyeol encountered another woman, the mysterious and captivating Kang Hee-soo. This twist led a jealous Misaki to betray Baek Muyeol, revealing his true revolutionary identity directly to the Governor-General. A listener then asked if the play had 2 female leads, which was confirmed, though the publicly known Yun-soo was featured on the pamphlet. The veteran actress Park Sang-ah would be driving the performance. The director further explained that while 2 women were central to the story, the true protagonist would be the one whom Baek Muyeol chose in the final act. When asked if this ending was already decided, the director revealed that the final choice remained unwritten and would be determined during rehearsals. He admitted that he had not yet fully grasped the play's essence himself, emphasizing that Baek Muyeol's heart was the most crucial element and that he planned to consult with the lead actor. Turning to the actor directly, the director posed the ultimate question: as Baek Muyeol, would he choose Misaki or Kang Hee-soo? The scene then transitioned to the play itself, where the character Baek Muyeol stood on trial in a courtroom, defiantly facing the judges. He challenged the court, asking why they, as Koreans, used Japanese names and wore Western clothes, branding them the true dogs of the Japanese. His voice rising with contempt, he asked if they felt any shame for defiling the very robes that were meant to symbolize righteousness and justice. Regarding the missing documents, he declared that they were already beyond their reach, racing toward the wilderness of Manchuria and into the hands of his comrades. He then cheekily offered to confess about the women he had met instead, his gaze landing on Misaki, who was seated in the jury box. In a shocking public statement, he revealed her as the Governor-General's illegitimate daughter and declared that she was a woman who had loved him with immense passion. He then thanked Misaki directly for working towards a brighter future for Joseon, promising he would never forget her love. In the charged atmosphere of the courtroom, a woman's foot in a simple flat shoe tapped a nervous rhythm against the wooden floorboards. The perspective shifted back to the stage performance, where the actor playing Baek Muyeol, dressed in a sharp two-tone suit, strode into a single, dramatic spotlight. He proclaimed to the audience that in his unwavering quest to find Joseon's spring, he felt no shame and could look up at the sky with a clear conscience. He took a deliberate, dramatic pause, allowing the gravity of his impending words to fill the silent theater. He then finished his powerful declaration, stating he would stand by his actions even if he were sentenced to death. In the audience, a woman gasped audibly, her hand flying to her mouth, completely captivated by the raw emotion of the performance. The story snapped back to the brutal interrogation room, where a guard commented on the prisoner's unbreakable spirit, noting he remained silent even after his nails were pulled out. Another officer wondered if this was the legendary Phoenix from the streets of Seoul, admitting he was the toughest member of the resistance he had ever encountered. When a superior officer demanded an update, the interrogator confirmed that the prisoner had not said a single word. The guard elaborated on the man's incredible fortitude, explaining that he didn't even whimper during the torture, whether his fingernails were pulled or his fingers were cut off. It was of the utmost importance that they break him, as they desperately needed to learn the hiding place of the remaining resistance members. Suddenly, the prisoner's silence shattered as his eyes fixed on his captor's wrist, and he hoarsely demanded to know where the man had acquired that watch. The interrogator glanced down at the watch with a smirk, amused that the prisoner was not mute after all and questioning why a dying man would care about such a trinket. He cruelly explained that it had belonged to a woman they captured days ago, describing her as a remarkable person he might have used as a spy if she hadn't been so resilient. He added that he had snatched the watch from her as she clutched it protectively to her bosom, prompting the prisoner to stammer out a desperate question about the woman's fate. The captor coldly replied that she might have survived longer if she had been as cunning as him, but her frail body collapsed after just a few beatings. When the prisoner pressed for more information, the interrogator casually stated that she was already dead and buried under the barn. Another guard watched in confusion, wondering what had caused this silent man to suddenly find his voice. A raw, heart-wrenching scream of pure anguish erupted from the prisoner, his spirit finally shattering. The interrogator recoiled in annoyed surprise, caught off guard by the prisoner's sudden and violent emotional break. The scene then flashed to a terrified man on his knees, weeping uncontrollably as the cold barrel of a pistol was pressed against his temple. Baek Mu-yeol's final words echoed, a promise that if people like him became seeds in the parched earth of Joseon, spring would inevitably come, and they would meet again in the next life for coffee. He vowed that in that future life, he would devote himself entirely to her, and he pleaded with her not to be sad. He explained that his deepest wish was to not burden her with painful memories of their struggle. In a contrasting memory, a man in a stylish fedora stood watching a woman as she was carried away in a rickshaw. A moment later, a woman's foot, elegantly clad in a traditional shoe, stepped down from the rickshaw onto the ground. The man in the fedora approached her, and they shared a warm, smiling handshake. The two then stood together, their expressions radiating pure joy and contentment. A quiet, thoughtful voice cut through the silence, posing a question that carried the weight of a lifetime. The voice gently asked if, after everything that had happened, spring had finally come to Joseon. Back in the present, the play ended, and the entire theater rose to its feet in a wave of thunderous applause. One audience member, visibly moved, whispered to his companion that the performance had been utterly unbelievable. The companion wisely reflected that the true power of a play comes not from an actor's experience, but from a single strand of truth they managed to bring to life. He elaborated on his theory, explaining that whether reading scholars in a library or watching plays in Daehangno, it was clear an inexperienced actor's performance lacked conviction and was little more than a stage prop. Overwhelmed by the actor's talent, another person in the audience simply breathed out that it was truly impressive. The lead actor's perfect and profound portrayal of Baek Mu-yeol had successfully convinced and enlightened every single person in the theater. The man who had initially expressed doubts about the script began to speak, his voice filled with newfound respect. He humbly admitted that after witnessing such a performance, he realized he had known very little about the true power of theater until that very moment. Esteemed theater critic Lee Hee-chang pondered if Young-guk's incredible performance was the signal flare that would ignite a new boom in the theater industry. Over the phone, a theater company representative explained with regret that there were no plans for a re-performance of Spring of Joseon, as it was historically unprecedented to stage a single play at the award ceremony itself. The representative continued to field calls, deflecting inquiries about the grand prize winner and the possibility of a VOD release by asking callers to please wait for an official announcement. The company chairman arrived amidst the chaos, calmly deciding to observe how the situation would unfold. Two men marveled at the unprecedented attention the play was receiving, agreeing that while other actors were good, Jang Young-guk's performance in the final scene was nothing short of electrifying. One of them recalled a critic's poignant words, suggesting they may have just witnessed the birth of a truly great actor. At Songwon Entertainment, an employee expressed frustration over the phone regarding last-minute inquiries about Jang Young-guk's schedule, chiding the caller for not contacting them in advance. He grumbled to his colleague about the fickle nature of the industry, noting how Young-guk's popularity had cooled after his last project, Confession of a Priest. His colleague worriedly questioned what would happen if the current project also became a hit, urging the CEO to summon Young-guk to the office immediately. He stressed that numerous offers for dramas, movies, and ads with substantial pay were flooding in and that they risked losing them all if they delayed. The CEO calmly noted how desperate everyone suddenly was, instructing his employee to tell all inquiring parties that they would simply have to wait for Young-guk's response. He then ordered that Young-guk be informed of the offers in detail, asserting they couldn't waste their valuable actor's time with vague propositions. The employee began to complain about the sudden high-pressure demands, but was cut off by the CEO, who then challenged him to speak his mind, leading the employee to comically feign hurt feelings over his loyalty being questioned. Amused, the CEO declared they would celebrate at a nearby Chinese restaurant, suggesting they call Young-guk to join them and the marketing team. However, he immediately retracted the idea, stating they absolutely could not disturb their star actor. He explained that they couldn't possibly interrupt the precious time Young-guk was spending with his mother. Elsewhere, a warm voice called out to Young-guk. Young-guk turned to his mother and complimented her, telling her she looked truly beautiful, to which she happily reacted. A woman nearby overheard and praised Young-guk for being such an admirable and respectful son. She then chuckled, remarking that his name was surely known by everyone by now. Young-guk noticed his mother's weathered hands and gently promised to send her some quality skincare cream. His mother waved it off, explaining that her rough hands were just a result of her hard work in Namhang. She insisted he didn't need to worry, feeling a little embarrassed by the attention. The woman who had complimented him interjected, excitedly sharing that she had just seen him perform at the theater festival and was so moved it brought her to tears. She mentioned hearing rumors of a re-performance and eagerly suggested they all go see it together, congratulating his mother on raising such a talented son. The others wholeheartedly agreed with her praise. Preparing for a photo, Young-guk told his mother to hold on to him tightly. He raised the camera, offering to take the picture and encouraging her to look natural. The onlookers cooed at the sight, exclaiming how wonderful Young-guk looked and how pretty the mother-son pair was. His mother looked at him with profound pride and confessed that she was truly happy. He softly asked her what made her so happy. She explained, her voice thick with emotion, that he had become an actor capable of genuinely touching people's hearts. Disguised in a baseball cap and scarf, the young actor returned her sentiment with a warm and gentle smile. His profile was captured in that quiet moment, his expression one of pure contentment. The scene then shifted to a stone bridge over a tranquil pond, where 4 young people were gathered in conversation. They were standing on the grounds of Seiwa High School. A young actress named Yeon-soo quietly voiced that she felt incredibly stupid. She lamented that the play would have been a disaster because of her if Young-guk hadn't helped, as she froze up during the performance despite rehearsing her lines perfectly. With a heavy sigh, she muttered that she was an idiot and a fool. Her greatest fear was that her mistake might cost their troupe the award. A friend asked if she was alright, and Yeon-soo could only manage a weak confirmation. Young-guk approached the disheartened actress and gently asked why she was so discouraged. He called her name to get her full attention. He then simply instructed her to follow him. As they walked, Young-guk internally reflected on his own past, remembering how he too had endured insults and frozen on stage during his early days in the theater. He knew from experience that such painful moments were necessary nourishment for growth, and he could hear Yeon-soo's quiet sniffles behind him. He recognized her current anguish as the same growing pains he had once suffered and smiled softly, seeing how upset she was. Turning to face her, he offered sincere reassurance, telling her not to worry because she had done well. At that very moment, the judging committee of the Korean Theatre Association reached a unanimous decision to award the grand prize to Spring of Joseon. One of the judges remarked how amazing the consensus was, noting that selecting the grand prize winner was usually a subject of passionate and lengthy debate. This year, however, there was no argument, as Spring of Joseon had perfectly blended artistic merit and commercial success in a way that left no room for doubt. The conversation then shifted to the Best Actor award, with one judge immediately nominating Jang Young-guk for his powerful lead role as Baek Mu-yeol. Another judge eagerly agreed, recalling the actor's awe-inspiring performance, but was interrupted by a senior member who urged caution and expressed reservations about giving the award to such a young newcomer. He pointed out that many longtime veterans of the theater world had participated in the festival, implying their performances were just as worthy of consideration. An older man covered his mouth thoughtfully, while the woman beside him smiled, anticipating the nuanced debate to come. Another senior figure then stood to address the entire committee with a single statement. He proposed that since Spring of Joseon had already secured the grand prize, it would be more appropriate to give the Best Actor award to a seasoned actor from another production to ensure a more even distribution of accolades. A man identified as Senior Young quickly voiced his agreement, stating that the chairman's suggestion was indeed the right thing to do. Senior Young argued that the festival's purpose was to revitalize the entire theater industry, not to create a platform for a single star, especially one who wasn't even a traditional theater actor to begin with. The chairman conceded that Young-guk had indeed burst onto the scene like a comet with his undeniable talent, despite originating from outside the theater world. He then pivoted, posing a pointed question to Senior Young about whether the festival's goal of reviving the theater world wouldn't be better served by rewarding the actors who had moved the audience the most. Senior Young defensively retorted that they couldn't give all the awards to a single production, comparing the situation to a school performance where no parent would be happy if only one child received an award. The chairman pressed on, reminding everyone that they had all gathered with the collective hope of revitalizing the entire theater industry in their country. He then delivered his final, sharp question, asking why Senior Young was so intent on reducing the prestigious Korean Theater Festival to the level of a common school performance. The camera zoomed in on Senior Yang's face, capturing a raw expression of disdain as he realized he had been cornered. An announcer's voice boomed through the hall, officially declaring the start of the closing ceremony. An organizer marveled at the immense interest in the event, which had drawn everyone from major broadcasting stations to the Minister of Culture. Backstage, one of the actors from Spring of Joseon anxiously reviewed the list of nominated productions, wondering if the others felt as nervous as he did. He mentally recited the names of the other plays, reminding himself and his team not to make any mistakes. Finally, his gaze settled on the name of their own production, Spring of Joseon. With a soft, determined chuckle, he prepared himself to head out. On stage, the host announced the next presentation, the highly anticipated Actor of the Year award. The winner was revealed to be Jang Young-guk for his powerful portrayal of Baek Mu-yeol in Spring of Joseon. Seated in the audience, an older couple, likely his parents, smiled warmly at the young actor with immense pride. Young-guk then walked onto the stage and formally accepted the prestigious award from a senior member of the committee. The host then put Young-guk on the spot, asking him to deliver a few words in character as Baek Mu-yeol for the massive audience watching. Unseen by the crowd, a director acknowledged the pressure Young-guk was under but expressed his confidence in the young actor's incredible adaptability. He closed his eyes and smiled, eagerly awaiting the performance to come. Channeling his character, Young-guk began his speech, comparing the end of a harsh winter to the beautiful flowers of spring finally blooming in their Joseon. He continued, describing how the scent of the long-awaited spring made his heart beat fiercely, a good day he never imagined would arrive. Pausing dramatically, he remarked that he had not yet introduced himself and urged all those present to remember his name. With commanding presence, he declared himself to be Baek Mu-yeol, the last beacon of Joseon. A moment of impactful silence followed, letting his powerful words resonate through the auditorium. Some time later, during an interview, it was noted that public interest in Jang Young-guk had been increasing daily since the festival. The interviewer specifically highlighted the nationwide popularity of Spring of Joseon and asked Young-guk if he had ever expected such a massive success. Young-guk answered honestly, admitting he had no idea the play would become such a monumental hit. The interviewer explained that the phenomenon began with a viral internet review from a poet who praised the play's power to make one laugh, cry, and think. He elaborated that as this single review spread across social media, it ignited a national fervor for theater that shook the entire country. The interviewer then smoothly transitioned the discussion back to the main topic at hand. He brought up Young-guk's upcoming film, Confession of a Priest, and inquired if the young actor had seen the final edited version. Young-guk regretfully explained that because the film was R-rated and he was still underage, he was unfortunately unable to watch his own work. The interviewer sympathized with his disappointment, mentioning that he had already viewed the final cut with the director. He then asked for Young-guk's personal opinion on the movie's box office prospects, suggesting that simply breaking even would be a respectable outcome. The interviewer playfully accused him of being too modest and pushed for an off-the-record prediction, citing the 2.5 billion won budget and the 1 million viewer break-even point. It was noted that R-rated films have historically failed at the Korean box office, placing all eyes on Young-guk's film as it approached its release. The interviewer reacted with shock to Young-guk's whispered prediction of 5 million viewers, realizing such a figure would revolutionize the industry for R-rated movies. Young-guk humbly described his goal as wishful thinking, adding that the upcoming press screening would soon provide the first real test. Speaking as a sincere fan, the interviewer promised he would pray for the young actor's ambitious dream to come true. Young-guk agreed, stating that he too would pray for the movie's success. A narrator explained the function of preview screenings, comparing them to exit polls used to gauge a film's public reception ahead of its official release. Among these events, the press screening was described as a volatile island of praise and criticism, where a director nervously insisted they had to get it right. Elsewhere, a young reporter named Kang Sung-ah complained to her senior that she had been on a stakeout all night, which only ended with her being questioned at a police station. Her senior curtly dismissed her story and told her to get ready to leave, ignoring her protests that she had been approved for office work that day. He then reminded her that the press preview for The Confession of a Priest, the very event she had begged to cover, was scheduled for that afternoon. Her exhaustion instantly vanished as she eagerly shouted for them to go. The venue for the press screening was filled with the low hum of conversation as critics and journalists gathered. Sung-ah spotted the notoriously harsh critic Kim Dae-jin and whispered to her senior, wondering aloud what had possessed the film's team to invite him. Her senior admitted he didn't know, pointing out other tough critics and questioning whether the studio was supremely confident or completely out of their minds. Rumors were spreading that the 3 major broadcasting stations were also in attendance, drawn not by the unknown director but by the massive public interest in Jang Young-guk. Sung-ah voiced her concern for their actor, fearing he would be torn apart if the movie was poorly received, prompting her senior to chide her for her lack of objectivity. On stage, surrounded by the flashes of cameras, Jang Young-guk introduced himself and sincerely thanked everyone for attending. He mentioned that although he couldn't watch the film with them, he hoped they would enjoy it, his handsome appearance causing a stir in the audience. As the lights dimmed, Young-guk settled into a theater seat, a subtle smile playing on his lips as his own movie began. The film opened with his character's ominous voiceover, stating that evil grows like weeds, completely ignorant of its own sins. On screen, his character confronted another priest, accusing him of using his position for greed, preying on young men, and destroying their families. He condemned these acts as grave sins, prophesying that those who practiced such greed would ultimately be destroyed by their own ignorance. The scene culminated with a haunting declaration, as his character identified a man named John as the final sin. Back in the theater, the 2 reporters, Kang Sung-ah and her senior, exchanged expressions of profound shock. The camera zoomed in on Sung-ah's face, capturing her look of sheer astonishment at the film's intensity. Following the screening, critic Kim Dae-jin's review was published, hailing the film as a terrifying and captivating milestone for the industry. The review went on to confidently predict that Jang Young-guk would become a major force in the Korean film industry, leaving his colleagues to marvel at the glowing praise. Despite the acclaim, Young-guk felt a lingering unease, remembering that in his past life, this same movie had been a complete box office failure. He reflected on the strange twists of fate, noting that at the very least, they had made an excellent trailer this time around. Later, his uncle teased him about his intense on-screen performance, prompting an exhausted Young-guk to beg him to stop. His uncle continued his playful nagging, remarking that the Young-guk he knew was never such a terrifying person. The uncle showed off his goosebumps, while Young-guk sighed, worried that his hair was now a mess before his next scheduled interview. His uncle then playfully tousled his hair, proclaiming that success was literally falling upon his head as Young-guk groaned in exasperation. He then mused that at this rate, Young-guk might reach 10 million viewers before he did, but Young-guk dismissed the notion as impossible for an R-rated film. When the doorbell rang, Young-guk assumed it was his associate Bong-chun and quickly excused himself with a bow. Once he was gone, the uncle's brother asked if he was scared of his talented nephew taking his spot in the industry. The uncle scoffed, claiming he was too old to worry about such things, but readily admitted that the boy was truly amazing. He concluded that after already causing a sensation in the theater world, Young-guk was now perfectly poised to shake up the entire movie industry as well. In the competitive Korean film industry, the ultimate measure of a movie's success was its cumulative audience count. In a turn of events that felt more like a dream than reality, Confessions of a Priest had seized the #1 spot in real-time viewership right after its release. The film's momentum was undeniable, as the number of daily viewers swelled and theaters across the nation reported every single seat as sold out. The frenzy grew so intense that rumors began to circulate of fans pulling all-nighters just to secure tickets for local previews, while a black market for sold-out screenings flourished. This overwhelming public reception was especially shocking for an R-rated film, as everyone involved had initially disregarded any hope for significant box office performance. Young-guk had not only shattered his first love icon image but also achieved immense commercial success, accomplishing two monumental feats at once. He had successfully broadened his acting range and, in doing so, firmly etched the name Jang Young-guk into the public consciousness as a serious and formidable actor. Suddenly, director Kim burst into the room, calling out urgently for his boss. Young-guk calmly advised the director to be careful not to fall, then asked if his anxious state was due to a new flood of drama, movie, or advertising offers. He reminded the flustered director that he had ordered all offers to be put on hold and questioned if the frantic running was simply because of the demanding preview screening schedule. Director Kim finally revealed that the audience count tally for the film had arrived, prompting a surprised Young-guk to note that such reports usually came weekly, not after just a few days. The director conceded that the numbers weren't perfectly tallied since the first week wasn't over, but Young-guk impatiently urged him to get to the point. With bated breath, the director announced that the nationwide audience count had already surged past 1 million viewers. Meanwhile, at a preview screening for Confessions of a Priest in Jeonju, the atmosphere was quite different. Young-guk sat alone in the green room, feeling bored as he contrasted the roaring concert-like crowd at the stage greeting with his current solitude. He sighed, lamenting the inconvenience of being a minor who couldn't even watch his own film, and called out for his companion, Bong-chul. He tried again to get his Hyung's attention, calling out to him once more. Peeking over, Young-guk discovered that his chaperone had completely fallen asleep. Nearby, director Shin, a man with neatly styled brown hair, watched the proceedings with a confident smile. The director jokingly wondered what Young-guk did when left alone, lamenting the frustrating irony that the film's star actor was barred from watching his own R-rated movie in a theater. Another colleague chimed in, speculating that if they had only lowered the rating to 15+, the film would have easily surpassed 2 million viewers in its first week. Director Shin scoffed at the naive suggestion, questioning if they understood how difficult it was to revise an entire story, before quickly clarifying he was only joking. One of the team members remarked that, despite experiencing many tours, this was the most enjoyable preview screening they had ever been a part of. Young-guk's uncle mused that his earlier playful jab about his nephew surpassing his own popularity might soon become a reality. As they stepped outside, the group was stopped in their tracks by an utterly unexpected sight. Their jaws dropped in unison, utterly astounded by the massive crowd that had gathered before them. It was an impromptu fan meeting, organized entirely by the devoted audience. The crew marveled at the number of young fans present, guessing they must have attended with their parents just to catch a glimpse of the star. One of them remarked with admiration that commanding such loyalty was the true mark of a great actor. At that same moment in a Seoul movie theater, the film was having a similar, powerful effect. Reporter Kang Sung-ah's senior confessed that she still had chills, admitting she had expected the R-rated film to lose steam after a strong opening week. She shook her head in disbelief, reiterating just how crazy the film's continued success truly was. The movie had not only surpassed 1.5 million viewers nationwide in its first week, but its word-of-mouth buzz was so powerful it dwarfed all competing films. She boldly predicted that at this rate, the film could even become the first in history to achieve the coveted blockbuster status of 10 million viewers. Sung-ah agreed, adding that she had been so captivated by the movie that her palms were still sweaty from the tension. She recalled seeing Young-guk perform on stage before, but noted that seeing him on the big screen was an entirely different experience, leaving her to wonder at his incredible transformation. The senior reporter was particularly struck by the scene where the priest renounced his duties, comparing Young-guk's chilling performance to that of Anthony Hopkins in The Silence of the Lambs. She then held up her arm to show the goosebumps that had appeared just from remembering the scene where he fluently recited Latin. Sung-ah asked how many theaters were showing the film, as it seemed to have secured a time slot on nearly every screen, making advance booking an absolute necessity. Her senior expressed immense relief that they had booked ahead, imagining the desperate crowds they would have otherwise faced, pleading to buy tickets at any price. Sung-ah felt an overwhelming urge to watch the film again, admitting its powerful scenes were still lingering vividly in her mind. Her senior then shifted gears, questioning how they could justify being at a movie theater when they were supposed to be on a business trip. She explained that their company head was pressuring them about casting a new historical drama, a task made more difficult by the fact that their writer had just been replaced. Sung-ah innocently suggested that they could just cast one particular actor for the lead role, simplifying the entire problem. Her senior rationalized their theater visit as preliminary casting research, insisting they needed to watch the film properly to be prepared to discuss their target. She then declared that she was taking a huge gamble, fully intending to recruit Jang Young-guk himself as the lead for her historical drama. With a serious look, she added that there was another urgent reason why they needed to secure his casting as quickly as possible. She revealed that rumors were already spreading like wildfire about actor Jang's performance fees skyrocketing with every passing day. Indeed, the entire broadcasting industry's attention was now laser-focused on the phenomenal rise of Jang Young-guk. Over at Songwon Entertainment, a commotion erupted as a man argued with security, who repeatedly told him he couldn't just show up unannounced. A guard firmly informed the man that even a producer from a major broadcasting station needed an appointment, and if he didn't have one, he would have to leave. The man, PD Kim Jin from SBC Channel, protested that he couldn't get an appointment and just wanted a moment to see if Young-guk was in the building. He theatrically complained about being handled so roughly, threatening to collapse right there and hold the guards responsible for the consequences. Just then, he spotted a familiar face across the lobby and called out for Director Cha. Director Cha approached with a polished business smile, warmly greeting PD Kim and asking what had brought him to their offices. The producer explained his frustration, stating he had been trying to schedule a meeting with the CEO for days but was repeatedly told there was no time. Director Cha skillfully flattered the producer, acknowledging his reputation as the most popular PD at SBC and guessing his visit was related to an important new project. He then informed the producer that the CEO was currently in a meeting with actor Jang, which would make it difficult to see him, but this news only seemed to embolden the producer. Seeing the determined look on the producer's face, Director Cha tried desperately to stop him from pushing forward. Inside the office, CEO Kim Sung-hwan was in the middle of giving Young-guk instructions about upcoming details. The doors suddenly flew open as PD Kim barged in, loudly greeting the CEO. Both CEO Kim and Young-guk looked up, startled by the producer's abrupt and unannounced arrival. Undeterred by their surprise, PD Kim confidently asked the CEO if he had a moment to spare. The relentless gears of the entertainment industry continued to turn, setting the stage for a fateful encounter. Back in the CEO's office, Kim Sung-hwan asked for Young-guk's thoughts on the producer's highly unusual visit. The CEO remarked on PD Kim's obvious desperation, noting that he had never expected such an excessive display of apology from the man. He theorized that the producer likely thought Young-guk was holding a grudge over not receiving the Excellence Award at the recent SBC Drama Awards. The CEO then expressed genuine surprise, playfully teasing Young-guk for harboring ambitions for an award, something he hadn't expected from the actor's typically stoic demeanor. Young-guk brushed it off with a laugh, stating he was too young for such an award and that his packed schedule of premieres and interviews was the real reason he hadn't been able to meet the producer. He confessed, however, that seeing PD Kim's desperate behavior had left him with a lingering sense of unease. But despite any lingering feelings, Young-guk firmly declared that he did not want to accept the offer. To Young-guk's surprise, the CEO simply nodded in agreement, prompting the actor to question why he wasn't more tempted by the lucrative fee PD Kim had proposed. The CEO explained that he agreed with Young-guk's decision, deeming the script about a ruthless chaebol-era waste of the actor's considerable talent. He confidently added that Young-guk's appearance fee was only going to rise, especially now that his latest film had officially broken 5 million viewers. Young-guk humbly deflected the praise, attributing his eye for good projects to luck and admitting that such high compliments felt burdensome. His CEO playfully told him not to be so coy, reminding him of the countless nicknames he had already earned in the film industry, from 10 million gangster to blue chip. He even revealed that in the film investment world, Young-guk was known as the Midas touch for being an initial investor in the hit movie Confession of a Priest. Headlines blazed across the screen, celebrating the movie's incredible success and heralding it as a potential candidate to become the first 10 million viewer film in Korean history. Meanwhile, in the director's office at the MBS drama department, a man reacted with utter disbelief to a casting suggestion. The director, Yoo Myung-han, argued that casting Jang Young-guk was an absurd idea, pointing out that even with an increased budget, they couldn't possibly afford his fee, not to mention his complete lack of experience in historical dramas. He acknowledged Young-guk's impressive theater debut but insisted it was nonsensical for a star of his magnitude to risk his soaring career on a historical drama that had no guarantee of success. The director drove his point home by revealing that Young-guk had already flatly rejected a record-breaking offer from SBC without a moment's hesitation. He sighed, stating the simple fact that historical dramas were a genre that top-tier actors actively avoided. Unfazed, his colleagues simply asked why he was so determined to give up before they had even made an attempt. In a different location, the air buzzed with respect as industry staff bowed and greeted Jang Young-guk while he walked through a hallway. Suddenly, a door swung open, revealing a man with a shocked and sweaty expression on his face. The man was PDU, who called out Young-guk's name with delight, playfully wondering if he should now use his formal title of actor Jang. Young-guk's mind raced back to the past, remembering how this very man had been a blessing, a compass that guided him back to acting when he had vowed to quit forever. He warmly insisted that PDU call him by his old name, crediting the producer's visit to the Yongdo South Port Market as the turning point in his entire life. After exchanging pleasantries, Young-guk asked after director Kim, whom PDU confirmed was doing just fine. The producer fondly recalled how director Kim had recently spoken of Young-guk's incredible growth, lamenting that the young star was now too big and still too young for them to share a casual beer. Young-guk laughed, admitting it made him sad when people started treating him so differently because of his fame. Cutting to the chase, he correctly guessed that the producer hadn't sought him out just to say hello, especially after missing the premiere. PDU apologized, explaining that a sudden crisis at the station had kept him away, but he quickly added that he had watched both the movie and the theater festival performance with great admiration. Young-guk playfully chided him for not stopping by the waiting room, joking that he thought the producer had completely forgotten about him. The producer scoffed at the idea, declaring he could never forget the mascot of his debut work, especially when Young-guk's face was constantly on television. Leaning in, PDU finally asked the real question, whether or not Young-guk had decided on his next project. Young-guk acknowledged the pressure on his shoulders, admitting how busy he had been since his movie surpassed 5 million viewers. He then lightheartedly joked that the PD wouldn't even be able to look him in the eye if he became a 10 million viewer actor, before correctly identifying the visit as a casting offer. Deciding to be direct, PDU formally asked Young-guk to star in a new historical drama series with him. Young-guk was taken aback, remarking on the surprising career move for a famous producer who had exclusively focused on modern miniseries. He privately considered that top actors typically avoided such demanding roles, reminding himself to separate his personal fondness for the PD from the professional decision ahead. Outwardly, he explained that he was currently overwhelmed, balancing his movie promotion schedule with studying for his fast-approaching college entrance exam. He added that his agency had been incredibly considerate, postponing most advertisements and projects to allow him to focus. PDU nodded with understanding. Before revealing a key detail, the production was scheduled to begin only after his exams were finished. He assured the young actor that he was already in contact with a writer and the screenplay would be delivered soon. The producer passionately explained that he had a specific vision for the drama, and in his mind, there was no other actor in the country who could play the lead role better than Young-guk. His curiosity piqued. Young-guk asked which historical figure the drama would be about. PDU revealed the character was King Yonsan, the most infamous and ruthless tyrant of the Joseon dynasty. He detailed the king's dark legacy, from the brutal massacre of his mother's political enemies to his legendary tyranny and corruption. Internally, Young-guk had to admit that despite the known difficulties of the genre, the role itself was immensely appealing. He recalled his past life, where he had auditioned for more historical dramas than any other genre, forging a special and deep-seated affection for them. Though tempted, Young-guk raised a crucial point, telling PDU that there was a very big problem with the proposal. He expressed his concern over the quality and historical accuracy of a script being rushed into production without adequate preparation. He noted the scarcity of talented historical drama writers, but PDU calmly cut him off, assuring him that he had already targeted the perfect person for the job. The producer described a writer with legendary skill, boundless ideas, and a perfect record of meeting deadlines, a talent so coveted that he was constantly being pursued by every major studio. He continued his praise, explaining that this writer was so gifted he was called the beacon of the drama industry, a reputation that made Young-guk wonder if such a person could even be real. The only catch, PDU explained, was that the writer was on a sabbatical and refusing to meet anyone, but he had an ace up his sleeve to persuade him. He then presented Young-guk with a worn, old book. The producer revealed that his entire project was based on this novel, an alternative history story about Prince Yonsan written by a college student 10 years prior. He recounted the difficulty of tracking down the author after the publisher went bankrupt, only to find that the writer was now working in broadcasting. With a triumphant grin, PDU delivered his final revelation: the legendary writer he was pursuing was the original author of that very book. Young-guk looked down at the cover, his eyes falling on the author's name, Choi Kong-gon. Young-guk's mind was consumed by the worn book in his hands, titled The King's Secret. He weighed his options, feeling the project was a heavy burden, yet keenly aware that passing on such a meaningful role would lead to lasting regret. Despite the author's somewhat juvenile pen name, Choi Kong-gon, he remembered the novel's content carried a serious, compelling charm that was impossible to ignore. Even after all this time, every sentence from the book remained perfectly vivid in his memory. The story had painted a picture of King Yonsan as a tyrant who brutally murdered his mother's detractors, while also questioning the accepted historical record, which is so often fabricated by the victors. It recounted the grim fate of Queen Yun, who was deposed just 3 years after giving birth to the future king and was ultimately forced to take her own life. The book detailed how King Songjong had tried to name another son as crown prince, but failed due to widespread opposition. This failure was because the young Yi-young, who would become Yonsan, was already known for his exceptional intelligence from a very young age. As the narrative followed Yi-young's ascent to the throne as King Yonsan, a palpable tension began to build. The officials who had engineered his mother's downfall were left to desperately ponder if there was any way they could save their own lives from his inevitable retribution. Young-guk recalled the novel's chilling description of the young king's fangs hidden behind a gentle smile, whipping up an air of fear as his enemies were forced into a final gamble for survival. His thoughts drifted back to PDU, marveling at the man's incredible foresight to produce a fusion historical drama in an era when the genre was dominating the airwaves. He felt certain that with such boldness, PDU was destined to become the youngest drama director among the 3 major broadcasting networks. This opportunity, however, left Young-guk feeling deeply uncertain about his future, as he still needed to discuss crucial matters like appearance fees and overseas rights with his company. He found himself questioning whether this enticing offer was a golden opportunity or a poison chalice. Just as he wondered if there was anyone he could turn to for advice, his uncle's voice cut through his thoughts, asking what he was pondering so deeply. Startled, Young-guk pleaded with his uncle to make some noise before speaking, only for his uncle to jokingly retort that he had gotten bold enough to yell at his elders. Young-guk complained about his uncle's habit of startling him while drunk, noting the overwhelming smell of alcohol and the late hour. His uncle just laughed, declaring he had come to see his nephew and engage in a bit of playful roughhousing. The two wrestled for a moment before his uncle commented that the boy was no longer letting him off so easy. Shifting the tone, Young-guk looked at him seriously and asked if, as an actor, he had ever felt afraid of taking on a role. His uncle paused, admitting there were indeed times when he was scared, a confession that seemed to surprise Young-guk. He initially joked that he only feared terrible scripts he couldn't memorize or incompetent directors, but Young-guk urged him to be serious. His uncle's expression then hardened as he explained that any actor who wasn't afraid was no actor at all, because the profession was defined by its limitations. Young-guk then confided his current dilemma: a role he desperately wanted was being jeopardized by a low appearance fee that his agency would likely reject. His uncle empathized, adding that he also felt fear when he wanted to pursue a project that everyone around him advised against, worrying his stubbornness would lead to failure. He elaborated on the creeping dread that comes with a difficult role, the haunting self-doubt that makes delivering lines feel unnatural. But then, his uncle wisely stated that worrying about it would not change the outcome anyway. He reflected on his own past, admitting that with time, he realized all his youthful anxieties had been completely unnecessary. He recalled how he used to charge forward like a bulldozer despite the warnings, because he understood that an actor's job is to become one with the story. The veteran actor advised his nephew that the more an actor thinks, the more cluttered their performance becomes. A realization dawned on Young-guk as he wondered if he had been unconsciously trying to please his agency, obsessed with maintaining his now skyrocketing fee. He understood in that moment that such thinking was a far cry from his true commitment to living as an actor. Overwhelmed with gratitude, he began to thank his uncle for the profound insight. His uncle simply raised a hand, gently silencing him as if to say the advice was all that was needed. Meanwhile, in a quiet home far away, the very same book, The King's Secret, lay open, its pages revealing a history not recorded in the official annals. The novel delved into the life of Yi-yong, also known as Yeon Sang-in, but shockingly unveiled the existence of his enigmatic twin brother, Jaeol. The story's central mystery was posed in a single, tantalizing question: which of the two brothers was the true tyrant depicted in history? In the kitchen of that same home, a mother called out to her daughter, Eun-suk, asking her to fetch some coarse salt from the pantry. Eun-suk tried to persuade her mother to simply buy kimchi, worried about complaints from neighbors, but her mother was insistent, ordering her to grab rubber gloves and help immediately. Eun-suk sighed, reflecting on her move from Seoul to Yongdo for a quieter life as a mid-career writer of 9 years. Her career had exploded 4 years prior with her debut novel, The Man of August, and every project since had become a massive hit, earning her the industry title of ratings queen. But as her mother continued to pester her about her love life, Eun-suk insisted that she was on a sabbatical and needed to focus solely on her work. Just as her mother lamented that she would grow old as a spinster, the sudden ring of the doorbell interrupted their conversation. Eun-suk headed for the door while her mother continued to shout kimchi-making instructions from the kitchen. Her mother's face lit up with surprise and delight when she saw the visitor, assuming it was one of her daughter's precious co-workers. Eun-suk called out to see who was there, her own expression shifting to one of complete shock. Standing on her doorstep was none other than PDU. A short while later, her mother apologized profusely for the humble spread, though PDU insisted he was overwhelmed by her generous hospitality. The mother warmly declared that any colleague of her daughter's was like a son to her, before immediately asking if he was married. Mortified, Eun-suk quickly ushered her mother out of the room, who retreated under the pretense of doing laundry. Once they were alone, Eun-suk cut straight to the chase, asking why he had come all this way and correctly guessing he was there to propose his next project. Acknowledging her sharp intuition, PDU could only watch as she sighed, reminding him that she had already declared this year as her sabbatical. She felt she had earned the break, having worked on more than 5 projects in the last 4 years and winning major drama awards. But PDU confidently told her he had come prepared, revealing his plan to direct a historical drama, which made her gasp in disbelief that he was actually going through with it. She frankly called his decision overly ambitious, questioning why someone so smart would take on a notoriously difficult project that had already seen its writing team replaced several times. He casually dismissed her concerns, explaining that the previous writers had quit before he even took charge, which he considered a blessing in disguise as he had another idea in mind. When she asked if he was now writing the script himself, he revealed he was instead planning to adapt a historical novel he had read a long time ago. He explained it was an alternative history story centered on King Yonsan, one he remembered as being quite interesting. With filming set to begin soon, he had decided to find the original author, a task made incredibly difficult by the fact that the publisher had gone bankrupt and the author had vanished without a trace. He chuckled, recalling that the book's first printing hadn't even sold out, yet he had proudly purchased 2 copies for himself, one to keep and one to read. A triumphant smile creased his face as he explained that, by some divine fate, he discovered the author was now working as a prominent television drama writer. He paused dramatically, pretending to search his memory for the author's old pen name. Then, with a flourish, he revealed the name that connected everything. It was Choi Kong-gandu. The CEO of Songwon Entertainment apologized to Young-guk for the long wait, explaining that meetings for another actress project had run late. They briefly discussed the huge success of actress Soo-young's new drama, agreeing that her departure into a sillier character had charmed the audience. Young-guk then questioned the purpose of their sudden meeting, recalling their agreement to delay project discussions, which prompted the CEO to reveal an offer from a variety show called Star Documentary. This was no ordinary program. Star Documentary was a renowned show that delved into the personal lives of celebrities, boasting guaranteed high viewership and representing a coveted opportunity for every star. Sometime later, a crew member stood at the entrance of Seiwa High School, musing on how diligently living one's life could lead to such remarkable days. Her colleague noted her formal blouse was fit for an award ceremony, but she insisted on looking polite for the task of documenting the daily life of the nation's hottest rising actor. On the field, Young-guk skillfully handled the ball during a game, impressing the onlookers with his unexpected athletic prowess. The documentary's narrator explained that child actors often miss out on regular school life due to their schedules, making it difficult for them to form close bonds with their classmates. However, the scene on the court told a different story, as a friend playfully heckled Young-guk's losing team, demanding they buy drinks from the convenience store. Another classmate chimed in, suggesting that Young-guk, fresh off the success of his hit movie, should treat them, but he humorously refused their insistent demands. Later in the classroom, his popularity was evident as multiple classmates gathered around his desk, eagerly asking for help with their schoolwork. When one student slyly asked to just borrow his notes, Young-guk cleverly promised to lend them the next time an absence from class occurred. Observing the interaction, a producer from the documentary crew commented on how naturally his classmates sought him out, inquiring if he was indeed skilled at his studies. A teacher confirmed that Young-guk wasn't just good, he was exceptional, with grades consistently at the top of the school and a diligent approach to all his work. The producer marveled at his ability to excel both in academics and his acting career, acknowledging him as a truly remarkable student with the potential to attend any top university. The teacher elaborated further, stating that Young-guk's grades could even secure him a spot in Seoul National University's law program through early admission, leaving her to wonder how he managed his time. The teacher then broke character to ask about her on-camera appearance, while the producer, completely floored by the student's perfection, silently questioned if this guy was for real. At a celebratory dinner, glasses were raised in a toast to the confession of a priest for shattering the 10 million viewer mark. An older colleague, affectionately called Uncle, claimed had seen Young-guk's potential since he was a runny-nosed kid, a statement Young-guk playfully corrected by reminding him he was 14 when they met. The uncle brushed off the correction, insisting his version was the truth, and continued to praise Young-guk's impressive early achievements, such as his teen movie reaching 7 million viewers. Another actor jested about wanting that same level of success, while Young-guk shifted his attention back to his uncle, nagging him to shave his scruffy beard which made him look like he'd just come from the mountains. His uncle grumbled that Young-guk had become cheeky now that he was taller, but their companion, Hyung-seop, sided with the young actor, advising the veteran to shave for his disappointed fans. Hyung-seop then remarked with a shudder that seeing his older brother was like looking into his own grim future, expressing an urgent need to get married soon to avoid that fate. The uncle defensively claimed he simply hadn't met his match, prompting Young-guk to quip that at nearly 50, perhaps this life wasn't meant for it, a sentiment with which Hyung-seop heartily agreed. The scene then transitioned to a formal interview segment for the KBC Star documentary. An interviewer began by asking Young-guk to share his reasons for deciding to participate in the program. Young-guk explained that despite his face being everywhere because of his recent film, his actual on-screen appearances were rare, so much so that his fan club had contacted his agency. He elaborated that fans were concerned he wasn't receiving broadcasting offers, which he interpreted as a clear sign that many people were eager to see more of him. The interviewer concluded that his decision was, in essence, a gesture for his devoted fans. Meanwhile, on a different program, pundits discussed the syndrome of the Korean film industry's recent boom, marveling at how a film could surpass 7 million viewers in a market once considered a cinematic wasteland. The success was deemed even more astounding given its R rating, prompting director Choi to wryly comment that the prevailing wisdom in Chungnyeoro was to go all in on adult content. An analyst explained that despite advanced ticket sales coming from adults, R-rated films typically underperformed because local productions were often dismissed as simple adult films, leading to compromise. The host sought clarification, confirming that studios often tried to compromise by editing down their films to secure a more commercially viable PG-15 rating. Director Choi verified this industry practice, known as cutting, was often necessary to avoid an R rating, which would lead distributors to relegate the film to undesirable screening times. In this context, the spectacular box office performance of The Priest's Confession was hailed as an unprecedented event, signaling a tremendous shift in the entire South Korean film industry. This success heralded an expansion of creative freedom, sparking a frenzy in both Chungnyeoro and the broadcasting world, with everyone clamoring to cast the actor at the center of it all, Jang Young-guk. During another interview, the veteran actor On Jung-hyun was asked for his thoughts on the newcomer, Jang Young-guk. On Jung-hyun reminisced about meeting Young-guk 4 years prior, painting a picture of a short-legged, sun-tanned little kid with black hair. He fondly recalled the youngster causing a commotion at the Busan International Film Festival and traced his meteoric rise from a chubby child actor to the nation's first love and now a film star. Complimenting his many nicknames, On Jung-hyun humorously worried that Young-guk might steal his own title, which caused a behind-the-scenes panic as a producer realized this effusive praise was not in the script. The interviewer then steered the conversation back on track, asking for On Jung-hyun's feelings about the movie surpassing the 7 million viewer threshold. With brutal honesty, he admitted that it was killing him with jealousy, noting that the film had already earned several times its initial break-even point. Despite his envy, he revealed his intention to give Young-guk a gift, claiming to have been watching over the young actor for a long time without him realizing it. He lamented that the boy, oblivious to this secret mentorship from his runny-nosed days, only nagged him now, though he quickly added that Young-guk remained very respectful towards his elders. He then requested the runny-nose comment be cut and wistfully added that if he had a daughter, he would have proudly chosen Young-guk as his son-in-law. His heartfelt yet comical declaration sent the entire film crew into a fit of laughter. Back at the celebratory dinner, a slightly inebriated On Jung-hyun confessed that it would be a lie to say he wasn't jealous of Young-guk becoming Korea's first 10 million viewer actor. However, he genuinely felt that The Confession of a Priest was worthy of such an honor, even ranking it among the top 3 films he had ever seen in a theater. With renewed vigor, he passionately urged everyone to support the film and help Young-guk reach that monumental milestone, shouting a final, fighting cheer of encouragement. The older actor's boisterous support culminated in him grabbing his younger friend's ear, laughing heartily as the other man winced in playful pain. A sharp cry of protest erupted from the young man caught in the firm, celebratory grip. In a quiet room, a writer stared at her screen, wistfully recalling her younger days as an assistant when the simple act of writing was a source of pure joy. Now, she despaired at her current situation, wondering how she had fallen into such a state after starting her career with a massively successful drama. The dreaded writer's block had taken hold, a debilitating slump that crept in without warning, turning her mind into a blank slate where even simple sentences were lost. She remembered a mentor's warning that overcoming such a phase was the critical crossroads on the path to becoming a true top-tier writer, a lesson she now understood all too well. Realizing this was no time for self-pity, she fiercely commanded herself to snap out of it and get to work. Her mind then drifted back to a few days prior, to the pivotal afternoon when the famous PD had visited her home. In the flashback, she firmly told the PD to stop teasing her about her old pen name, abruptly cutting him off. She then passionately defended her early work as her own flesh and blood and demanded to know if he planned to discard her child, accusing his network of treating historical dramas as disposable projects. PDU calmly countered her fears, assuring her it was far from a throwaway project for him and stunning her by revealing his plan to cast Young-guk in the lead role. Still in disbelief, she pointed out the logistical impossibilities, from the drama's proposed 40-episode length to the astronomical fee commanded by the hottest actor in the industry. The PD offered a simple yet radical solution, suddenly suggesting they cut the entire series in half. He reasoned that since her original novel was a short story, padding it out would only dilute its power. Instead, they could combine the budget for 40 episodes into 20, dramatically enhancing each one. He confidently declared he would somehow handle Young-guk's appearance fee, prompting her to challenge him on what he would do if he failed to secure the actor. Without a moment's hesitation, he stated that he would simply resign, a bold declaration that made her sigh in exasperated admiration for the attitude that had made him so famous. Returning to the present, she felt a long-dormant creative desire bubbling up within her and, clutching her old novel, she spoke to it like a child, promising to do her very best. With a sudden burst of renewed determination, she shouted that she would do it, only to be immediately scolded by her mother, who was aghast that she was now talking to novels. In a tense meeting, an executive confronted director Myung-hana, praising him for securing the renowned writer Choi but vehemently opposing his choice for the lead actor. He pointed out the exorbitant cost of hiring the country's top actor, questioning how they would manage the budget even though he was the one who had asked you to take on the project, and urged for a more moderate compromise. The executive dismissed the idea of cutting costs elsewhere as naive, highlighting the astronomical rental fees for historical drama sets and predicting that a long-running series would bankrupt the MBS drama department for an entire year. PDU calmly countered his concerns, revealing that he had no intention of making a long series and instead planned to produce it as a concise 20-episode drama. He explained that competing with KBS, the powerhouse of historical dramas, required an unconventional approach, as a conventional strategy was unlikely to succeed. Elaborating on his strategy, he declared his plan to create a 20-episode historical drama specifically targeted towards female viewers, a departure from their usual methods. He then gestured for the executive to review the proposal he had prepared. The executive was taken aback by the 20-episode format, immediately questioning if PDU had discussed this with writer Choi, as he recalled her side had been explicitly reluctant to work on a long series due to the short source material. He then raised the issue of upper management's approval, pointing out that such a sudden change in the series length would throw the entire production schedule for the following year into chaos. Unfazed, PDU simply guaranteed that the drama would be a massive hit. The executive, however, was not swayed, retorting that mere confidence was not enough to overcome the numerous logistical problems they faced. PDU countered by asking what more convincing material was needed than having secured both the best writer and the best actor, insisting this was the ultimate plan for MBS to finally compete with KBC. He then directly challenged the director's hesitation, asking how long he would remain so timid and urging him to remember the passionate confidence he'd shown when he recruited you from KBC. A heavy sigh escaped the director's lips as he considered the risky proposal. He internally calculated that even with a reduced episode count, Jang Young-guk's fee would be immense, making the high-difficulty historical drama an even bigger gamble. He further worried that the conservative executives would question him relentlessly for casting an actor with no prior historical drama experience, on top of the already massive production costs. Frustrated, he cursed inwardly, acknowledging how that kid, PDU, had a knack for getting under his skin and stirring his resolve. With a surge of newfound determination, the director decided to embrace the passion and immediately requested a meeting with the president. Meanwhile, unaware of the high-stakes decisions being made about him, Young-guk casually rubbed his ear, wondering if water had gotten in during his shower. His gaze fell upon a script titled Secret King Choi Kong-gandu. He mused that he hadn't made any decisions yet, planning to wait for the full script while expressing surprise that the writer, Choi Kong-gandu, was a woman. Suddenly, his door burst open as someone shouted his name, startling him from his thoughts. His uncle strode in without knocking, teasingly admonishing him for being shirtless before spotting a letter and cheekily asking if it was from a lover. Young-guk clarified that it was just a fan letter before nonchalantly informing his uncle that his supposed girlfriend had arrived. The word girlfriend left his uncle completely bewildered. Standing in the doorway was a young woman in a school uniform, holding a gift box with a bright, cheerful smile. She explained that her mother always taught her to bring gifts when visiting adults, prompting Young-guk's uncle to thank her before questioning her unexpected weekend visit. The uncle wryly guessed she hadn't come for him, and she eagerly confirmed it, exclaiming that she was there to see director Jang and that he was even more handsome in person. Another young man, her brother, questioned her sudden appearance, but Yun-soo playfully retorted that she wasn't there for him, but to properly greet director Jang. As they headed inside, she asked about the star documentary film crew, only to be shocked when her brother informed her that they had already finished filming and left days ago. Her brother wondered how she even knew about the documentary, leading her to reveal that she was a member of his fan club, where rumors about the filming had been circulating widely. She then declared her true purpose, to help him study, insisting that with the crucial CSAT exam approaching, he needed a focused environment, and proudly asked if he was touched by her dedication. She delivered a motivational speech, reminding him that the next few months of his senior year would define his future, and ended with a rousing cheer to study hard. Her brother questioned her sudden intense focus on academics, to which she defensively replied that she had always been a diligent student, even studying on her own to get into her prestigious high school. Beaming, she announced that her newfound motivation stemmed from setting a new goal for herself, piquing his curiosity. She confidently declared her intention to get into Seoul National University, a statement that made him choke in surprise. He remarked on her surprisingly competitive spirit in academics and asked why she was so set on Seoul National University, noting the difficulty of balancing it with his acting career. Puzzled by his reaction, she simply asked if he wasn't planning on attending Seoul National University himself. Elsewhere, news outlets celebrated the massive success of Confession of a Priest, which had just surpassed 8 million viewers in only 68 days. The articles focused heavily on Jang Young-guk, praising how he had shed his teen star image and delivered a chilling performance that left the public eagerly anticipating his next move. In the back seat of a car, his manager read the glowing reviews with a satisfied smile. Young-guk, however, noticed his manager's expression was anything but happy, asking why he looked so gloomy, which surprised the older man. He confirmed it was incredibly obvious, saying his manager's expression was so dire it looked as if a major accident had occurred. The manager then apologized profusely, expressing his deep regret that the film had missed the 10 million viewer mark and blaming his own promotional efforts, but Young-guk quickly reassured him. Young-guk admitted to a slight disappointment but emphasized that 8.32 million was still a monumental, record-breaking number for a Korean film. Changing the subject, the manager noticed several bags beside the actor, who explained they were gifts for the person he was on his way to meet. Their car pulled up to the entrance of Seoul's Suho Hospital. Young-guk decided to go inside by himself, reasoning that two large men entering together would attract too much attention, and his manager agreed to wait in the car. Disguised in a cap and mask, he scanned the hospital lobby before proceeding. A flashback revealed a recent conversation where the Songwon Entertainment president had questioned Young-guk's decision to donate the large sum of money he had earned from his successful film investment. In the memory, Young-guk had stipulated that the donation be made anonymously to the Children's Leukemia Foundation, with a firm request that the foundation confirm every cent was used for a child's direct treatment costs. He had reflected internally that he could easily amass a fortune using his knowledge of the future, from real estate to stocks. However, he had long since abandoned such materialistic desires, knowing that repeating the same choices from his past life would never bring him true happiness. Back in the present, he stood before a hospital room door, his destination reached. A wave of anxiety washed over him as he admitted to himself that he was more nervous now than he had ever been while filming. From inside the room, a small voice called out, asking who was there. As he entered, the young girl's eyes widened in disbelief as she recognized him, whispering his name. He warmly greeted the girl, Dejong, remembering from her letters that she was a fan who loved theater and dreamed of becoming an actress one day. He recalled how her multiple fan letters mentioned that her illness had sadly prevented her from seeing his play, Spring of Joseon. He playfully teased that he might leave if she kept staring at him with such a surprised expression, which finally broke her stupor as she excitedly confirmed it was really him. Turning to her mother, he apologized for the unannounced visit, explaining that hospital policy prevented him from contacting them beforehand, but the mother assured him it was no trouble and expressed her immense gratitude. He then told Dejong that he had read every single one of her letters as he handed her a gift. He mentioned that he knew she had wanted to see Spring of Joseon, and expressed his hope that she would like his present. Overwhelmed with emotion, the young girl in her hospital gown began to cry tears of pure happiness. He watched her, deeply moved by the realization that this small child found the strength to overcome her pain by looking up to him and dreaming of her own future. In that moment, he made a silent vow to become an even stronger, more steadfast person in order to protect her precious dream as she grew up. The camera focused on the crown of a young man's head, his brown hair illuminated under the afternoon sun. The view pulled back to reveal their location, a quiet, sun-drenched school rooftop, accessible only by a single metal door. His friend, Yeonjiang, greeted him with his old title, class president, prompting him to gently correct her, as he no longer held that position. She then mused over how his hospital visit became public news despite his efforts, to which he theorized it was likely because he had seen more than just one or two children. Yeonjiang playfully accused him of renting out the rooftop since he was always there at lunch, but he simply replied that he enjoyed the cool atmosphere. Changing the subject, she cheerfully handed him a notebook, thanking the class president for lending her the notes she had asked for. She praised his impeccable note-taking ability and promised to return the notebook by the next day before asking if he wanted some ice cream as a thank you. He jokingly asked if she was trying to bribe him, so she made a more heartfelt request instead, a photo with him and her mother at the graduation ceremony. Young-guk immediately agreed, honored by the thought, but couldn't help but notice a tinge of sadness in her voice as she mentioned graduation. Her expression turned somber as she reminded him that their college entrance exam was fast approaching. He tried to lighten the mood, teasing that she'd be bored without him to nag anymore, a suggestion she quickly refuted. Yeonjiang then turned away, leaning over the rooftop ledge to gaze thoughtfully at the world below. She asked if he had truly enjoyed his school days despite his busy acting career, confessing that with graduation so near, she was going to miss him. He inwardly reflected on his past life, where he had been a delinquent with no love for school, a stark contrast to how he felt now. He admitted that he had recently found school to be exciting, though he lamented the bittersweet reality of their predetermined farewell. Looking at her with sincere gratitude, Young-guk thanked Yeonjiang for everything during their high school years. A surprised laugh escaped her as she pointed out that he had suddenly used her real name after years of calling her class president just to annoy her. The weight of his words settled in, and she realized with a poignant sigh that this was truly the end of their time together as students. Yeonjiang confessed that she had once planned to tell him she had romantic feelings for him right before graduation, but her perspective had shifted as she organized her thoughts. She explained that what she truly felt was admiration for his confidence and maturity, qualities that inspired her to want to become a better person herself. Now on that path of self-improvement, she asked that they continue to stay in touch and share their lives even after they became adults. With a warm and genuine smile, she returned his earlier sentiment, expressing her own deep gratitude for their friendship. A gentle breeze seemed to flow between them, carrying the weight of their heartfelt exchange. Young-guk smiled back and readily agreed, promising that they would indeed see each other again. The scene then shifted to a bubbling red pot simmering on a stove, marking the passage of time to the eve of the exam. Over the phone, his mother offered to go with him to the test center, but Young-guk lovingly declined, promising to head straight to her right after he finished. She worried about the crowd of reporters that would be there and the freezing cold weather predicted for the next day, hoping he liked the scarf she had knitted for him. He assured her he loved the warm gift and told his mother to be safe on her travels, ending the call with affection. The next morning, his brother criticized his porridge-making skills, pointing to the burnt bottom, but Young-guk insisted it was just perfectly golden brown, the way they used to eat it. As another family member complained about the salty soup, a young boy entered the chaotic kitchen and asked what was going on. His grandfather explained that the whole family was pitching in to make a special lunchbox for the youngest's big exam. His brother advised eating the bland porridge with rich ribs, but his grandfather countered, warning him against any food that could cause an upset stomach. Young-guk, wearing the new scarf, commented on how nice it was, which prompted his brother to tease that he looked like an old lady. In a swift, playful motion, Young-guk smacked his brother with the cooking ladle for the insult. Later that morning, he arrived at the designated testing location, the imposing gates of Ju High School. A swarm of reporters immediately descended upon him, cameras flashing as they begged for just a single word. He politely thanked them for their support as a reporter shouted a question about how he was feeling on the big day. Suddenly, a familiar, high-pitched voice called out his name, cutting through the media frenzy. He turned to see his junior, Yeonsu, who playfully asked if he thought she came just for him, before revealing the other juniors were there to cheer him on too. Grateful for their support, he promised to do his best on the exam as she wished him well. A chorus of encouragement erupted from the other students, who held signs and chanted their support, wishing him a perfect score. His teacher then appeared, praising his humble nature and handing him a hot pack, confident that he would do well. Bolstered by the overwhelming support, he made a firm promise to everyone that he would succeed and return. As evening fell, the setting sun cast a warm, golden hue across the silhouettes of apartment buildings. A deep, weary sigh escaped Young-guk's lips as his solitary footsteps echoed on the pavement. He mused to himself that this feeling of finality was almost identical to the day he was discharged from the military. It was a bittersweet mix of relief and regret, a sense of leaving behind his student years to finally step into the world of adulthood. His quiet walk was abruptly interrupted as reporters, who had been lying in wait, suddenly sprang up around him. A journalist immediately began questioning him about the exam's difficulty, particularly the notorious math section. Another reporter pressed him for his feelings on this milestone, but his manager, Bong Chul, quickly stepped in to shield him. The manager expertly handled the press, asking them to direct further inquiries to the agency and appealing to the fans' understanding of Young-guk's exhaustion. Once they were safely in the car, his manager apologized for not intervening sooner, admitting he had dozed off, before handing Young-guk a warm drink. He had thoughtfully prepared ginger tea, knowing it would help Young-guk recover from the exhausting day. After a moment of silence, his manager informed him that they had an urgent stop to make before heading home. The sleek black car eventually parked before a serene, traditional building, glowing softly in the night. From within, the gentle sounds of a prayer could be heard, a chant about a heart free of deceit fulfilling all wishes. The sacred words continued, seeking to wash away all sins from the past, the present, and the future. The scene then shifted to a quiet room, where a woman with her hair tied up rested peacefully, face down on a pillow. A soft sound disturbed the tranquil atmosphere of the room. A weak but clear voice called out for his mother. The woman stirred from her rest, recognizing her son's voice as she confirmed his arrival. Sitting up, she looked at him with a mother's worry, her expression filled with concern as she noted his pale face and how difficult the day must have been. As he gazed at her, Young-guk reflected that while his new life had changed so much from his past, one thing had remained the same. It was his mother's unwavering love, a constant he could always count on, and with a heart full of emotion, he told her he was finally back. In the driver's seat, Young-guk listened intently as his manager, Bong-chul, offered crucial driving advice about staying in the middle lane and focusing on the brakes. Bong-chul continued the lesson, questioning if Young-guk's foot instinctively went for the accelerator in emergencies and stressed the importance of reading the traffic flow. He then expressed his amazement at how quickly Young-guk obtained his license, to which Young-guk explained that he had passed both the written and road tests on his first try immediately after his exams. Young-guk clarified that his haste was born of necessity, as his growing fame made it impossible for him to use public transportation without being recognized. Suddenly, a wave of nervousness washed over Bong-chul as he urgently instructed Young-guk to keep his foot on the brake. A flicker of confusion crossed Young-guk's face as he questioned his manager's sudden anxiety. Young-guk teasingly questioned if Bong-chul was truly a beginner driver himself, recalling that his parents lived in Jigalki and asking if they were even aware he was a manager. Bong-chul sheepishly admitted his parents still didn't believe him, with his mother constantly suggesting he return home to catch octopus for a living. He explained he was only visiting this time for his grandmother's birthday, prompting Young-guk to ask if it was his maternal grandmother. Bong-chul clarified it was his paternal grandmother, who had raised him and still doted on him endlessly, even calling him her baby. Touched by this, Bong-chul offered to introduce Young-guk to her, wanting to show his appreciation for the kindness Young-guk had shown him over the years. Young-guk then proposed an idea: they could travel down to Busan together during his vacation, since he already planned to visit his own mother, and he would even handle all the driving. The thought of the long highway journey to Busan sparked concern in Bong-chul, who worried about potential scheduling conflicts, but Young-guk casually brushed his fears aside. Unbeknownst to his manager, Young-guk felt a surge of confidence, reflecting that a simple drive to Busan was child's play compared to handling supercars in his previous life. Sometime later in Busan, Bong-chul's sister light-heartedly scolded her parents for staring so intently at their famous guest. Her mother hushed her before turning to Young-guk, asking if her son, who she noted had a tendency to get scolded, was performing his duties well. The father expressed his astonishment, finally believing his son was truly Young-guk's manager, while Young-guk humbly asked them to speak to him informally. Young-guk further charmed them by saying that as Bong-chul's parents, they were like a mother to him as well, causing the mother to declare herself his #1 fan. The father, ever the pragmatist, changed the subject, asking Young-guk how he did on the recent college entrance exam he'd seen him take on television. Young-guk replied that while official scores weren't out, his estimated results seemed positive, which brought a wave of relief and praise from the proud parents. Overcome with joy, the mother declared Young-guk a true gem of Busan, forcing a slightly embarrassed Bong-chul to ask her to tone it down. She playfully retorted, reminding her son of his own troublesome school days before gently scolding him for being clueless. She then confessed her initial worries when he left for Seoul to become a manager, expressing immense relief that he was working for such a respectable person. Young-guk graciously deflected the praise, insisting that it was Bong-chul who had been a tremendous help to him. Changing the topic, Young-guk inquired about Bong-chul's grandmother, learning that she disliked this particular place and that Bong-chul planned to visit her separately the next day. Their father then reminded Bong-chul not to forget the tea leaves his mother had requested for her upcoming visit. His thoughts then shifted to his daughter, Bong-sun, as he wondered aloud where she was and if she was out wandering with her camera again. As if on cue, a young woman's voice echoed through the house, announcing her arrival and calling out for her brother. The girl, Bong-sun, froze mid-step, her eyes widening in utter shock as she recognized the famous actor, Jang Young-guk. As their parents looked on, Young-guk's own memory sparked, and he identified her as Bong-sun from his middle school's journalism club. Bong-sun exclaimed in delighted disbelief, remarking that he hadn't changed at all in the years since they had last seen each other. Filled with excitement, she immediately proposed a reunion, suggesting they gather all their old classmates for a photo right then and there. Elsewhere, a man identified as CEO Kim stood hesitantly before a traditional building, questioning if he had found the right place after a 4-year absence. From within, an elderly woman with a stern, knowing expression seemed to sense his presence. Her sharp voice cut through his hesitation, gruffly asking if he intended to stand outside all day or finally come in. The CEO was astounded by her perception, wondering to himself if she possessed the ability to see the future. The woman scoffed at his superstitious thoughts, dryly pointing out that his head was clearly visible over the wall and telling him to stop bowing so foolishly. Her gaze sharpened as she recognized him as an acquaintance of a funeral director from years past, correctly guessing that his visit was once again related to that very same person. She reminded him of the immense favor Young-guk had done for him, saving him from a disastrous fate that would have left him destitute. CEO Kim soberly acknowledged her wisdom, confirming that Young-guk's advice had been instrumental and that he was now seeking guidance on the young actor's future path. The elder advised him to simply observe and support Young-guk, warning him that despite his youth, the boy was far more cunning and experienced than he appeared. She reassured the CEO that Young-guk was always several steps ahead of any trouble, and that his only real duty was to watch over him well. She concluded by explaining that their relationship was one of mutual aid, and that meeting the CEO would ensure Young-guk faced no setbacks in the future. When CEO Kim attempted to offer payment, she swiftly waved it away, refusing to act like a scammer and instead inviting him inside for a warm cup of tea. The woman called for tea, but her assistant, who happened to be Bong-chul, paused as he sniffed the air, a flicker of recognition on his face. He looked up from his task, his eyes widening as he realized who their guest was. CEO Kim was equally stunned, stammering out Bong-chul's name in sheer disbelief at the coincidence. At another location, a writer named Eun-young questioned her companion, Senior Choi, on the necessity of traveling all the way to Busan just to cast Mr. Jang. Senior Choi dismissed her concerns, stating they needed the fresh air and explaining that the agency and CEO Kim were both unavailable for a meeting in Seoul. She then adamantly declared that she would not submit her script to the network until she received a definitive answer from Young-guk himself. Her determined speech was cut short as the alluring smell of grilled eel caught her attention, and she eagerly pulled Eun-young towards its source. As they entered the restaurant, they were met by a polite greeting from none other than Young-guk. Senior Choi stopped in her tracks, rendered completely speechless by the unexpected encounter. Bong-chul, too, was floored to see both CEO Kim and the famous writer appearing at his family's home. Unfazed, Young-guk was busy presenting Bong-chul's grandmother with a gift of thermal clothing for the cold winter. Bong-chul could only wonder at the impossible odds of both the CEO and the writer arriving at the same time. His grandmother, ever the gracious host, offered to prepare food for their new guests, though Eun-young politely offered to assist. The grandmother kindly refused the help, just as Young-guk turned to the newcomers and directly asked what had brought them here. CEO Kim awkwardly fabricated a story about a business trip and a chance meeting with writer Choi, a tale she quickly corroborated. Young-guk processed this information, looking toward writer Choi and confirming with a nod that she had come specifically to see him. Cutting straight to the chase, writer Choi made her intentions clear, formally asking Young-guk to star in her next project. A wave of shock washed over Young-guk as he pointed to himself, completely taken aback by the direct offer. Without a moment's hesitation, writer Choi made her offer, directly proposing that she and Young-guk work together on her next project. Young-guk was taken aback, questioning the offer since he was already in talks for a historical drama with PDU, only for the writer to reveal that she was the one behind that very script and had been dying to show him the first draft. She explained that PDU's demanding schedule had prevented him from joining her, so she had come alone, driven by an urgent need to secure Young-guk for the lead role she had written specifically for him. A flicker of recognition crossed Young-guk's face as he finally connected her to the famous pen name, Choi Kong-gandu, a detail she quickly waved away. She dismissed the name as a thing of the past and handed him the script, declaring with conviction that she would cut ties with the broadcast company if they couldn't meet his requested appearance fee. CEO Kim skeptically questioned if the writer was overextending herself, or if her bold statement was merely a performance for their benefit. Writer Choi responded with a mysterious smile, stating that her actions simply proved how desperately she needed Young-guk for the part. The CEO then changed the subject, remembering that Young-guk had recently taken the college entrance exam and asked how he had fared on the notoriously difficult test. Young-guk answered nonchalantly that his results were similar to usual, which prompted the CEO to recall from a documentary that Young-guk was consistently the top-ranked student at his school. Both the CEO and the writer marveled at his incredible combination of looks and intellect, with the CEO admitting he had initially worried that such intense public attention might become a burden for the young actor. Writer Choi, however, remained focused on his cryptic answer, pressing him to explain what he meant by his score being similar to usual. Young-guk paused for a moment, a thoughtful expression on his face as he considered how to respond. Meanwhile, at a bustling newspaper office, an editor-in-chief was asked to approve the headline for an article questioning the intense difficulty of that year's CSAT exam. The reporter explained that the exam was so brutal that there was a high possibility of no one achieving a perfect score, leading to public debate over the evaluation board's methods. During the discussion, another journalist brought up the media frenzy surrounding actor Jang Young-guk's participation, wondering aloud how he could possibly manage both a thriving acting career and such demanding studies. His colleague chimed in, mentioning that a recent documentary had revealed Young-guk's school grades were so outstanding that he likely had a guaranteed spot at his desired law school anyway. Their conversation was abruptly cut short when a coworker burst in and yelled that it was out, startling everyone and leaving them to ask what had been released. With breathless excitement, the reporter announced that Jang Young-guk's official exam scores had just been published. Instantly, news articles flooded the internet, declaring that Jang Young-guk had defied all expectations by earning top marks in every subject, securing a position at the elite Seoul National University's law school. One article featured an emotional interview with his former middle school teacher, who shared that Young-guk had come from such difficult circumstances that he couldn't afford reference books and had relied on materials his teachers provided. The news ignited a firestorm of celebration in Young-guk's hometown of Yongdo, where proud locals hung a massive banner proclaiming that a legendary dragon had risen from their community. Back in Busan, Young-guk reflected fondly on his former teacher, Mr. Kim Bong-do, feeling a deep sense of gratitude for the man's unwavering support and deciding he would visit him in person soon. The public announcement of his perfect score sent his agency and his high school into a state of complete chaos, forcing staff to cut the phone lines and postcards to block the overwhelming tide of reporters. Internally, Young-guk processed the reality of his perfect score, a result he had to check 3 times to believe, though he admitted it wasn't entirely shocking given his past mock exam performances. He credited his composure during the exam to his years of experience on stage, which had gifted him an extraordinary level of concentration far beyond anything he possessed in his previous life. More than his own efforts, he felt that the warm, dedicated presence of his mother in the exam hall had brought him a stroke of luck, allowing him to conquer even the difficult math problems that once gave him trouble. At the Songwon Entertainment office, CEO Kim was overcome with joy, a wide, uncontrollable smile stretching across his face. Actress Park Soo-young, who had just arrived, playfully asked if his happiness was due to the flood of new advertising offers, but he insisted he was simply thrilled by Young-guk's incredible academic and acting achievements. She then looked around and asked why she had been called in so suddenly, expressing her surprise that Young-guk himself wasn't there. With feigned annoyance, she remarked that she hadn't seen the kid since the theater festival and joked that at this rate, his fame would soon eclipse her own. The CEO almost let slip that Young-guk was already more popular but quickly backpedaled, explaining that the young actor couldn't make it because he was at school. He then revealed the true purpose of her visit, which was to seek her counsel on Young-guk's next project, immediately capturing her attention. The CEO explained that while nothing was set in stone, Young-guk was leaning towards a historical drama, a genre about which he, as a manager, knew very little. He told her he had summoned her because, out of all the actors in their agency, she possessed the most experience with the unique demands of filming historical dramas. Soo-young immediately cautioned him about the immense commitment required, warning that the grueling schedules of historical dramas made it nearly impossible to take on any other work, especially commercials. She elaborated on the difficult conditions, which included long shooting periods and constant travel to remote, rugged locations, emphasizing the significant financial opportunities he would have to forego. The risks were immense, she continued, from a high chance of injury to the inability to even consider movie scripts, labeling the scheduling conflicts of historical dramas as truly dreadful. She pointed out that there was a very good reason top-tier stars rarely chose historical roles, and by all measures of fame, Young-guk had already entered that elite echelon. Despite her warnings, the CEO voiced his conviction that Young-guk was an exception, believing he had the talent and fortitude to handle all the challenges she described. Soo-young conceded his point but insisted that if Young-guk were to make such sacrifices, the compensation had to be significant, prompting her to ask what the network was offering. The CEO divulged that MBS was desperately trying to secure him, with their head of production repeatedly contacting them and trying to throw a large sum of money their way. He angrily recounted how the production head had resorted to threats, vowing to blacklist their agency's actors if they refused the offer, a move that had filled him with rage. When Soo-young asked how he had handled the situation, the CEO calmly replied that he had said only one thing before abruptly ending the call. He explained with a surge of defiance that he could not simply stand by and allow someone to trample on his and his actor's pride. A flashback revealed the production head on the phone, dismissively stating that his offer was more than generous for an actor who wasn't yet considered top-tier. In that call, the CEO had delivered his ultimatum, declaring that Young-guk would not even consider their project for a penny less than the record-setting fee offered by their competitor, SBC. The memory concluded with the production head slamming his phone down, consumed by a wave of impotent fury. The fallout from the disastrous negotiation reached the office of the MBS vice president, who furiously berated the production head for daring to threaten a ban on an actor as in-demand as Jang Young-guk. The vice president continued to lambaste him, pointing out the utter foolishness of his actions when rival networks were practically drooling at the chance to cast the young star. He expressed his disbelief at such incompetence, accusing the man of pouring salt on the wound when they were already in a desperate struggle to sign Young-guk. Having heard enough, the vice president dismissed the disgraced production head and ordered the head of the drama department to be sent to his office immediately. As the door closed, the vice president took a deep breath, preparing to take control and clean up the mess himself. When the head of drama arrived, the VP began with an apology, admitting his mistake in letting the previous director handle negotiations and acknowledging the bizarrely negative result. Getting straight to the point, he asked for the current status, and the director confirmed that Young-guk's agency remained firm, they would not accept less than SBC's offer. The vice president then spoke candidly, questioning the network's short-sighted strategy of constantly lowballing actors and asking how they would feel if their own salaries were cut without reason. He decisively concluded that casting Young-guk was the right move, noting that the actor had already turned down SBC's massive offer, proving he valued more than just money. He reminded the director that opportunities were lining up for Young-guk, including offers for lead roles in blockbuster films, cementing his status as South Korea's most sought-after actor. The VP warned that if they delayed any longer, Jang Young-guk would inevitably be snatched away by a competitor. With grim finality, he painted a picture of their failure, where they would be left with nothing but their own regret. Following that pivotal meeting, MBS made history by offering the highest appearance fee ever recorded by the three major networks, successfully casting Jang Young-guk and holding a private script reading a few days later. During the reading, Young-guk fully embodied his character, his voice resonating as he questioned a king's puzzling interest in a dying dog while a royal banquet awaited them. He continued his line, portraying a monarch who saw a profound reflection of his past in the creature's desperate struggle to protect its mother, a sight that brought back the painful memory of his own mother's demise. As the character, he spoke of how he had grown up knowing the story of his mother, Queen Yoon, who had been unjustly exiled and left to die from illness. His delivery was filled with quiet agony as he conveyed the burden of having to pretend he didn't know the gruesome truth of his mother's death. He confessed that back then, as the crown prince, he had felt even more powerless to protect his mother than the small animal before him. But then, a steely resolve entered his voice as the character assured his companion that he was no longer that weak, helpless boy from the past. Across the table, the director and writer watched him, their faces etched with awe and concern, completely spellbound by the depth and power of his performance. The eventual release of a video from that script reading sent shockwaves of excitement through the public, powerfully announcing the arrival of the new drama, Sun San, The King's Secret, and signaling a major shift in the entertainment landscape. In the bustling Namhang market, a spirited argument broke out over the precise placement of a new banner. The newly hung sign proudly celebrated local hero Jang Young-guk, the son of Namhang, for achieving a perfect score on the National College entrance exam, drawing impressed gasps from the crowd. Watching from his fruit stand, a vendor became misty-eyed thinking of the boy's struggles and soul, prompting his friend to jokingly tell him to save his tears. Their conversation was interrupted by a well-dressed woman who politely asked for directions to the fish shop owned by Jang Young-guk's mother. The woman who had been comforting her friend identified herself as Young-guk's mother and inquired about the visitor's business. The visitor introduced herself as Kim Seon-ah, the editor-in-chief for Dongseon magazine, and expressed her wish to conduct an interview. Young-guk's mother was taken aback, clarifying if the interview was truly for her and not for her famous son. The editor smiled warmly, confirming that the magazine's theme for the month was about celebrating great mothers. Later that day, Young-guk's mother recounted the surprising event to her son over the phone, explaining that a woman from Dongseon magazine had come looking for her. On the other end of the line, a concerned Young-guk asked if the reporter had caused any trouble, but his mother quickly reassured him that everything had gone smoothly. She bashfully mentioned the theme of great mothers, attributing the exciting experience to his success before quickly ending the call to help a customer. After hanging up, Young-guk quietly contemplated the phrase his mother had shared, a thoughtful look on his face. He then recalled another part of their conversation, where his mother had anxiously asked about the deadline for his early admission documents. He had calmly assured her there was still plenty of time and that he would never forget something so critical, which had eased her worries. He then informed her that he was actually preparing to submit the very documents that day, offering to let her see them. In his agency office, his manager looked over the application with surprise, questioning his choice to apply there despite his grades making it a certainty. Young-guk reflected inwardly on his decision, remembering from his past life the immense importance of social skills, which he believed he could learn outside of a traditional acting program. He recalled how his previous dependence on others and a general naivety about the world had led to him falling for numerous scams. This time around, he resolved to cultivate a broader perspective, convinced it would ultimately enhance his life as an actor. His manager remarked that if he actually got accepted, the media frenzy would be unprecedented. The agent then marveled at the fact that he was representing an actor who was about to enter Seoul National University's esteemed Department of Law. Meanwhile, at the KBC Drama Department, staff members gossiped about the bewildering news that an actor at his peak would choose a historical drama. While one employee dismissed it as a mere rumor, another confirmed that the script reading had already occurred, though details were under embargo pending final negotiations. A man with a contact at MBS verified the information, leaving everyone to wonder what their rival network was thinking, especially with KBC also preparing a major historical series. They questioned Jang Young-guk's sanity and struggled to understand the rationale behind MBS's sudden and risky pivot. A senior employee cynically speculated that the young actor, inflated by fame, had undoubtedly forced the agency's hand in the matter. He confidently predicted that Young-guk would eventually make a scene and demand to cancel the contract, as a similar conversation unfolded at the SBC Drama Department. There, a senior producer named Cha cryptically quoted Lao Tzu, suggesting they should simply wait and watch their rival's project inevitably fail. He declared that an actor's career is dead without popularity, dismissing Young-guk's success as luck and criticizing his own network for ever offering him a high fee. With a click of his tongue, he called the young actor arrogant and ridiculously overestimated due to his test scores. He then turned to his colleague, P.D. Kim, seeking validation for his harsh assessment. The camera settled on the nameplate identifying the producer as Kim Jin. Unaware he was being overheard, Senior Cha continued to berate P.D. Kim for allegedly hogging the department's budget on a previous project. Though another person pointed out the drama's ratings were decent, Cha retorted that it barely broke even and accused Kim of ruining their lineup with his obsessive pursuit of success. He concluded with a bitter remark about the need for humility, just as PD Kim, who had heard everything, glowered behind him. PD Kim seethed internally, replaying their dismissive words about Young-guk's new role and his supposed luck. He scoffed at their poor judgment, knowing that every project Young-guk chose was a challenging piece of art that most would never dare attempt. Having worked with him, he knew Young-guk was a rare talent who could flawlessly embody any character, making it feel like witnessing a master performer. A confident feeling washed over him as he became certain that this historical drama would be yet another massive success. Soon, news headlines exploded across the internet, announcing Jang Young-guk's record-breaking salary and his casting as the infamous King Yonsun, sparking widespread debate. Elsewhere, two young actresses discussed the aggressive promotional strategy from MBS, agreeing it was an obvious move to capitalize on Young-guk's immense popularity. They were especially impressed by the unprecedented release of a script reading video, which demonstrated such powerful immersion that it amplified excitement for the full production. One of the actresses, Yeonsu, confessed that she once naively believed she could quickly match Young-guk's acting ability. She then recalled seeing him perform on stage for the first time at a festival, where she instantly recognized he was a natural-born actor. Yeonsu remembered how he had been completely unfazed by the pressure of performing live in front of a huge crowd. She reflected on the inexplicable aura his performance possessed and felt a renewed determination to work harder to reach his level. Her thoughts then drifted to a more personal concern, as she worried he would meet even more impressive people in college. She sighed, fretting that her chances with him would become non-existent if he continued to see her as just a kid. Suddenly, her friend gasped and pointed to a news alert on a nearby screen, revealing a major casting update for Yun-san, The Secret of the King. The report detailed the intense buzz around the drama, confirming Young-guk as the lead before building suspense for the reveal of his female co-star. The screen then announced that the coveted role of Jang Nok-soo would be played by the famous actress Cha Hae-jin. Reading the same news, Young-guk acknowledged that casting Cha Hae-jin was a bold and powerful move by the network. He considered her reputation, knowing her stunning visuals were perfect for the part, yet he also recalled the persistent public debate over her acting skills from his past life. Even with his foreknowledge, he couldn't be entirely sure of the outcome, as opinions had always been split on whether her looks overshadowed her talent. He resolved to judge for himself on set, admitting that in terms of appearance alone, no actress was more suited for the role of Jang Nok-soo. At the official script reading, reporter Kwak Myung-hwan wondered aloud how the young star would tackle such a complex historical figure. He remarked to his peers that while historical dramas were common, covering periods from the Three Kingdoms to the Joseon dynasty, this one was different. He explained that the story of Yonsun-gun was notoriously difficult to produce for television because a direct depiction of his recorded atrocities would be too controversial. This led to a discussion about the drama's fusion genre, which involved blending fiction with fact, and a rumor that Young-guk might even be playing two different roles. A more cynical reporter raised concerns about the Broadcasting Ethics Commission, warning that fabricating history could lead to serious sanctions. He reminded them that even dramas based on real events had faced censorship, arguing that MBS was taking an enormous gamble with a fictionalized account. Another questioned the purpose of the press embargo on the script reading, though a veteran journalist shrugged it off as insignificant unless something truly shocking was revealed. The reporters then debated whether MBS could realistically compete with KBC's established dominance in the historical drama genre, fearing it was a doomed effort. One journalist thoughtfully observed that by choosing such a difficult and unconventional project over a guaranteed hit, the young actor was making a move that was entirely consistent with his career thus far. He concluded with certainty that taking on such a monumental challenge was, in fact, a quintessentially Jang Young-guk decision. At the script reading, director Yoo Myung-han welcomed one of his actors, guiding him towards his seat and suggesting he greet some familiar faces. The young actor felt a flicker of confusion, wondering who the director was referring to. His eyes widened in surprise as he spotted the esteemed theater actor, Park Sang-chul, sitting amongst the cast. Young-guk recalled the senior actor's vow to never leave the stage, but sympathized with the harsh reality that surviving on theater work alone was nearly impossible. He considered how even a famous stage actor could face dire financial straits, assuming the veteran must feel a bit self-conscious about his past declarations. Once everyone was present, director Yoo Myung-han officially commenced the meeting, introducing himself as the director for the drama, Yeonsan, The Secret of the King. He pledged to work diligently to honor the trust of his cast and to bring writer Choi's powerful script to life. Following the director, Park Sang-chul formally introduced himself, announcing that he would be portraying the role of eunuch Kim Cheo-seon. He humbly noted that this was his first television drama and promised to give his all so as not to inconvenience his colleagues. A quiet anticipation filled the room as all eyes shifted to the next person scheduled to speak. The famous actress Cha Hae-jin introduced herself as the one cast for the role of Jang Nok-soo, expressing what an honor it was to work with such a respected group. She boldly stated her goal was to embody an unforgettable femme fatale, drawing a parallel to how the historical Jang Nok-soo had treated the king like a baby. Young-guk was internally struck by her strange choice of words, particularly the part about treating the king like a baby. As polite applause filled the room, he couldn't help but wonder with a hint of apprehension if she intended to apply that dynamic to their working relationship. When it was his turn, Jang Young-guk stood to introduce himself as the lead actor in Yeonsan, The Secret of the King. He shared a brief story about how director Yoo had asked him if he could handle playing two roles, and how he had jokingly replied by asking what would happen if he went crazy from the effort. He then revealed the director's surprising response that going crazy is even better, explaining to the cast that since he was playing two distinct characters, he might be a bit playful on set. Young-guk charmingly asked his seniors to love both of his characters, while privately thinking that the director was truly a bold individual. The director then got down to business, instructing the cast to begin the reading from a shockingly late point in the series, episode 17, scene 77. Confused murmurs spread among the actors as they processed the high-pressure situation of starting their first reading near the drama's conclusion. Young-guk, however, instantly understood this was the reason for the press embargo, feeling a deep sense of admiration for the writer who had prepared the later scripts so far in advance. Park Sang-chul began, his voice resonating with the character of eunuch Kim Cheo-seon as he questioned how a king once meant to be a sage could commit such horrifying acts. The script described the eunuch's long history of serving 4 different kings and his once unshakable belief that Lee-yun would be a great ruler for his people. From across the table, Young-guk's voice cut through the air, delivering the king's line with a cold sneer about the eunuch's long-winded words reaching the heavens. He continued as the tyrannical king, feigning irritation and remarking that it felt as if the person being criticized had already changed. In his role, Park Sang-chul insisted that His Majesty was as astute as any previous king and had never acted this way, not even when he first took the throne. The eunuch's voice cracked with emotion as he begged to know what had caused such a terrifying transformation, pleading for the king to see the people suffering. Just as he implored the king to return to his former self and become a wise ruler again, his words were cut off by a sharp, guttural sound from his monarch. A chilling and unrestrained laugh then erupted from Young-guk's character. The king mockingly complimented Cheo-seon on being his only loyal subject, contrasting him with the trembling cowards who filled the rest of the court. He boasted that with no one brave enough to stop him, he was free to break the foundations built by his predecessors and even wield his sword against his own family. The king then stated that while an ordinary monarch might have been moved, Cheo-seon's counsel was fundamentally flawed from the very beginning. He posed a chilling, rhetorical question, asking how it could ever be possible for him to go back to being the man he once was. Then, he delivered the final, shocking blow, declaring that he was not the king that the eunuch had once known. The eunuch's character was rocked by the sheer impossibility of the king's statement. A horrifying realization dawned on Kim Cheo-seon: the person sitting on the throne was not the true king. Out of character, Park Sang-chul suddenly became aware that his own hands were shaking, overwhelmed by an intensity he had never felt even while performing in a play. The director observed the fierce atmosphere, noting with amazement that even the most seasoned veteran actors were visibly on edge because of Jang Young-guk's performance. He reflected on the actor's incredible growth in just 1 year, stunned that someone so young could project such a powerful and commanding aura. In that moment, the director felt certain he could be witnessing the birth of a truly global actor emerging from Korea. Far from the tense script reading, a woman at a bustling restaurant urged her friend to hurry up, announcing that the award ceremony was starting. She added with great anticipation that Young-guk would be on television soon. Young-guk's mother replied from behind a counter, explaining that she was busy slicing the boiled pork he had brought to serve their many guests. She quickly assured her friend that she was almost done and would join them in just a moment. Her thoughts drifted away from the present, flashing back to an image of herself holding a pot while staring at fish in an outdoor market. She remembered the despair of starting her fish stall after her husband was lost to the sea, a time when she felt completely abandoned and her world had collapsed. She recalled that her only source of support back then had been her young son, who had worked so hard to help her that his small feet were covered in blisters. A silent prayer escaped her heart as she wished for nothing more than for her good son, Young-guk, to be able to live a happy life. Her nostalgic moment was broken by a small girl who had approached and asked if she was Young-guk's mother. A little surprised, she confirmed that she was, and the girl introduced herself as the daughter of the man who had just opened a side dish shop in the market. The girl held out a container, explaining her father wanted her to deliver kimchi and radish strips to the neighbors, before excitedly commenting on how delicious the pork looked. Charmed by the girl's forwardness, Young-guk's mother invited her to have a piece, and the girl eagerly accepted, even offering to help with the preparations. As the child claimed to be good with a knife from helping her father, Young-guk's mother was struck by how much her determined expression reminded her of her own son as a boy. She gently warned the girl to be careful with her hands, just as a man's voice called out the name Jisoo. The girl's father appeared, lightly scolding his daughter for wandering off on her own without telling him. He offered a quick apology to Young-guk's mother for his daughter's outgoing behavior before telling Jisoo it was time for them to go. Before leaving, the little girl turned and gave a deep, respectful bow, promising that she would come back to visit again. Young-guk's mother was left slightly bewildered, thinking about how the man seemed like he was from the city and how fair his daughter's skin was. One of the other market vendors then asked if the man who just left was Mr. Kim, the owner of the new side dish shop. Another neighbor added to the conversation, saying she had heard he abandoned his life in the city to return to his hometown. The gossip continued, revealing he had come back after his wife passed away and had surprised everyone with his capability, despite his delicate appearance. One of the women sang his praises, saying his food was delicious and that he was a kind person who even gave free dishes to the elderly women collecting waste paper. Hearing about his story, Young-guk's mother felt a pang of recognition, realizing that the man was in a situation quite similar to her own. Just then, a loud gasp came from one of the people watching the television. An excited voice announced that Young-guk was on screen, as the camera showed the cast of Confession of a Priest making their grand entrance at the award ceremony. On the red carpet, the celebrated cast of Confession of a Priest made their grand arrival. The show's MC, Minnie, confessed her nervousness about hosting such a large film festival, made worse by her constricting dress. Her colleague reminded her that Young-guk was nominated for Best Actor, and this marked the second time they had attended the ceremony together. Minnie expressed her own uncertainty about the outcome, worried because the film boasted so many talented actors. She explained the festival's unspoken tradition of not awarding Best Actor and Best Supporting Actor to the same movie, leaving the results completely up in the air. Back in the Namhang market, the local vendors erupted in cheers, rooting for Young-guk. One of the women stated with absolute certainty that their Young-guk would win, while another agreed, praising how enjoyable the movie was. Young-guk's mother, watching the television intently, quietly wondered if her son would receive an award this time. A television commentator explained the film festival's prestigious reputation for objective evaluation, noting it was a true celebration for actors unlike politically influenced network shows. Because of this, the commentator added, winning the Best Actor award was the ultimate dream for every performer in the industry. The moment of truth arrived as the presenter announced Kim Hyung-seop, who played John, as the winner for Best Supporting Actor. Young-guk quickly encouraged his senior, Kim Hyung-seop, telling him not to worry and to hurry onto the stage to accept his well-deserved award. Kim Hyung-seop asked if Young-guk had prepared an acceptance speech, noting that the audience would be eager to hear from him, but Young-guk hesitated. The old festival tradition echoed in Young-guk's mind. With his colleague winning Best Supporting Actor, he realized the Best Actor award would surely go to someone else. The film's director leaned over, expressing his sincere disappointment as he had truly believed Young-guk's name would be called for the night's top prize. Young-guk brushed off the sympathy, insisting he wasn't upset and tried to change the subject by celebrating the team's other victories, including the director's own award. He then joked to his friends that his luck with awards was non-existent in this life or the last, vowing to eat expensive beef to console himself. Inwardly, however, he chastised himself for getting his hopes up and preparing a speech, admitting he thought this film might finally be his chance. A sliver of envy pierced him as he thought of his mother watching from Namhang. Across the table, an actor noticed Kim Hyung-seop was crying, and another explained that it was his very first Best Supporting Actor award. Young-guk's thoughts drifted back, recalling a similar feeling from his past life. His reverie was suddenly broken by the sound of thunderous applause that filled the hall. On stage, Kim Hyung-seop received a standing ovation from the audience as he delivered his emotional speech. Confused, someone called out Young-guk's name from nearby. A voice from the crowd was heard pleading for Senior Kim to stop crying. Young-guk looked toward the stage, a slight smile on his face as he watched his friend's emotional display. In his speech, Kim Hyung-seop expressed his doubt that he deserved the award, stating that the first person he had to thank was not the director, but Jang Young-guk. He declared that he would not have won without Young-guk's support and concluded by thanking everyone who made the wonderful film possible. Young-guk reflected that while he was the protagonist of his own life, this award was a position everyone in the room coveted. Admitting his own disappointment would be a lie, he knew his senior's heart better than anyone and wanted to sincerely congratulate him. He steeled his resolve, promising himself he would win next time, knowing he was still young and had many opportunities ahead. But then, his attention was abruptly captured by a new announcement. Nearby, the director teased Kim Hyung-seop, joking that he couldn't handle his drastic personality shift from a commanding actor on set to this emotional state. The presenter then began introducing the nominees for the coveted Best Actor award. When the name Sun Hwa-won was called, the director noticed Young-guk's reaction and asked if he knew him. Young-guk played it off, claiming he only recognized the name slightly. The final nominee was then announced, Jang Young-guk, for his role in Confession of a Priest. A wave of anxiety washed over him, sweat beading on his brow as he looked down at his hands. The words Best Actor illuminated the grand screen behind the stage. The presenter built the suspense, holding the envelope as he declared that the glory belonged to an actor. From the critically acclaimed film Confession of a Priest. With a triumphant flourish, he announced that the winner was actor Jang Young-guk. A secondary announcer's voice boomed through the hall, stating that Confession of a Priest had just made history as the first film to achieve a grand slam at the festival. Young-guk was stunned, realizing that this was the very moment he had dreamed of throughout his entire past life as an actor. As he stood in the blinding spotlight, he began his acceptance speech by thanking the film's director and cinematographer. He then shifted his tone, explaining that while many people deserved his gratitude, he wanted to dedicate the rest of his time to one person he was sure was watching. He spoke of his mother, a woman defined by her worry, who held him tight to keep him safe even when their world was collapsing. He recalled how she, despite being scared and exhausted, had started her fish stall every morning, sleeping on a simple straw mat. Young-guk explained that she did it all for him, her only son, describing how the sea breeze had weathered her skin and how her back was always bent with the weight of her child. He knew her face was still filled with worry for him in soul, and that she was likely anxious right now that he might stumble over his words. He paused, taking a deep, centering breath at the microphone with his eyes closed. He then looked directly into the camera, assuring his mother that her son was doing well, surrounded by loving fans and kind colleagues. With a voice full of pride, he held up the trophy and told her that he had won the Best Actor award. He ended his speech with a simple, powerful declaration of his love for her. In the market, his mother's hands flew to her mouth as tears of overwhelming joy and pride streamed down her cheeks. Overcome with emotion, she excused herself, telling the others she needed to step outside for a moment. The owner of the side dish shop watched her go, calling her name with gentle concern. She stood alone in the quiet night, closing her eyes as she tried to absorb the incredible news. In the silence, she spoke to her late husband's memory, telling him how their little boy had grown into a mature man living on his own in Seoul. She mused on how tall he had gotten, far too big now for her to ever carry on her back again. She acknowledged the deep worries he must have had for their future when he was gone. But with a soft, bittersweet strength, she assured him that she hadn't struggled at all. She pleaded with him to finally let go of his worries and rest in peace. The dam of her composure finally broke, and she began to sob freely in the darkness. Just then, a gentle hand came to rest upon her shoulder. The side dish shop owner softly apologized for eavesdropping, explaining he had overheard and wanted to see if she was okay. Embarrassed, she quickly apologized for her emotional display. As she sat by the water's edge, he quietly offered her a handkerchief. She accepted his small act of kindness with a grateful whisper of thanks. Over the phone, Young-guk proudly announced to his mother that he had won the Best Actor award, attributing his entire success to her. He grew concerned when he heard her crying and offered to come to Yongdo immediately, but she reassured him that she was fine and surrounded by her neighbors. She explained that the friendly new side dish shop owner was there and that talking with everyone had helped her feel better, adding that they all sent their congratulations. Young-guk gently told her to get some rest, and after she agreed, they concluded their emotional phone call. Back at the after-party, he expressed his own overwhelming joy, remarking that his heart felt like it might burst and that he could only imagine how she must feel. He admitted that despite holding the trophy, the reality of winning the award still felt completely unbelievable to him. A sudden clunk of a door opening startled him, interrupting his quiet moment of reflection. The room erupted with cheers as his colleagues and friends flooded in, loudly congratulating the nation's youngest ever Best Actor award winner. Amid the celebratory shouts, Young-guk looked on in astonishment, realizing that even the company's CEO had come to celebrate his victory. In the days that followed, news outlets reported that the Blue Dragon Film Awards judges had been unanimous in their decision, praising his performance as perfect. His victory was historic, as he had won both the supporting and leading actor awards for the same film, breaking a long-standing festival precedent. The film itself, Confession of a Priest, dominated the ceremony, rewriting film history by taking home a total of 6 prestigious awards. Following the festival, these major headlines created an incredible buzz all across Korea, cementing his new status. Not long after this monumental achievement, a new project was set to begin. The first day of filming commenced for the highly anticipated historical drama, Yeonsan, The King's Secret. Upon his arrival, a crew member expressed surprise at seeing him on a day he wasn't scheduled to shoot, but Young-guk explained that he felt he had to be there for the first day. He then looked around for the cinematographer, prompting the crew member to hint that the person was hiding, preparing a surprise. Suddenly, a familiar and booming voice called out his name from across the set. Young-guk turned in shock to find director Kim Duk-young, who greeted him with a hearty embrace and joked that he'd grown so much his back would break from lifting him. It was indeed the famous director of photography, whom he hadn't seen since The Man of August, and the director expressed how happy he had been to see him win the award. Young-guk graciously thanked him and asked if he had been well, to which the director simply replied that he'd been behind a camera every day, as usual. Director Kim confessed he had initially considered passing on the project until he heard Young-guk was the lead, which prompted another director to playfully call him out for using the same line on him before. Director Kim laughed it off, teasing that he only said it to appease the other director's nagging, before telling Young-guk that he looked exactly the same as when he'd first seen him in Yongdo. After their warm reunion, Young-guk excused himself to go and greet the other cast members. He suspected he would find someone nervously memorizing their lines, feeling the immense pressure of the first shoot. He soon found his senior, Park Sang-chul, who was startled by his unexpected appearance. The senior actor bowed slightly, admitting he hadn't expected to see Young-guk there since it wasn't his day to film. Seizing the moment, Young-guk finally offered a sincere apology for something that had happened between them in the past. He explained that after the Korean Theater Festival, he had apologized to the other cast members of their play but had been too ashamed to face him directly. He confessed how deeply he regretted his past actions, but he knew it was vital to resolve their discomfort since their characters would be working so closely together. The senior actor accepted his apology, and when Young-guk asked why he was already in costume, he admitted his nerves about his first drama had led him to arrive very early. He explained that the wardrobe team had everything prepared, so he changed with help from a junior staff member, wondering why the assistant hadn't warned him about anything. Young-guk then calmly advised him that sitting down in the costume was a bad idea, leaving the older actor perplexed. He clarified that the delicate silk garments wrinkled far more easily than people realized. As if on cue, his warning was proven correct when a wardrobe staffer called out for actor Park. The staff member hurried over, announcing that they needed to iron his costume immediately. Later, the sheer scale of the set was breathtaking, a clear signal that the studio, MBS, was pouring massive resources into the production. Every detail was historically accurate, meticulously designed to authentically recreate the somber feeling of King Yeon-sang's era. The newly constructed sets were a testament to the artisans' incredible craftsmanship, and soon the crew announced that all was ready for the first take. The director yelled action, and the scene began with Park Sang-chul's character respectfully telling the king to wait as the queen was giving birth. Young-guk, watching from the sidelines, noticed a tangible awkwardness in the performance and deduced that the actor must be incredibly nervous. The scene portrayed the pivotal moment where Kim Choseon stopped King Songjong from entering the delivery room after a worrying report from the royal physician. The report had suggested that Queen Yun was carrying twins, a dire complication for the royal family, as one of the infants might have to be disposed of. This grim potential outcome was a stark reflection of the unforgiving rules and traditions that governed the royal family. The director's voice suddenly cut through the air, halting the scene midway through. Though Park Sang-chul immediately apologized, the director tried to lighten the tense atmosphere by joking that a hit drama needed 10 bad takes on the first day. Despite the director's attempt at humor, an undeniable awkwardness lingered in the performance, even though the lines were delivered correctly. They attempted the scene again and again, but the stilted delivery forced the director to repeatedly yell cut. The crew members began to murmur amongst themselves, wondering what the exact problem with the acting was. Despite receiving multiple notes and directions, the actor's performance only seemed to worsen with each failed take. Finally, a senior crew member approached the director, quietly asking for permission to have a private word with Mr. Park. Seeing the mounting frustration, the director wisely decided to call for a 10-minute break for everyone. A junior staff member sighed in frustration, worrying that such a disastrous first day would negatively affect the atmosphere for the rest of the shoot. An older, more experienced colleague advised him to cheer up, explaining that actors are sensitive and their performance often reflects the crew's tension. He gestured toward the director of photography, who remained calm and smiling, citing him as an example of professional maturity, though the junior staffer simply believed he was just a nice person. The junior member remained unconvinced, voicing his concern that actor Park was showing no signs of improvement despite the numerous corrections. His senior agreed, acknowledging that the pressure of a first drama, combined with the repeated failures, was undoubtedly doubling the actor's emotional burden. When the junior offered to go encourage the actor, the senior stopped him, warning that it would only backfire and mysteriously assured him that a relief pitcher would soon step in. The junior crew member was left completely baffled by this strange baseball metaphor. Just then, Park Sang-chul, who was sitting dejectedly, was startled by a voice calling his name. He looked up to see Young-guk standing before him, holding out a book with a determined look on his face. Stunned by the unexpected interruption, the senior actor demanded to know what he thought he was doing. With a focused and serious expression, Young-guk held the book closer, ready to intervene and save the scene. Young-guk stood before the dejected senior actor, holding the script with a resolute gaze. He immediately confronted Park Sang-chul, questioning why he was behaving with such arrogance. The senior actor, taken aback, retorted that no matter how famous Young-guk had become, his rudeness was unacceptable. Young-guk pointed out that Park was treating the film set like a theater stage and questioned why he was still looking at a script he had already memorized. He explained that drama viewers only see the actors within the camera's frame, unlike in a play. Young-guk continued, acknowledging that while Park's performance was intense, it was too much for his first time in a drama. He advised the veteran to let go of his stubbornness, reminding him that this was a filming set, not a stage, and to observe the other actors. Young-guk then asked if any other actor was performing with such off-camera intensity, noting that they still had more scenes to film. A memory of the director shouting cut echoed in Park Sang-chul's mind. Recalling the crew being dismissed, he reflected on his own actions, wondering if he had truly behaved that way. He admitted to himself that he had been arrogant, thinking he could dominate the scene despite being a newcomer to the world of drama. Lost in thought, he realized his enthusiasm had overshadowed his understanding of the medium, only to be jolted by a sharp pain as he struggled to remove his prosthetic beard. Elsewhere on the set, a crew member eagerly asked Director Yu about the post-shoot dinner, proposing they drink until they could no longer stand. The director cautioned him to take it easy, reminding him of the next day's shoot and the lead actor's first day on set. The crewman playfully accused Director Yu of being too harsh, then turned to Young-guk for support, only to stop in confusion upon seeing him holding a kettle. Young-guk suddenly called for everyone to gather around for a moment. The crew members looked on in confusion as he began handing out bowls, wondering what was happening. He instructed the actors to soak their chins in the lukewarm water for 1 minute, explaining it would help the prosthetic beards come off easily. Young-guk advised them not to rush, but to wait patiently and peel the adhesive off gently, like shelling an egg. An actor expressed doubt, recalling that water alone never worked for his stage makeup, but Young-guk clarified it wasn't just water. He revealed that he had added a small amount of olive oil to the water. Young-guk then gave instructions for removing top knots, warning them to massage the edges first instead of pulling directly on the hair to avoid a mess. A junior staff member remarked on how amazing Young-guk was, realizing that pulling the hair directly would have made it worse. His senior colleague mentioned that the makeup team leader had just asked him if Young-guk had experience with historical dramas. They both marveled at how he knew such specific techniques and even took care of the supporting cast, a gesture rare even among seasoned professionals. The director of photography, Director Yu, confirmed that Young-guk had always been this way, recalling that he was even more surprising on their previous project together. He shared a story of how Young-guk, then just an extra, had brought boiled potatoes for the other extras and even prepared sugar water for the hungry film crew. The junior staffer confessed that he had completely misunderstood Young-guk, admitting that the media's praise now seemed insufficient. He concluded that no one would look at Young-guk and see an inexperienced kid, but rather an old veteran with years under his belt. In a quiet, traditional room, a hand firmly placed a black go stone onto the wooden board. An older gentleman playfully told his opponent to move aside, insisting his desire to win stemmed from a fiery competitive spirit, not a craving for 20-year-old wild ginseng liquor. He lamented the persistent two-house gap in their skill level, wondering if his opponent had been taking secret lessons. Changing the subject, he asked his friend if he had heard that Young-guk was playing the role of a king. His friend confirmed he knew, reflecting that it took him over a decade of acting to land a king role, as such parts were rarely given to rookies. The first man asked what kind of king his friend had played, who replied it was Prince Suyang, a role that involved countless injuries from riding horses during hunting scenes. Annoyed by the slow pace of the game, he suggested it was time for a timeout, jokingly asking where his opponent had gone. Just then, a young man entered, announcing it was time to eat, only to find his grandfathers engrossed in their game of Go. One of the grandfathers urged his brother to finish so Young-guk could eat, then playfully suggested Young-guk take his brother's place at the board. The other grandfather agreed, jesting that it seemed like his brother and Young-guk had teamed up against him. He then made a deal with Young-guk. If he lost the game, he would have to grant one of his grandfather's wishes, but if he won, his grandfather would have to be his script reading partner all night. They shook on the wager, both eagerly agreeing to the terms. Meanwhile, in her office, writer Choi Eun-suk was assured by a producer that the directing team would minimize the sensual and violent content to avoid issues with broadcasting standards. The producer added that the bigger issue was potential backlash from historians over historical accuracy, as the drama was not a direct recreation of the official annals. The writer argued that if all historical dramas were strictly factual, they would be documentaries, not dramas, joking that historians would want to rip her hair out for saying so. She insisted that historical dramas needed to evolve, as the available source material for purely historical stories was becoming too limited. The writer theorized that history is merely the record of the victors and that while Young-guk was a madman in his later years, the reason for his transformation was never revealed. When asked if she truly believed he became a tyrant after learning about his mother's death, she confirmed that she did. She explained that the idea of him changing on a whim seemed suspicious, questioning why officials would allow a naturally cruel prince to ascend to the throne. The fact that he was crowned without opposition suggested there was an unrecorded story hidden from the official annals. As a writer, she declared that she filled that historical gap with her imagination, announcing that the next day's filming would depict the birth of her Young-guk. The 11th scene, titled The Transformed Young-guk, was set to begin, revealing the king's future self and exploring the reasons behind his descent into tyranny. On set, a court official leaned in, cautiously asking His Majesty if something was physically wrong with him. The king, draped in ornate red robes, sat on his throne with his chin resting thoughtfully on his fist. The director praised the actor's emotional delivery, confidently stating they could film 2 scenes in one take and that the footage could even be used for a trailer. It was revealed that the man on the throne was not the benevolent King Lee Yi-yong, but his abandoned twin and only younger brother, Lee Jae-ol. This shocking truth, however, remained completely unknown to all the court officials assembled before him. The new king began to speak, stating that the late king had thought of his subjects too lightly. He accused the court officials of deepening their ambitions while he was being coaxed, revealing that an assassin had infiltrated the palace the previous night and that the culprit was among them. An official expressed shock that an assassin could reach the king's bedchamber and vowed to find the perpetrator, but the king ordered him to stop. He then made a stunning declaration: his benevolent brother, the true king, had been murdered by that very assassin before his eyes. The officials cried out for the traitors to be executed, oblivious to the fact that they had been feasting while the king was killed. The false king calmly agreed, stating that if it was the will of the court, he would follow it. Thus, Lee Jae-ol, the commoner, had secretly seized the throne. A stark image showed a royal boot standing ominously near a fresh splatter of blood on the palace grounds. Having taken his brother's place, the new king vowed to His Highness that he would reign as a tyrant. He declared that the blood being spilled that day was a consequence of their past sins and his own failure as the new king to watch over his subjects. The audience was invited to watch this untold story unfold carefully. The new king warned that the blood flowing from his body would one day swell to flood the entire capital. On the set, the production crew discussed their strategy for the upcoming scene, with the director outlining a complex shot that would start on the butcher's eyes and tilt down to his blood-drenched fingertips. Director Yu confidently reassured his team, praising the realism of the special effects and promising to edit the footage meticulously to meet broadcast standards, encouraging everyone to deliver a bold performance. He further explained that this scene was minor compared to the action sequences planned for later, revealing his intention to use backlighting to obscure the most graphic elements before giving a new command to tilt up for a close-up on the actor Young-guk's face. A crew member reluctantly agreed to act professionally but confessed their unease, admitting they never imagined filming a slaughter scene for a drama and harboring doubts about Young-guk's ability to handle its intensity. As dusk settled over the location, the silhouette of a nearby building stood starkly against the fading light of the sky. Amidst the pre-shoot chatter, a voice cut through the air, calling out for the lead actor, Young-guk. He was asked how he felt shifting from the role of a king to that of a lowly butcher, to which Young-guk responded that he was honored and greatly relieved to be free of the painful royal topknot. Another colleague inquired if he was nervous about the graphic nature of the scene, but Young-guk calmly stated he wasn't, attributing his confidence to an expert teacher the director had found. The director then shared that it had taken him 2 full weeks of searching in Majaendong to locate a slaughtering expert who also possessed a crucial understanding of the unique requirements of television production. When asked about his first day portraying the young butcher Lee Jae-ol, Young-guk expressed his excitement for the shoot, remarking on the character's fiery personality compared to the cold-blooded royal he also played. A staff member voiced their anticipation to see how he would portray the 2 distinct characters, right as the scene was officially called to begin. The story's narration began, establishing that in Joseon society, the Baekjeong class was considered the absolute lowest, and Gyeolsun Valley was a secluded village where these outcasts resided. The tale continued, recounting how a butcher named Gilseok had discovered a newborn baby abandoned under a sacred tree while chopping wood in the mountains and chose to raise him as his adopted son. It was through this act of kindness that the abandoned prince, Lee Jae-ol, managed to survive his youth under the humble new name of Gilsam. Back in the scene, the young man spoke softly to the animal before him, expressing a hope that its pain was felt and that its soul might be rewarded by being reborn as a human. With a headband tied across his brow and a look of solemn purpose on his face, he firmly gripped the hilt of his blade. A crew member watching the monitor was struck by the atmosphere, quietly murmuring that the scene was profoundly dark. The director's voice suddenly broke the somber mood on set as he called for a cut. The narrative then shifted to historical context, explaining the deeply conflicting accounts of King Yeonseungun's childhood, which ranged from portraying him as a psychopath to a brilliant prodigy. Despite these contradictions, it was noted that both official annals and unofficial histories agreed on one thing: from a young age, the prince loved hunting and riding horses. This passion was being recreated on set, where an actor desperately wrestled with a powerful, rearing horse as others watched in fear. The director furiously admonished a staff member, shouting that he had asked for a trained horse suitable for filming, not a wild racehorse that could easily kill someone. The frantic staffer explained that the head of the Equestrian Association, a huge fan of Young-guk, had sent his very best and most handsome horse as a gift, never imagining it would be so large and difficult to manage. He lamented that it was too late to send the animal back, leaving him in a panic over what to do with the magnificent but dangerous steed. Another person voiced their concerns about a potential accident, pointing out that injuries from horse riding were unfortunately common during the filming of historical dramas on rough terrain. A crew member asked the stable manager if the horse was agitated by the crowd, and the manager conceded it was possible, though he insisted the animal, Sundolai, was usually gentle. When the possibility of getting a replacement was raised, they were told the nearest equestrian association was 6 hours away, and finding another horse of Sundolai's caliber would be impossible on such short notice. One staff member quipped about the horse's gentle name, suggesting they use a guard's horse instead, but the idea was dismissed as it wouldn't have the same visual appeal. In the midst of the escalating chaos, a crew member called out for the director's attention. Just then, Young-guk approached the agitated animal and calmly asked if this was the one he would be riding, causing the director to shout a warning for him to stay back. In a shocking turn of events, the massive horse immediately grew calm and began to affectionately nuzzle Young-guk, who laughed in surprise at the ticklish sensation. He playfully scolded the horse for messing up his hair before asking the manager for its name, which was confirmed to be Sundolai. A crew member observed in awe that the horse was as gentle as its name, leading them to wonder if horses could develop a preference for certain people. With the animal now completely docile, filming finally commenced for the 57th scene, titled The Reason for Hunting. The scene opened with the Crown Prince's loyal guard, Guak-san, asking His Highness why he chose to hunt in such a barren and desolate place. The prince explained that hunting was his only way to escape the suffocating confines of the palace and feel the liberating vastness of the outside world. He also added that it provided a welcome respite from the constantly scrutinizing eyes of the court ministers. The prince then probed his guard, asking for his opinion on why the ministers sought him out so often, to which Guaxan suggested they were merely trying to curry his favor. The prince, however, believed their motives were more calculating, stating that they visited him only to try and decipher his innermost thoughts. He elaborated on his suspicion, suggesting they were sizing him up to determine if he would be a puppet king they could control or a sovereign who would turn on them. His cynicism extended even to the Grand Queen Dowager, whom he accused of replacing all his court ladies with her own spies. He confessed to feeling as lonely as a bare branch in winter before asking Guaxan how many years he had been by his side. The guard respectfully replied that he had served him for 10 years, ever since his appointment as crown prince. The prince admitted that he hadn't trusted Guaxan at first, darkly noting that in the remote wilderness, a man's death could easily be concealed. He chillingly illustrated his point by suggesting a fabricated story in which Guaxan died heroically protecting him from bandits. The prince then looked his guard in the eye and asked him if he was prepared to die for him at that very moment. Surprised by the guard's unwavering composure, the prince questioned why he made no attempt to flee or fight for his own life. Guaxan declared that his life already belonged to His Highness and that as a loyal subject, he would never disobey a direct command. He further pledged that if ordered to die, he would gladly take his own life right there as the ultimate testament to his loyalty. The prince's dark mood suddenly lifted, and he dismissed the morbid test, telling his guard that was enough. He then gestured towards a distant valley called Jyolson, instructing Guaxan that someone living there required his protection. As the character Guaxan asked who this person was, the actor Young-guk paused the scene to pose a question to the director. Young-guk theorized from the script that this person must be a baekjeong, which led him to the realization that his character, Lee Yong, must have been aware of his twin brother's existence. He then wondered aloud why the prince wouldn't have simply eliminated such a clear and dangerous threat to his claim on the throne. The director deflected the question to the scriptwriter but asked for Young-guk's personal interpretation, just as the prince in the scene revealed the person's name to be Gil-sam. Young-guk proposed his own moving theory, that the prince was too lonely to kill his only brother, a sentiment that echoed in the scene just before the director called a final cut. As filming wrapped for the day, the exhaustion was palpable, and a nearby crew member let out a deep yawn. Someone marveled at Young-guk's stamina as he continued to playfully interact with the horse, though the actor admitted his fatigue while Sundalai affectionately licked his face. A colleague teasingly asked how he had tamed the horse so completely, joking that he could now charm animals, but Young-guk credited Sundalai's intuitive and affectionate nature. The staffer confessed they had never seen a horse behave so well on a set before and asked if Young-guk had previous on-screen riding experience. As if understanding the praise, the clever horse perked up its ears, proving to be remarkably perceptive. Young-guk then informed the director he had to leave for Seoul immediately to attend a university interview, which prompted a surprised reaction from director Yu, given the actor's perfect grades. Deciding to be discreet, Young-guk said he would reveal the university's name only after being accepted, and the director, grateful for the heads-up, wished him well. Later, another crew member arrived, surprised and slightly disappointed to learn that Young-guk had already left the set. She expressed regret that she missed the chance to wish him luck and joined the others in speculating which top-tier university would require an interview from a straight-A student. Someone floated the incredible idea that he might have applied to the prestigious Seoul National University School of Law, a place reserved for the nation's absolute brightest. The group, however, quickly dismissed this notion, concluding that even for a genius like Young-guk, that particular ambition was surely out of reach. Seoul National University stood as the apex of academia in Korea, an institution so revered that an acceptance letter could trigger a celebration throughout an entire village. Young-guk stood before its gates, finding it hard to believe he was actually there for an interview. His manager, visibly anxious, offered him calming pills, but Young-guk deflected, playfully suggesting the nervous manager should be the one to take them. He lightheartedly remarked that his manager looked more like the one being interviewed, and the man conceded that the university's prestigious aura was making him incredibly nervous. With a final burst of encouragement, the manager urged Young-guk to perform his best, just as he always did. An administrator guided Young-guk to a waiting area outside the interview room, and he politely thanked them. He took in the quiet, studious atmosphere, where every other applicant was intensely focused on their prepared interview questions. The wait was over as the administrator called for applicant number 21 to enter the interview room. He admitted to himself that claiming not to be nervous would be an outright lie. Yet, he summoned his actor's discipline to project an aura of calm composure, introducing himself clearly as applicant Young-guk. An interviewer instructed him to first read a provided passage and then offer his personal thoughts on the matter. He was momentarily surprised to see the text was written entirely in English but quickly began to mentally summarize its contents. The passage delved into the topic of judicial justice, asking him to identify problems within South Korea's legal system and propose solutions from a law student's perspective. He immediately recognized that his unique position as a famous actor made giving a simple, textbook answer impossible. Having witnessed countless minor disputes escalate into lawsuits in his industry, he felt the law was a familiar, often brutal force, and only direct, honest words came to mind. He boldly declared there were no solutions due to a systemic lack of self-reflection, prompting an interviewer to ask precisely what he meant. Young-guk explained that the very pursuit of judicial justice in Korea was a futile effort because the legal profession itself was fundamentally sick. He argued that the law currently served the powerful while remaining inaccessible to the weak, when it should instead be a judgment based on common sense. The law, he continued, ought to guarantee the welfare of all people, yet he questioned if anyone in the nation's history had ever been able to approach it without fear or consequence. An interviewer countered his point, noting that his argument was flawed because many lawyers, such as public defenders and human rights advocates, did in fact serve the underprivileged. Unfazed by the challenge, Young-guk decided to pose a question of his own. He pointedly asked the interviewers why they simply assumed that a legal professional's original intention was one of service. Intrigued by his audacity, one of the professors simply urged him to continue his line of thought. Meanwhile, back on the set of his drama, whispers about Young-guk's ambitious endeavor had already begun to circulate. In the actress' waiting room, it was revealed that a drunk reporter had loudly broadcast the news, causing the rumor of his SNU interview to spread throughout the station. An actress remarked on his impressive list of accomplishments, noting that his name was becoming a more common benchmark for success than the proverbial mom's friend's perfect son. Her senior colleague, however, was less impressed, wondering aloud if Young-guk was becoming arrogant with fame since he hadn't yet come to greet them. She muttered about the importance of juniors showing respect to their seniors, having hoped to build some rapport with him on set. At that moment, the door opened and an assistant director beckoned for someone to come inside. The assistant began giving instructions for the upcoming scene to actress Cha Hye-jin. Noticing her distracted gaze, he asked if she was expecting someone else, but she quickly brushed off the question. He then explained a camera technique they would be using, warning her not to be startled by the unexpected camera movements, to which she calmly agreed. Actress Cha then turned to the director, inquiring if Young-guk was especially busy that day, noting she'd seen him with his script just moments after their rehearsal. She clarified her concern, explaining that he hadn't greeted her separately after the run-through, which she found odd given how friendly he had been at the script reading. The director chuckled, explaining that Young-guk had a habit of not engaging in personal conversation before emotional scenes to maintain his character's mindset. He apologized for not mentioning it earlier but assured her Young-guk was not rude and would most likely offer a deep, respectful bow the moment the scene was finished. The director told her not to worry, and she insisted she was not so old-fashioned as to be bothered by it. However, with a hint of sarcasm, she asked if he was the only actor on set who required such special treatment. Abruptly changing the subject, she then asked the director if she could ad-lib a line in the upcoming scene. A subtle, knowing smirk played across her features as she awaited his answer. The scene began with the whisper of fine fabric as filming commenced. The prince, played by Young-guk, sat in a doorway and glanced back over his shoulder. He ordered an attendant to fetch a nearby girl, but the man explained that she was only practicing a dance and was not one of the establishment's courtesans. The prince scoffed at the distinction, cynically questioning if a woman performing a drum dance in a brothel could possibly be from a noble family. The attendant clarified that she was in fact a talented slave from Prince Jan's household, and her presence there that day was pure coincidence. The prince's mind drifted to Prince Jaein, the second son of King Yejong, who was forced to yield the throne to his cousin because he was too young. He recalled the man's reputation as a fool prince, a persona adopted purely for the sake of survival. This was a strategy King Yunsan understood intimately, as he had feigned ignorance about his own mother's death for the very same reason. His thoughts concluded, the king snapped back to the present and again ordered the child to be brought before him. He repeated the command with sharp impatience, and the startled attendant scrambled to obey. A moment later, a small, crimson-colored shoe stepped gracefully across the threshold into the room. The young woman, portraying the famous Jang Nok-soo, lowered her head and offered a formal greeting to the crown prince. He asked if she recognized him, and she shyly confirmed that she had seen him speaking with her master at his residence. The prince then made a direct request for her to perform her famous drum dance for him right then and there. In a quiet but firm voice, she stated that while she was honored by his request, she could not perform the dance for him at that time. This was the unexpected ad-lib actress Cha Hae-jin had proposed just moments before. The director watched, intrigued by her plausible interpretation that the infamous femme fatale Jang Nok-soo would not have been so easily intimidated by the prince. He had intentionally not informed Young-guk, curious to see his candid reaction, knowing they could always call for a retake if the improvisation failed. In response to her defiance, Young-guk's character made a swift, menacing movement. The prince's voice turned cold as he asked if she would still refuse, even knowing she could be charged with treason for defying his command. He intensified his threat, wondering aloud what she would do if he decided to kill not only her, but everyone she had ever known or even spoken to. Instead of cowering, the woman responded to his dark threat with a soft, dismissive chuckle. As her laughter grew, the prince declared with a strange mix of anger and admiration that she was the boldest person he had ever encountered. His tone softened as he reflected on the inherent difficulty of surviving in the world without selling a piece of one's soul. He then informed her that he would instead visit her master's home when the time was right to see her perform her dance. The prince concluded that witnessing her defiant spirit had extinguished his desire to see the dance for now, prompting the director to shout a satisfied cut. An unusual quiet had descended upon the bustling filming set that day. A staff member couldn't help but wonder about the strange, subdued atmosphere. Producer Yu approached the lead actor, Young-guk, asking if his college exam results had been announced yet. Young-guk surmised that everyone was on edge because of the rumors about his exam, clarifying that the results wouldn't be out until after the afternoon shoot, though the suspense was killing him. Producer Yu observed that Young-guk looked surprisingly calm, but the young actor insisted it was a facade. Young-guk explained his composure was fueled by his focus on how to silence the reporter who had spread the initial rumor. He then confessed that his true anxiety stemmed from an unexpectedly heated debate Head had with the professors during his university oral interview. Believing he was utterly screwed, his comment prompted the producer to offer to confront the troublesome reporter on his behalf. Young-guk then asked if the filming schedule could be adjusted for his orientation if he passed, to which the producer wholeheartedly agreed, quoting an old saying about cherishing one's juniors. This surprised another crew member, who revealed that producer Yu was a legendary alumnus of SNU's broadcasting department, having passed recruitment for all 3 major networks right after graduating. Another staffer, Kim Young-min, joked that to someone who had failed the exam 3 times, producer Yu was nothing short of a monster. The producer playfully ordered them back to work before turning to Young-guk with a look of admiration, calling the future's youngest director extraordinary from the start. He then prepared Young-guk for the day's scene, warning that it would be a unique challenge but affirming his belief that he could handle it. With unshakable confidence, Young-guk assured the producer he could leave everything to him. The director officially called for the start of scene number 17, which featured the characters Lee Young and Lee Jaeol. In character as Prince Lee Young, Young-guk arrived at a rustic barn with his attendant, Gwak-san, and asked if this was the correct place. Gwak-san confirmed it was, recounting the grim local legend of a lone butcher and the vengeful cattle spirits that supposedly haunted the barn after dark. The attendant offered to enter first and fetch the man, but the prince waved off the suggestion as unnecessary. Lee Young declared with solemn purpose that his younger brother was within that very structure. His foot, clad in traditional footwear, landed firmly on the dusty ground, signaling his determined advance. This pivotal scene marked the long-awaited first meeting between the two royal brothers, Lee Young and Lee Jae-ol. The production was employing a sophisticated chroma key technique, forcing Young-guk to perform the difficult task of acting opposite an opponent who wasn't there. To manage the dialogue, a staff member read the other characters' lines, creating a sense of doubt about whether the performance would succeed as an unseen voice demanded to know who dared enter the heavenly palace. Lee Young questioned the name, and the voice explained it represented the hope of slaughtered cattle to meet the Jade Emperor and be reborn as humans. The voice, belonging to the butcher, noted the prince's noble attire and sternly warned him to leave the blood-soaked place to avoid inviting misfortune and an early death. The prince challenged the butcher's impudent tone, but the man retorted that social status was meaningless under the gaze of heaven. With a hearty laugh, Lee Young agreed, acknowledging that all men, whether king or commoner, were born from their mother's womb. He philosophized that the only real difference between them was determined by the circumstances into which they were raised. An intense, unspoken understanding hung in the air between the two characters. When the butcher finally asked for his identity, the prince simply stated that he was his brother. In a completely different setting, far from the dramatic tension of the film set, a black cat was seen lounging peacefully. A little girl named Jisoo excitedly called out for her father, urging him to hurry over. She ran up to a market stall, cheerfully greeting the female shopkeeper who wondered what brought her there at such an hour. Jisoo announced that her father had something he needed to discuss and gestured for him to approach. Her father stepped forward and politely asked the shopkeeper if she had any clams for sale. The woman explained that the fresh ones were all sold in the morning, asking him if he needed a large quantity. When he clarified he only needed a small amount, she paused to see if she had any personal stock set aside. At that moment, her husband called out, inviting Jisoo and her father to join them for a meal before they left for the night market. Jisoo readily admitted she was hungry, though she seemed a bit shy about accepting the offer. The man insisted, assuring them it was no trouble to add a couple of extra spoons to their meal, noting Jisoo was practically a regular at their shop. The shopkeeper added that she was grateful for Jisoo's company, as the girl often visited to keep her from getting bored. Their friendly exchange was suddenly interrupted by the ringing of a telephone, making the shopkeeper wonder who was calling so late. She answered and was surprised to hear Young-guk's mother on the line, her first thought being that something was wrong. On the other end, Young-guk's mother apologized for the late call and quickly reassured her that everything was fine. A joyful smile spread across her face as she clutched the receiver of the old corded phone. The shopkeeper listened intently, her hair tied up in a bun, her expression one of deep concern. She voiced her fear aloud, asking if some trouble had befallen Young-guk while he was away in Seoul. Young-guk's mother quickly dispelled her worries, clarifying that it was actually very good news. She paused for a moment, gathering herself to share the incredible achievement of her son, Young-guk. With a voice full of pride, she announced that her son had been accepted into the prestigious Department of Law at Seoul National University. Much later, back on the film set, the roof of a building stood in stark silhouette against the purple hues of the evening sky. A crew member casually asked Young-guk how long he had been working out. Someone else chimed in that it had been 2 hours, marveling at his persistence for a scene that didn't even require nudity. Young-guk explained that since his college acceptance, had been treated to so many celebratory meals that he had gained weight and felt he needed to burn it off. Producer Yu then asked about his upcoming orientation and warmly congratulated him, officially welcoming him as his university junior. However, the producer's expression turned serious as he informed Young-guk of an abrupt change to their show's schedule. He elaborated that the drama currently airing was being cut short due to poor ratings, pushing their premiere up by a month to sometime in March. Young-guk mused that this would make it tough to enjoy his freshman year, but he had already resigned himself to a hectic first semester. He then voiced his concern over the tight schedule, a sentiment the producer shared, adding that if their writer got stuck, they would be finished. The quick-witted producer then revealed his countermove: he had successfully demanded the entire remaining production budget from the cancelled show. Furthermore, he had secured additional B and C filming teams to manage the workload and thanked Young-guk for being so understanding. Young-guk expressed his appreciation for the improved filming conditions, but their conversation was cut short by an urgent shout. A flustered staff member rushed towards them, announcing a major problem concerning the main character's costume. He delivered the devastating news that the key costume for the scene had been completely burned. Amidst the ensuing panic, a man dressed in a simple black turtleneck observed the chaos with a detached, neutral gaze. He then spoke up calmly, stating that despite the apparent disaster, there was a simple solution. The story of a rising star continued in the 92nd chapter. On set, a team leader furiously berated a junior staff member, questioning their focus for having burned the lead actor's costume so close to filming. The subordinate apologized profusely as the leader reminded them of the specific instructions to use water and cloth while ironing, accusing them of trying to cause trouble. Another crew member asked if any spare costumes were available, but the team leader confirmed that while they had spares, they were only for extras and wouldn't suit the main character. He further explained that the gold embroidery made last-minute alterations impossible, and their budget had only allowed for one primary costume, leaving them in a dire situation. It was then that producer Yu was advised by the man in the black turtleneck to proceed with the shoot as planned, a suggestion that caught him completely off guard. The man calmly laid out his solution, suggesting they film scene 35, the death of King Songjong, and began reciting a line where the Queen Dowager was urged to make a difficult decision. He continued the monologue, detailing the minister's fears of bloodshed should the crown prince ascend the throne and their plea to appoint a new successor. In the reenacted scene, the Queen Dowager acknowledged the minister's concerns but stated that revoking the crown prince's appointment was out of the question. She staunchly defended the prince's character, assuring them he was not cruel and that the truth of his mother's death could be buried for a century by order of the court historians. A minister then voiced his suspicion that the prince might already know the truth about Lady Yun and was merely biding his time, which the Queen Dowager angrily dismissed as baseless nonsense. She challenged the minister, asking how the prince could have kept such a secret for a decade, and commanded him never to speak of Lady Yun in her presence again. With finality, the Queen Dowager warned the ministers against rash actions that could lead to their own ruin before dismissing them for the night. Back in the present, a crew member noted they were approaching the problematic scene and called for everyone to get ready. The man in black calmly repeated his suggestion to shoot the scene anyway, clarifying his plan was to film the actor without his top. As if on cue, the atmosphere intensified, an owl silhouetted on a branch above a hand that weakly touched the floor. A heavy sigh escaped someone's lips, filled with despair. An attendant announced the arrival of Guak-san, who was immediately granted an audience with the king. The man rushed in, breathlessly urging the king to go to the main royal residence without a moment's delay. The king's face contorted in horrified disbelief at the unspoken implication. Moments later, a frantic cry echoed through the palace halls, announcing the devastating news of the king's death. A sharp, visceral shock seized the court as the reality of the situation began to sink in. The terrible proclamation was shouted again, confirming that the reigning monarch was gone. A solemn declaration marked the end of an era and the dawning of a new, more turbulent reign under King Yi Sangan. Meanwhile, in the editing suite, Senior Yu received updates that Team B was sending their footage while Team C had already departed for their next filming location. He complained about the stuffy air in the room, only for his colleague to point out that a window had just been opened for ventilation. The producer then turned his attention to scene 47, remarking that it felt too compelling to be rushed, and his colleague immediately identified it as Young-guk's shirtless push-up scene. They both admired the footage, impressed by Young-guk's handsome features and defined muscles, lamenting that their tight schedule had prevented them from filming it more artfully. Another staff member chimed in, joking that Young-guk looked more like he was preparing for a physical education exam than law school and predicted the scene would cause ratings to soar. This sparked an idea to reshoot the scene from closer angles, leveraging the support from Team C. They then recalled that Young-guk was at his university orientation that day. Someone confirmed that he should have already arrived at the campus. A burst of cheerful laughter filled the air at the university. Arriving on campus, Young-guk took in the sight of all the freshmen, who were visibly buzzing with excitement. His companion teased him for his stoic, old man-like demeanor, reminding him that he was the same age as all the students around them. The man then mused about his own appearance, feeling more like a graduating senior, and admitted that as someone who hadn't attended college, he found the university atmosphere incredibly thrilling. He shared a romanticized memory of visiting a campus once, which was immediately attributed to the allure of campus couples. Confused, he asked what CC meant, mistaking it for a car engine size before brushing off the question and announcing his departure. With a warm smile, his companion wished Young-guk well and told him to have fun at the orientation. Young-guk made his way down a corridor, scanning the numbers on the doors for his destination. He finally located room 107. Inside, the orientation for the Seoul National University Law Department had already begun. Young-guk's entrance immediately caused a stir as students recognized him, and he silently cursed his luck, realizing his attempt at a low-key arrival had completely backfired. An upperclassman sharply reprimanded him for being late and told him to find a seat, prompting a hurried apology. She then turned to the other students, chiding them for gaping at their new handsome classmate. Young-guk was struck by her formidable presence as she commanded the room to refocus their attention. The student introduced herself as Shin Jae-hee, the third-year president of the student council, before calling the freshmen up one by one for introductions. The first student, Kim Man-suk, nervously introduced himself to the room. Another senior immediately heckled him, demanding a talent show and threatening to enforce discipline on the lackluster freshman right from day one. The intimidated freshman reluctantly agreed to dance, causing Young-guk to realize that the hazing culture was indeed very serious here. After a moment, Shin Jae-hee laughed and told the student he had done enough, calling for the next freshman to come forward. A male senior interjected, questioning Jae-hee's authority and suggesting she wrap up the introductions before the department had arrived. Jae-hee shot back, challenging the senior to set an example with his own talent show if he was so eager to see one. She pressed her advantage, asking if any of the new students even knew who he was, leaving him visibly annoyed. At that moment, Young-guk stepped forward to take his turn. A sudden silence fell over the room as all eyes turned to him. He confidently introduced himself as Jang Young-guk, a new freshman in the law department. A professor, having just entered, chuckled and gestured for him to continue. The professor let out a small sigh as he scanned the room and asked if all the first-year students were present. He then introduced himself as Shin Jong-gil, the head of the law department, and humbly asked for their indulgence on what should be a happy occasion. The professor explained that during the entrance interviews, his goal had been to understand the core values of the incoming students. He noted that when asked about judicial justice, nearly every applicant gave a similar answer, with the exception of one student. Quoting the unique response, he asked Young-guk directly if he still believed there was no solution due to a lack of self-reflection. A nearby student whispered in surprise at Young-guk's profound answer, which the professor quietly affirmed was true. Young-guk confirmed his belief, adding that his perspective had only sharpened after arriving at the orientation that day. He began a metaphor, comparing a flawed system to a river being dirted by a single mudfish, but clarified that his concern was not about simply removing that one fish. As the professor leaned in to ask what the real problem was, another student muttered in annoyance about the long-winded speech. Young-guk explained that the true danger was that the other fish had already started to emulate the mudfish's corrupting behavior. He finished his analogy, stating that now, all the fish were actively working together to pollute the entire river. A female student with short hair and glasses watched him, her expression thoughtful and captivated. The professor smiled, sincerely thanking Young-guk for his remarkably insightful opinion. The sound of liquor being poured echoed through the noisy orientation party. One of the students remarked with surprise that Jae-hee, who they thought was a goody two-shoes, actually knew how to handle her drinks. Suddenly, the resentful senior from earlier confronted Young-guk, demanding to know why his glass was still empty. He pressed the issue, leaning in and repeating his aggressive question about the unfilled cup. Young-guk mused internally that the senior was still upset, wryly noting the social awkwardness of being offered beer in a tiny soju glass. The senior mocked Young-guk's large, unused beer mug, trying to force him into the boisterous celebration. Another student attempted to intervene, quietly urging the senior to calm down and take it easy. In a single, decisive motion, Young-guk tipped his head back and chugged the entire drink. Jae-hee then stepped forward, offering the senior a drink from her own bottle while coolly informing him he had picked on the wrong person. Without waiting for a response, she downed her drink in one impressive shot. An onlooker commented that the senior shouldn't have started a fight he was destined to lose, prompting the flustered man to stammer an apology. Turning her attention back to Young-guk, Jae-hee invited him to have another drink, this time with her. Young-guk hesitated, pointing out to the club president that she had already had quite a lot to drink. She brushed off his concern with a wave, confidently stating she knew her limits and joking that her drink was as harmless as water. Leaning in closer, she advised him not to be too hard on the senior, explaining that he had just returned from military service and was still adjusting. She elaborated on the common strategy for law students to finish their service early, admitting that while she didn't particularly like Senior Huang, he wasn't a truly bad person. Young-guk affirmed that he understood, but Jae-hee, whose surname was also Huang, misunderstood his comment and asked if his earlier mudfish analogy had been about their department. He quickly clarified that he would never call someone had just met a loach and that his metaphor was about the vast world of judicial justice, which dwarfed their department. Visibly surprised, Jae-hee questioned if he was even seriously preparing for the bar exam, noting the intense tutoring culture among successful candidates. Young-guk confessed he wasn't smart enough for the bar exam and had gotten into the school on luck, which led her to ask why he had applied to the law department in the first place. He explained his simple desire to see the world from a broader, more informed perspective. As an actor, he felt that only reading scripts left him ignorant of how the real world functioned beyond the pages. He cheerfully added that the experience might even help him if he ever landed the role of a legal professional, their slurred words indicating they were both quite drunk. With the conversation growing more casual, Young-guk mentioned there was something he had been meaning to tell the club president. He then bluntly informed her that she had red pepper flakes stuck between her front teeth. A horrified, high-pitched scream erupted from Jae-hee. The next morning, a hungover Jae-hee stewed in mortification, complaining that the jerk had ruined the serious mood with his utter lack of manners. She writhed in embarrassment as her mother entered the room, asking what all the fuss was about. Her mother chided her for drinking so much at the orientation the previous day. Then, her mother's tone shifted to excitement as she asked if the famous actor Jang Young-guk had been there and if Jae-hee had managed to get his autograph. Jae-hee scoffed dismissively, declaring that Jang Young-guk was nothing special at all, just as her father walked through the door. Her mother greeted her husband, Professor Shin Jong-gil, who explained his lateness was due to a surprise academic seminar followed by celebratory drinks. His wife teased him for being easily swayed by the flattery of other professors now that he was the department head. She then asked her husband if he had also met the famous actor, to which the professor replied that he found Young-guk to be a remarkably sharp and promising student. The professor began to praise Young-guk's upright and impartial integrity, but his thought was abruptly cut short by Jae-hee's wail about the pepper flakes. Jae-hee's cry of absolute frustration completely shattered her father's positive perception of Young-guk's character. Meanwhile, in another home, Young-guk awoke with a pained groan, feeling the full effects of the previous night. His housekeeper observed his state, informing him that she had anticipated his hangover and prepared a special soup to help him recover. She hurried him along, reminding him of his shoot later that day as he gratefully accepted the meal. Across the table, his younger siblings watched him, his sister knowingly telling their brother that she was right about something happening to Young-guk last night. She playfully asked if he had a crush on someone, but Young-guk, tormented by the memory, corrected her, saying he had instead made someone dislike him. He downplayed her concerned follow-up question, all while internally agonizing over how he could possibly face the club president again. Later on set, a crew member asked if Young-guk was finally playing the king, recalling that his role as the crown prince had recently concluded. Young-guk corrected the crew member with a cryptic smile, stating that before the prince, another man, the butcher, still needed to become king. The sharp snap of a clapperboard signaled the beginning of scene 37, featuring the butcher and a court official. A somber and mournful atmosphere filled the set as the scene began. An unseen voice solemnly announced that the king had fallen. A soft, questioning voice was heard from just off-screen. The voice wondered aloud if his father was truly among the deceased. The scene transitioned to a humble eatery where Young-guk, in the role of a commoner, asked the madam for a bowl of soup. The woman harshly refused, rebuking the commoner for daring to think of eating on the very day the king had passed away. He shot back, pointing to a nobleman being served at a nearby table and questioning if even hunger was subject to class distinctions during a time of national mourning. The madam warned the commoner to hold his reckless tongue, cautioning him that someone might overhear his disrespectful words. Unfazed, Young-guk's character declared that he didn't care about the consequences of speaking his mind. He passionately argued that the very people who had mourned the late king deserved to fill their empty stomachs without fear of punishment. An incensed nobleman rose from his table, threatening to report the commoner's appearance to the authorities and demanding to see his face. In a swift, aggressive movement, the nobleman reached out to grab the defiant commoner's collar. He sneered, eager to see if the commoner could maintain his arrogant demeanor once his identity was revealed. But as the nobleman's hand made contact and he pulled the man's head up, his expression froze in utter shock. He stammered in disbelief, having just realized he was addressing the crown prince himself. The crown prince then spoke, his voice steady and clear, positing that whether noble or commoner, all people ultimately stood on the same ground. He concluded with a piercing question, wondering what supposed difference was so profound that it could compel one person to kneel before another. A crew member on the cold, dark set anxiously asked Director Yu for an update on the replacement camera, who in turn relayed that it would take at least another hour to arrive. The director lamented the catastrophic timing of the main camera breaking during an overnight shoot, explaining that the backup unit's image quality was simply too poor to be fixed in post-production. A staff member apologetically informed him that they would have to wait for daylight, as the frozen ground prevented background preparations and the lighting team was also facing difficulties with their equipment. Resigned, Director Yu decided on a new plan. They would shoot the background as soon as the camera arrived and then film the actors at the first light of dawn. From inside a nearby vehicle, a deep sigh of exasperation echoed the mounting frustration over the unexpected delay. The source of the frustration was revealed to be actress Cha Hae-jin, who loudly questioned how much longer she was expected to simply wait inside a car. She then ordered her manager, Chol-min, to turn the vehicle around, dismissing his hesitation and warning that their agency's CEO would be furious if they stayed. The actress scoffed at the idea that the production team would even try to stop them and insisted they leave immediately, but her manager pleaded for her to wait just a moment. Just as Director Yu approached the car, Cha Hae-jin confronted him directly, announcing that since the shoot seemed cancelled, she was heading back to Seoul. She pointedly reminded the director of the long hours she had already been waiting, prompting him to apologize and assure her the equipment would arrive soon. Brushing his apology aside, she changed her line of complaint, demanding to know why she was forced to film in a remote mountain village while Young-guk was at the more comfortable folk village. The director explained their scenes required different settings, but she retorted by questioning why he could clear Young-guk's entire schedule for night shoots but couldn't adjust hers. With a sharp tone, she accused him of ranking actors now that Young-guk had become more famous, treating him like an A-lister while she was relegated to B-list status. Director Yu calmly clarified that they had no choice in Young-guk's case, as they had to accommodate his schedule due to his overlapping college entrance exams. He then gently reminded the seasoned actress that overnight shoots, by their very nature, were always expected to continue until the next morning. He contrasted her comfortable wait in a warm car with the crew's difficult work outside in the cold, questioning if her situation was truly so unbearable. An unexpected voice suddenly interjected, bluntly telling the actress that if she was only going to complain, she should just go back home, leaving her momentarily speechless. Young-guk stepped into view, calmly reiterating his command that she should return to Seoul. Flustered, Cha Hae-jin admitted she hadn't expected him to call her bluff and turned to Director Yu for support, exclaiming his name in disbelief. The director, however, was equally stunned by the young actor's sudden appearance on set. Young-guk was not alone, he stood with two companions, all of them smiling and holding large bags of what appeared to be food. When the director asked about the bags, Young-guk explained that he figured the crew would be hungry and had brought them food, since ordering takeout was impossible in the mountains. He wished aloud that food trucks were a thing he could have called, which earned him a chorus of cheers from the grateful staff members who declared him the absolute best. Director Yu asked one of the men, Young Min, how he came to be there, and Young Min explained that Young-guk had called him and insisted on coming along after hearing about the production trouble. Young Min added that he was shocked by the sheer amount of chicken the young actor had bought, musing on the maturity of a new adult with so little free time. Having overheard the exchange, Cha Hae-jin felt a pang of guilt over her own immature complaints and resolved that she needed to apologize. Someone then remembered that Young-guk's graduation ceremony was the very next day, to which the actor jokingly asked if they were planning to send a funeral wreath. The director took the idea seriously, suggesting that the entire crew could attend the ceremony together after they wrapped the morning's shoot. Young-guk politely declined the generous offer, explaining he wanted to keep it small with only his mother present because he expected it to be crowded. Director Yu expressed concern about him getting enough sleep, but Young-guk insisted that the crew was having a much harder time and he couldn't rest easy knowing they were working all night. He then casually scanned the area, noting that while he saw the other actors, it seemed like one person was missing from the group. When the director asked who, Young-guk specified that he was looking for their senior colleague, Cha Hae-jin. The following day, the scene shifted to a bustling high school, where staff tried to control the massive crowds gathered for the graduation ceremony by restricting entry to immediate family. As reporters vied for a good position, a classmate pushed through the chaos to ask a beaming Young-guk if they could take a picture together. In that moment, a warm and loving voice called out his name from across the crowded schoolyard. Young-guk's face brightened instantly as he saw his mother and called out to her with pure joy. His younger brother stood beside her, proudly announcing that he had brought her and urged them all to take a photo before the moment passed. Young-guk then warmly beckoned for his mother to come and join them in the graduation picture. A soft sound of recognition was heard from nearby as someone else spotted the young actor. It was his class president, who had made his way over to greet him. The class president suggested they take one last photo together, an offer that Young-guk happily accepted. His friend then cheekily remarked that he would sell the photo once Young-guk became more famous, to which the actor replied that he would have to work hard to make it worth something. Later, during the official ceremony, the student council president began his speech, extending his gratitude to all the families and faculty who had gathered to celebrate. Sitting amongst his peers, Young-guk quietly reflected on his relief at not having been chosen to deliver the representative speech himself. He recalled how his teacher and the principal had indeed asked him to be the class representative, but he had respectfully declined the honor. The actor felt it would have been disingenuous for him to give a speech about their shared school experience when he had been so often absent for his work. On stage, the student council president finished his address by extending his sincerest wishes for luck and success to all his fellow graduates in their future paths. The hall erupted in a final, thunderous round of applause as the students celebrated the formal conclusion of their high school careers. Amid the celebrations, Young-guk graciously accepted the many congratulations offered to him by his classmates and teachers. Sometime later, Young-guk began the next stage of his life as a freshman on the vast and intimidating campus of Seoul National University. While another student recognized him from afar, Young-guk was completely lost, feeling overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the university grounds and the complicated interior of the buildings. His thoughts briefly drifted back, replaying a memory from the previous night's events. As he navigated the confusing corridors, he quietly hoped that this feeling of being lost wouldn't persist for the entire semester. A voice suddenly broke his concentration as another student recognized him and called out his name. After offering a polite greeting, Young-guk was promptly informed by the upperclassman that he was in the wrong classroom. Young-guk asked if this was not the criminal mock trial lecture, which baffled the other student, who explained it was a third-year course with prerequisites a freshman couldn't possibly have. At that moment, the professor arrived and started the class, welcoming everyone and giving a brief overview of how the abbreviated mock trials would be conducted. The professor began taking attendance, and upon hearing his name called, Young-guk clearly confirmed his presence. The upperclassman who had spoken to him earlier sighed heavily before raising his hand to ask the professor a pressing question. The student respectfully pointed out the course prerequisite and then directly questioned how it was possible that a first-year student was enrolled in the class. The professor explained that Young-guk had personally requested to take the course, and since he was also taking the prerequisite second-year class concurrently, special permission had been granted. This news shocked another student, but the professor simply stated it was within his discretion, adding that his course's reputation for low grades meant few students signed up anyway. The first student pressed his point, expressing concern that one underprepared student could potentially disadvantage the entire group in the team-based trial format. The professor acknowledged the student's concern and began to explain the strict condition under which Young-guk was allowed to participate. He revealed that Young-guk had agreed to voluntarily withdraw if he couldn't keep up or hindered his classmates' learning, an arrangement the actor verbally confirmed. The skeptical student was incensed, interpreting the willingness to drop the class as a sign that the famous actor was treating their serious major as nothing more than a joke. Meanwhile, Young-guk thought to himself that he should find an opportunity to apologize to that student for a previous incident at a bar, hoping to smooth things over. The scene then shifted away from the university to the corporate building of the MBS broadcasting station. Inside the austere office of the head of the drama department, a poster for Young-guk's hit drama, Yonsen, The King's Secret, hung on the wall. The department head looked grimly at the person before him, delivering a solemn message that it was becoming almost impossible for him to offer them any more protection. A man named Myung-han approached the drama director, announcing his presence. The director immediately questioned why Myung-han was still at the office so late. Myung-han explained that the director's presence was making the entire staff hesitant to leave, adding that he had come to coax him home but first offered to share a coffee. The director took over, insisting he would make the coffee and pointing out what a rare opportunity it was for Myung-han. As he prepared the drinks, he mused about how long it had been since they last sat together, quickly deducing that Myung-han's lingering presence was due to his worries over the drama's premiere. Myung-han asked if his anxiety was that transparent, and the director confirmed it was, remarking that he had been noticeably on edge lately. He then asked if Myung-han planned to stay to watch the premiere, and Myung-han confirmed he had to, mentioning that even the higher-ups were paying close attention. The director correctly guessed the pressure was due to the immense production costs, a budget large enough for 2 miniseries without any product placements, and bluntly stated that poor ratings would mean both of them would be out of a job. The director grimly added that Myung-han would have to shoulder all the responsibility for the outcome, before directly asking if he was confident. Myung-han affirmed his belief in the project with a single, resolute confirmation. Elsewhere, in a far more relaxed setting, a figure stretched out comfortably. In a lively living room, a woman playfully chided someone for eating so much late at night, then called out for Young-guk to bring more popcorn. An older man light-heartedly asked if his companion thought they were at a movie theater, before instructing Young-guk to get everyone beers so the seniors wouldn't get thirsty. Curiosity arose as someone wondered aloud if Young-guk would even appear in the first episode, speculating that child actors would be featured first, but he clarified that he appeared in the intro. Young-guk quietly observed how comfortable the seniors had become in his home, just as an excited voice cut through the chatter, announcing the show was about to begin. As the opening sequence played, one person commented on the impressive visuals, noting the large budget, while another playfully accused someone of eating all the popcorn. On the screen, a figure in magnificent royal attire stood with their back to the viewer, surrounded by a contingent of armed guards. The camera then focused on a man adorned with a traditional beaded headdress, his expression intense and serious. A striking image appeared of a blindfolded man standing inside a stable, as symbolic white wings seemed to flutter above him. The next shot captured a man dressed in a simple robe and headband, his gaze cast downward in a moment of somber reflection. The premiere of Yin Sangan, The King's Secret, proved to be a monumental success, becoming a massive hit from its very first broadcast. Word spread quickly through the station as one employee eagerly asked another, PD Kim, if he had heard about the Young-guk drama's incredible double-digit ratings. PD Kim scoffed, saying everyone knew it had achieved an incredible 27% on its debut, and remarked that the drama department was now in a state of chaos. The first employee clarified the complexity of the situation, explaining that the senior producer whose show was just cancelled had failed miserably, only for his junior's replacement drama to become an instant blockbuster. They mused that the other producers must be consumed with envy over the unexpected success of a project nobody wanted, quickly silencing themselves as the producers in question began to approach. In the hallway, a junior staff member approached a senior, asking if he had heard about the company dinner being held that evening to celebrate PD Yes drama. The senior immediately chided the younger man for his tactlessness, warning him to keep quiet about the celebration, especially if Senior Park was nearby. Another person quietly added that the department head was just as bad, having completely changed his tune after endlessly praising Senior Park before the failure. Just then, Senior Park himself arrived, cheerfully asking what they were discussing and confirming that everyone was expected to attend the celebratory dinner. A junior colleague expressed his surprise, asking if Senior Park was truly planning to go, but Park simply stated that he would never miss a rare occasion where the director was paying for beef. The junior staffer was in disbelief at his senior's relaxed attitude, pointing out how the department head, who once constantly advocated for Park's promotion, had now fallen completely silent on the matter. Senior Park calmly dismissed the concern, assuring his junior that the department head was loyal to his people and predicted that the current excitement for Yu Myung-han's work would not last. He confidently asserted that initial success was fleeting and chalked up the high ratings to the star power of the lead actors, Jang Young-guk and Cha Hae-jin, believing the hype was unsustainable. Unbeknownst to them, a man in a purple hoodie stood nearby, anxiously eavesdropping on their conversation over another person's shoulder. Their words struck a nerve, leaving him to wonder if his drama's success would truly be nothing more than a temporary burst that would eventually fade. Yet, the undeniable fact of the staggering 27% viewership rating from the first episode echoed in his mind. Back on the set of the drama, PD Yu Myung-han advised Young-guk on an upcoming drinking scene, prompting the actor to comment on how exceptionally happy the director looked. The director couldn't hide his glee, explaining that he had only prayed for double-digit ratings but was overjoyed they had achieved 27%, adding that the department head had even provided funds for a cast and crew dinner. PDU then eagerly asked Young-guk if he would join them on a reward vacation, but the actor gently cautioned him against becoming complacent after only the first episode. The director confidently replied that Young-guk's caution was only because he hadn't yet seen the fully edited footage, unlike him. He passionately declared that as the series progressed, each new episode would be a massive success, one after another. The filming for Scene 31 commenced, a pivotal moment depicting the origins of the literati purge, set within the residence of Prince Jaehyun. In character as the king, Young-guk praised the beauty of a woman's name, Jang Nok-soo, before graciously asking her to perform a dance for him. The woman respectfully replied that she could not refuse a royal command and promised a dance so enchanting it would captivate all who witnessed it. Their performance was interrupted by the announcement of Myung-gun's arrival, whom the king immediately ordered to be admitted. After a formal greeting, the king acknowledged Myung-gun and cut straight to the point, asking if he understood why he had been summoned. Myung-gun stated that he understood there was a command for him and swore to complete the task, no matter the personal cost. The king acknowledged that Myung-gun's flaws had hindered his advancement but assured him he was still held in regard, before revealing the true purpose of their meeting was to entrust him with a personal mission. Myung-gun asked for his orders, and the king instructed him to locate the collected writings of a man named Kim Jong-jik, investigate them thoroughly, and report back with his findings. Murungun sought clarification, remembering Kim Jong-jik as the deceased leader of the Saran faction, which the king confirmed, explaining that the man's lingering spirit and writings formed the faction's very core. After a moment of consideration, Murungun bowed his head and accepted the solemn command. Once they were alone again, the woman voiced her concern, reminding the king that Murungun was known to be a treacherous figure. She then boldly questioned His Majesty's reasoning for summoning such an untrustworthy individual. The king's hand was seen deliberately reaching for a small cup resting on the table before him. He cryptically explained that his purpose was to have someone who could wield a sword on his behalf within the royal court. In homes across the nation, families gathered around the television, with one mother playfully arguing with her child over the remote as it was time for Yeon Sangin, the king's secret, to start. She urged her child to watch, excitedly telling them they had to see how cool Young-guk looked in his role. The child's initial reluctance faded into silence as their eyes became fixed on the screen. The striking title of the drama, Yonsen, filled the screen, capturing the attention of viewers everywhere. In one home, an entire family was seen smiling, completely captivated by the unfolding story. Elsewhere, a young couple watched with expressions of delighted surprise. An older man was shown watching intently, his hand resting on his chin in a pose of deep contemplation. In yet another household, a man with graying hair sat on his couch, his expression showing he was completely absorbed in the drama. A sense of collective wonder began to spread among those who were watching. The child from before, now completely won over, was left to wonder aloud if Young-guk had always been that handsome. A female student exclaimed how incredibly handsome the actor on screen was. Another friend agreed enthusiastically, remarking on the actor Lee Jae-ol's impressive back muscles and the bulging veins in his wrist as he held an axe, admitting she preferred him over Lee Young. The first student suggested they should get his autograph in class, but their senior interjected, trying to recruit them for the rugby club by appealing to their admiration for physical strength. He offered them positions as managers, noting that applications were still open, but the girls dismissed his suggestion with a groan. The senior wondered why everyone seemed to dislike the rugby team, insisting it was full of real men, but his friend Jae-hee seemed indifferent, questioning if he planned to join any clubs at all. Jae-hee explained that department clubs were solely focused on the bar exam, and he already knew he would have to dedicate himself to intense studying, dismissing any thoughts of romance or passing the exam as an undergraduate. His friend warned him that this path would lead straight to active duty in the military, to which Jae-hee drily replied that their patriotism and camaraderie were dead concepts. Jae-hee laid out his future plans of studying in Sillim-dong after graduation, accepting it as his fate if he failed, and jokingly asked his friend to hire him if he opened a law firm, just as Young-guk arrived. The senior immediately commented on Young-guk's impressive back muscles and tried once more to recruit him for the rugby club, but Young-guk flatly refused before asking where he was being dragged off to. His friend, a third-year law student named Kim Dong-jin, told him to stop hiding in the back row to study and insisted that from that day forward, Young-guk would sit with him. It was noted that Dong-jin's uniquely sociable personality had made him the most comfortable person for Young-guk to be around at school, though Young-guk expressed concern about sitting in the front. Just then, a female classmate greeted Young-guk excitedly, praised his recent drama, and invited him to come sit with her, lamenting how hard it was to see him despite being in the same class. Dong-jin quickly intervened, announcing that the professor would arrive soon and telling everyone to take their seats before pointing out where he and Young-guk would be sitting. Young-guk questioned Dong-jin's sudden helpfulness, noting their seats were right in the front row, which prompted a playful retort from his friend. Dong-jin then explained that he saw it as his way of supporting Young-guk, acknowledging how difficult it must be to balance attending school with his acting career. A grateful Young-guk thanked his friend for his support, and the moment was framed as a beautiful display of youthful friendship between two truly great seniors. Elsewhere on campus, a student pointed toward the pond, asking a friend if the person standing there looked familiar, suggesting he resembled a celebrity. Meanwhile, Young-guk recalled that his friend had told him to wait by the pond and suddenly spotted him. He called out to his friend, Jong-sik, who turned and greeted Young-guk with a smile. Jong-sik immediately began to nag Young-guk about his dressed-down appearance, questioning why he would dress so modestly when he was earning good money, but Young-guk brushed it off, explaining most people just assumed he was a look-alike. He elaborated that his current look was all part of his method acting for an upcoming role as a civil service exam student in Noryeongjin, which surprised Jong-sik. Impressed that Young-guk was already preparing for his next project, Jong-sik insisted that he would treat his friend to a meal, much to Young-guk's surprise. The low hum of conversation filled the bustling school cafeteria as they sat down to eat. Jong-sik expressed mock disappointment that after so long, the meal Young-guk was treating him to was just a simple pork cutlet, but Young-guk defended it as the school's most popular dish, jokingly offering to eat both portions. Jong-sik conceded he was just teasing before changing the subject, asking if Young-guk knew their agency had just signed an exclusive contract with senior Ji Dong-yeon, whom Young-guk remembered from the Korea Theater Festival. He relayed that the senior actor had praised Young-guk immensely, calling him a benefactor who had provided a turning point in his acting career, and admitted he felt proud and emotional hearing it. Young-guk mused that the senior actor seemed incredibly grateful for a single piece of advice he had given him, which was simply to get himself together. Jong-sik then casually shifted the conversation, asking Young-guk if he was familiar with a man named Sun Hwa-won. As Young-guk processed the name, Jong-sik explained that Sun Hwa-won was a few years older and, while not yet in dramas, had been famous in the film industry since he was a child. Young-guk confirmed he knew of him, his mind reeling with the sudden, heavy realization that Sun Hwa-won also existed in this current life. His thoughts drifted to his past life, where Sun Hwa-won was not only a future Best Actor winner but also the only person he had considered both a friend and a colleague. Yet, he also remembered that this same friend had been the first to sever ties with him, unable to tolerate his increasingly hysterical personality. Back in the present, Jong-sik revealed that this very same person, Sun Hwa-won, was eager to meet Young-guk. He continued speaking, acknowledging that Young-guk was undoubtedly busy with his filming schedule. The proposition left Young-guk at a loss for words, wondering how he could possibly face him. The conversation took an unexpected turn as Jong-sik mentioned that the sight of white rice always reminded him of the food Young-guk's mother used to make, which caught Young-guk by surprise. Jong-sik explained that Young-guk probably never knew how much a piece of advice he once gave had meant to him. Young-guk stood with a look of pure astonishment as his friend continued to speak. A satisfied smile spread across Jong-sik's face as he stood with his arms crossed, evidently pleased by the memory. A quiet sound of realization escaped Young-guk's lips as the memory clicked into place. Jong-sik then asked if his mother was doing well, admitting he hadn't contacted her since the New Year's holiday, prompting Young-guk to share his plan to buy a house and bring her to Seoul to live with him. Jong-sik inquired if he had discussed this with his mother, and Young-guk admitted he had, but she had refused the offer. Young-guk added that he had called her again just days ago and she had been adamant, which worried him because he felt running the store alone was becoming too much for her, but Jong-sik urged him to consider that she might have a valid reason for her refusal. The advice gave Young-guk pause as he considered his friend's perspective. Jong-sik affectionately pointed out that while Young-guk often seemed mature, his stubbornness in moments like this revealed he was still young. He strongly advised his friend to make a real effort to understand what his mother truly wanted. The scene shifted to a bustling restaurant, where Young-guk's mother noted the high number of customers due to it being flounder season. Wondering where her help had gone, she suddenly remembered that Aunt Yang had a parent-teacher meeting that day. Her thoughts drifted to her son in Seoul, hoping he was eating well, and reaffirmed her preference for staying in Namhang over moving to the city. Deciding she needed a soup bowl, she moved toward the kitchen shelves to find one. Her search was interrupted by an unexpected presence. She turned to find Mr. Kim from the side dish store, who explained that he had seen her having a difficult time retrieving something. They shared a brief, pleasant exchange about the flounder, noting that they weren't very large yet despite being in season. After a slight pause, Mr. Kim made a proposition. He kindly invited her to have lunch with him. Later, Young-guk's manager brought up the actor Sun Hwa-won, confirming if he was aware of him. The manager explained that Sun Hwa-won had contacted their agency personally, expressing a strong desire to meet with Young-guk. Young-guk confirmed that Jong-sik had already told him about it and that he had agreed to the meeting. His manager expressed surprise at the sudden contact from Sun Hwa-won, but described the actor from Man of August as being very polite. A memory surfaced of Young-guk once advising an unknown but popular actor not to give up, encouraging him to seize opportunities and predicting he would one day become a legend in the industry. The manager remarked on a peculiar trend where all the actors he personally kept an eye on seemed to show a keen interest in Young-guk. He hinted that numerous agencies were eagerly waiting for Young-guk's contract to end and speculated Sun Hwa-won might be scouting him for his own agency's CEO, but Young-guk confidently asserted that Sun Hwa-won wasn't that kind of person. Though curious, Young-guk accepted the secrecy of the manager's sources and decided it was a good opportunity, instructing him to tell Sun Hwa-won to visit the filming set in Yongjin instead. In preparation for his scene, Young-guk sat patiently as a makeup artist carefully applied powder to his face. In another place, a final, determined thought echoed with the desire to meet Jang Young-guk very soon. The narrative explained that most of the top-tier actors in the Chungmuro film industry possessed at least one standout quality. Some had a striking realism, others a witty humor, or even breathtaking acting skills, but for the celebrated actor Sun Hwa-won, his defining forte was his innocent-looking face. After a shoot, Sun Hwa-won was thanked by a crew member for his dedicated work that day. His manager praised him for the commercial shoot and outlined the next day's schedule, suggesting a stop at a salon before a meeting with a new project's producer and writer. Hwa-won, however, declined the salon visit, believing a more natural appearance would seem more sincere for the meeting, prompting his manager to comment on his effortless good looks. Hwa-won then inquired if his manager had successfully contacted Young-guk's agency, and was told that Young-guk was too busy for a private meeting but that they were welcome to visit his filming set. The manager added that they could likely see him filming in Yongjin at that very moment, which caused Hwa-won to express his surprise at being allowed onto an active set. Skeptical, the manager questioned Hwa-won's desire for advice from Young-guk, dismissing the latter's fame as a stroke of luck from a good project and insisting that Hwa-won was already established enough to succeed in dramas on his own. The manager concluded that he saw Hwa-won as being in no way inferior to Young-guk, but Hwa-won internally knew this was a comforting lie. He acknowledged that his manager meant well, but objectively, he felt lacking in comparison. The very looks that brought him fame as a child actor had now become a cage, trapping him in similar roles and sparking a deep fear that his image would be forever typecast. A surge of silent frustration took hold as he tightened his hand into a fist. He inwardly questioned how Jang Young-guk, at a similar age, could continuously deliver such radically different performances, his mind fixated on the actor's name. Meanwhile, on the set of a historical drama, the director called for scene 38, as a narrator detailed how the 10th king of Joseon secretly consulted a private doctor for a severe lung disease that was predicted to claim his life before he reached 30. In the scene, the ailing king implored his younger brother, Lee Jae-ol, to begin taking his place on the throne, causing the young man to cry out his brother's name in protest. The king lamented his inability to officially recognize his brother at court, instructing him to wear the royal robes and secretly act as regent for 7 days during his private medical treatment. He then adjusted his brother's posture, telling him to stand tall and project an air of dignity. The king gave one final piece of advice, telling him to simply respond appropriately once the royal lecture commenced. A minister passionately argued that as the father to all subjects, it was the king's duty to care for his people and questioned how he could even consider discontinuing the vital royal lectures. Another official cited the doctrine of the mean, pointing out that respecting the council of ministers was an essential virtue for a ruler and challenged the king's contemplation of halting the sessions. A third minister declared that suspending the royal lectures was an unprecedented and improper act in their dynasty's history, pleading for the king to reconsider his decision. Inwardly, Lee Jae-ol panicked, realizing that while he had hastily learned palace etiquette, he was completely unfamiliar with the classical texts the ministers were referencing. Pushing past his fear, he turned the tables on them, pointedly asking if they conducted these lectures for the genuine benefit of the people. A minister defensively assured His Highness that they would never lie, insisting that their teachings were crucial for governing the nation effectively. Jaeol refuted their claims, asserting that the lectures seemed more focused on factional indoctrination than public welfare, and argued that true understanding came from witnessing the country's marketplaces, not from absorbing their teachings. When a minister suggested that petitions from across the country were sufficient, Jaeol sharply dismissed the idea, stating he couldn't trust words he hadn't verified with his own eyes. To prove his point, he commanded them to bring him the petition from Gamcheongri. He summarized the document, which detailed how an official named Young-guk had supposedly opened granaries for starving flood victims and was now requesting a tax reduction for his region. Revealing a hidden past, Jaeol explained that as a former butcher, he knew the area well and declared that, contrary to the petition's claims, Young-guk was a deeply corrupt official who preyed upon the people. He exposed the first lie, confirming that while the harvest was indeed poor, taxes had still been ruthlessly collected from the suffering populace. He then exposed the second, more damning lie: the government granaries had never even been opened. Jaeol concluded that the petition was a masterful deception, mixing truth with lies to exploit the people while simultaneously pleading for a tax break. His voice rising with righteous fury, he demanded to know how many other such false petitions were arriving from all 8 provinces of Joseon. He then issued a royal decree, commanding the ministers to spend the next 7 days investigating official corruption and the true state of the people instead of holding their lectures, declaring it a direct order from their king. At that moment, the powerful performance was cut short by the director's call. Watching from the sidelines, Sun Hwa-won was so mesmerized that he admitted to himself he had almost forgotten it was a performance and nearly cried out in awe. He reflected on Young-guk's captivating ability, feeling a wave of inferiority and realizing he couldn't have watched much longer without being overwhelmed by it. Lost in thought, he wondered aloud how such acting was possible, only to be brought back to reality when Young-guk noticed him standing there. Hwa-won quickly introduced himself, apologizing for the unannounced visit but explaining he desperately wanted to meet, which Young-guk accepted graciously, inviting the older actor to speak more comfortably with him. Attempting to break the ice, Hwa-won commented on the strange but interesting contrast between the historical palace set and the modern vending machine nearby. Young-guk cut straight to the chase, guessing that Hwa-won wanted to discuss acting, a suspicion Hwa-won immediately confirmed by admitting he felt trapped within a certain acting style. He confessed that advice from senior actors had been unhelpful, but everything changed after he chanced upon one of Young-guk's films. Hwa-won expressed his deep admiration for Young-guk's transformative ability to become a completely different person for each role, prompting Young-guk to silently acknowledge his visitor's honesty. Young-guk recognized the same straightforwardness in Hwa-won that he remembered from his past life, marveling at the actor's willingness to lay bare his deepest professional insecurities. He resolved that the best course of action was to give back the same sincere feelings and advice that he himself had once received, channeling the wisdom of his previous life. Young-guk then surprised Hwa-won by revealing he had seen all of his films, listing off several titles from his filmography. Hwa-won felt a pang of embarrassment, admitting his roles were all too similar, but Young-guk immediately challenged his shame. He sternly reminded Hwa-won that countless actors would do anything to land those roles, and that feeling ashamed was profoundly disrespectful to the directors and fellow actors he had worked with. The sharp critique struck a chord with Hwa-won, forcing him to wonder if he had been ruining himself by being trapped in his own obsessive thoughts. Young-guk softened his tone, using the metaphor of a caterpillar becoming a butterfly to urge Hwa-won not to cage himself with self-imposed limits, assuring him he was far more valuable than he believed. He finished with a confident prediction, promising Hwa-won that he would soon break free from his shell. Their profound conversation was suddenly interrupted by a staff member calling for actors to return to standby. As he prepared to leave, Young-guk offered Hwa-won a drink to cool his head, apologizing if his words had been too harsh, which made Hwa-won stop in surprise before he could refuse the coffee. Young-guk added one last request, telling Hwa-won to speak to him informally as a hyung the next time they met. A slightly dazed Hwa-won could only manage a quiet agreement. Left alone, he looked down at the bottle in his hand and was struck by a puzzling thought. He wondered how Young-guk had known that he preferred barley tea. Several days later, on a set in a vast barley field, the director remarked how much he preferred it to the palace, nostalgically recalling how the sight of frogs made his mouth water from childhood memories. Young-guk joined in the reminiscing, explaining that the smell of barley fields always reminded him of potatoes because they used to roast stolen ones in the fires of burning barley straw. He painted a vivid picture of his youth, eating soot-covered potatoes as the fields burned before going home to a scolding from his mother, fondly labeling them memories he could never return to. The director noted his sentimental mood, to which Young-guk responded by sharing another memory of his mother mashing sweet potatoes into barley rice when he was young. He confessed that he once cried, thinking his mother was eating something delicious all by herself, only understanding later that it was a meal born of poverty when they had no white rice. Young-guk wondered aloud if he was being overly sentimental, but the director quickly reassured him that he was not. The director then noticed a group of people who weren't extras, and a crew member explained it was an entertainment news team that had secured a coveted interview after the show's viewership had soared to 36.8%. The director's main concern, however, was the abundance of frogs in the field, as he knew actress Cha had a severe phobia and was currently refusing to exit her vehicle. When a staffer asked how long she would remain in her car, he was informed that the reporter had resorted to conducting the interview inside the vehicle with her. The director turned to Young-guk with a firm instruction: if a frog appeared during the scene, he was to dispose of it quietly and avoid any unscripted ad-libs. Reminded of a past incident, the director brought up the time Young-guk had thrown a mackerel at another actress, which Young-guk brushed off as an accident, cheekily adding that the memory now made her quite obedient. The director admitted he wasn't worried about Young-guk's intentions, but expressed his anxiety over the entertainment news cameras that were filming everything. He finished by emphasizing the need for caution, determined to give the media no material for criticism. A voice off-camera posed a question to actress Cha Hae-jin, asking how she was supposed to act in a field teeming with frogs. An interviewer began the session for an entertainment news segment, complimenting how well Hae-jin's traditional embroidered jaggery and skirt suited the historical era. The interviewer mentioned the buzz surrounding her role as Jang Nok-soo and inquired about her chemistry with co-star Jang Young-guk, to which Hae-jin professionally praised him as an excellent actor from whom she could learn much. The reporter pressed further, asking about their personal relationship and hinting at the possibility of romantic feelings developing between the young actors. Hae-jin firmly dismissed the notion, clarifying that she saw him more as a younger brother than as a potential romantic interest. She elaborated, admitting that despite his youth, his maturity on set felt more like that of a senior actor, which led her to intentionally maintain a professional distance. The interviewer drew a parallel between her on-screen dynamic and historical accounts where Jang Nok-soo treated the king like a child, a comparison Hae-jin did not deny. The reporter then probed for any memorable on-set episodes, specifically asking for a moment she shared with Jang Young-guk. Hae-jin's demeanor sharpened as she bluntly asked if the interviewer was attempting to manufacture a scandal. She immediately softened, however, apologizing and attributing her outburst to pre-filming jitters. The interviewer graciously accepted her apology and assured her that the tense exchange would be edited out of the final cut. The scene then transitioned to the actual filming, where the character Lee Young noted to Jang Nok-soo that she seemed unusually quiet that day. The king asked Nok-soo if she wasn't curious about how he could be away from the palace, but she demurely replied that her only concern was for his well-being. He lamented the stark contrast between the peaceful barley fields and the tense royal court, wishing others possessed her tranquil spirit. Admiring the scenery, he expressed a desire to share a drink there with his brother, who was toiling away in his stead. Since his brother couldn't handle alcohol, the king decided to find solace in music and commanded Nok-soo to perform a dance for him, a request she instantly accepted. An unexpected hiccup suddenly echoed through the quiet field, disrupting the poignant moment. An off-screen crew member sighed in frustration, stating they knew something like that would happen and called for a retake. But Jang Young-guk, in character as the king, masterfully improvised, charmingly suggesting that a frog had mistaken the beautiful Nok-soo for a flower. The director, thoroughly impressed with the spontaneous line, yelled cut and declared the take a success. Once the cameras stopped rolling, Jang Young-guk kindly checked on Cha Hae-jin, who assured him she was fine. Hygiene, with a flicker of unease in her eyes, cast a worried glance to the side. Meanwhile, a crew member enthusiastically predicted the scene would be a massive hit, wondering aloud if they even had permission to air the ad-libbed footage. The logo for an entertainment company briefly flashed across the screen. In another part of the set, Young-guk was patiently teaching a child actor named Soo-in how to play a game with pebbles. He kindly promised to guide her step by step, confidently declaring she would master the game by the end of the day's shoot. A director Kim approached another actor, complimenting Young-guk's natural rapport with children before offering his colleague a drink during the long wait. The director explained that the ginger tea was a thoughtful gesture from Young-guk, who had brought it for the entire staff to protect their stomachs after an early start. He continued to praise the young lead, remarking on how Young-guk was always busy, whether it was entertaining child actors or looking after even the newest members of the crew. Actor Park was surprised, thinking an agency would handle such things, but the director confirmed this was Young-guk's genuine character, a quality he had possessed since he was a boy. The director recalled his first impression of Young-guk as a tanned, chestnut-haired kid who adapted to the professional set faster than any veteran he had seen in 20 years. He confessed that he had initially held a negative opinion of the young actor following a past dispute, assuming his success was merely due to raw talent. However, that prejudice was quickly shattered after he witnessed Young-guk's relentless work ethic and his humility in seeking acting advice from everyone, regardless of their role. Their conversation was cut short when the director was called away to check the equipment, and he left his colleague to enjoy the now cooling ginger tea. Left alone, the actor quietly reflected on this kindness, wondering if he was truly deserving of it. The narrative returned to the drama, focusing on a scene depicting a changed King Yonsun who had controversially cancelled the royal lectures for a week. On screen, the king looked down at a lavish spread of food and questioned if he was expected to consume it all. When a servant offered to have the meal redone, the king questioned the morality of his own indulgence while his people were starving. A narrator explained that reducing the royal meal was unheard of, and the king seemed to eat sparingly, conscious that the court ladies depended on his leftovers. When it was time to proceed to Gunjong Hall, the king decided against the usual path and pointed toward an alternate route. His attendant warned him that the ground was still soaked from the previous night's heavy rain, but the king remained resolute. Other palace staff watched in shock as their monarch deliberately made his way through the muddy grounds. In the commotion, a young court maid suddenly lost her footing and slipped directly in the king's path. An official later recalled the tense moment, where the king acted before the royal guards could even draw their swords. The king immediately knelt in the mud beside the fallen girl, his first concern being whether she was injured. He expressed his relief upon seeing she was unharmed and gently urged her to go change her clothes as she stammered her profound thanks. When an aide offered to arrange for a change of his own soiled robes, the king waved him off, insisting on leaving them as they were. He then turned to his chief eunuch, musing on the absurdity of the court's reaction to his simple acts of austerity, wondering if they truly believed him a tyrant. The king expressed his deep sympathy for the young maids, whose lives were dictated by the palace, imagining a different, happier life for the girl had she been born a noble. He sorrowfully concluded that his position as king seemed to inadvertently cause suffering for so many of his subjects. He then firmly declared that he did not care for the minister's opinions and forbade any punishment for the maid, asserting a king must not shy away from dirtying his own knees for his people. With the powerful monologue delivered, the director's voice boomed, signaling the end of the scene. A distinct camera click was heard, capturing a moment behind the scenes. The young actress Soo-in's mother approached Young-guk, thanking him profusely for how wonderfully he had treated her daughter throughout the production. Soo-in then enthusiastically announced her ambition to continue pursuing acting in the future. Young-guk kindly asked the girl if she had taken photos with the other actors, but she confessed she was too intimidated to ask one specific person. She leaned in and whispered that she was scared of the senior actor who played the stern character Kim Kyozian. The older actor, overhearing the child's confession, looked disheartened, realizing his on-screen persona had made him seem unapproachable. Seizing the opportunity, Young-guk led the little girl over to the senior actor and politely asked on her behalf if they could take a picture together. The senior actor appeared momentarily taken aback and flustered by the unexpected request. His expression then completely transformed as he broke into a warm, genuine smile and happily agreed to the photo. Later, an online news article appeared with a headline speculating about the birth of a new historical drama couple, featuring photos of Young-guk and Cha Hae-jin. Inside the office of BS Entertainment, CEO Yang Soo-gap looked at the article and commented on his actress Hae-jin's remarkable ability to charm those around her. With a sinister glint in his eye, he remarked that they would be able to exploit this manufactured rumor for their own gain once more. The day of the midterm exam had arrived at Seoul National University, with test papers laid out, their white spaces awaiting answers. In stark contrast, the black text detailed the difficult questions that would challenge the students. A fellow student, Jae-hee, questioned Kim Dong-jin's lack of preparation, but he explained he missed study time for a rugby match, wrongly assuming the exam was cancelled. Jae-hee corrected him, clarifying that only the final was replaced, and wondered aloud how an academic scholarship student could have been so misinformed. Dong-jin admitted he planned to take college easy after high school, believing grades didn't matter if he passed the bar exam, before asking Jae-hee for a cheat sheet. Jae-hee scoffed at his request, questioning his backup plan if he failed the bar, to which he flippantly suggested he would just work at her future law firm. Despite her exasperation, she handed him a set of practice questions, urging him to review them before the test, an offer he eagerly accepted with thanks. Dong-jin then turned his attention to Young-guk, who was also without a book, and jokingly asked if he was giving up too. A concerned senior offered Young-guk his notes to share, warning him that their professor rarely allowed retakes and questioning his lack of preparation. Though the senior insisted, Young-guk politely declined the offer, reassuring him that he was fine and appreciative of the concern. Internally, Young-guk acknowledged a bit of worry but knew he had diligently studied in the small gaps between his filming schedule. He quietly resolved to simply do his best with the knowledge he had managed to retain. Once the exam was over and with no other classes left, Young-guk wondered if he should just head home for the day. His thoughts were interrupted when a familiar voice called out his name, causing him to turn around in surprise. He saw it was Yeonsu and asked what she was doing there, knowing it was her school's foundation day. Yeonsu quietly confirmed her classes were done, her hesitant demeanor suggesting something was troubling her. She began by asking about his filming and specifically about actress Cha Hae-jin, a sudden question that caught Young-guk off guard. She then leaned in conspiratorially, admitting her concern might be unnecessary before asking if he had heard of Cha Hae-jin's agency, BS Entertainment. Young-guk replied that the name wasn't familiar to him in his current life and asked her why she was bringing it up. Yeonsu explained that the agency was infamous among actresses for exploiting its clients' weaknesses and treating them as disposable assets. She recounted rumors about the CEO, who was said to have built his success by creating vulnerabilities to control people, allegedly ruining an aspiring actress' life in the process. She mentioned that she had also been personally warned to be careful, clarifying she wasn't implying Cha Hae-jin herself was malicious. Her real fear, she confessed, was that Young-guk might get entangled in some kind of trouble due to his association with the agency. Hearing her genuine worry, Young-guk reacted with a soft, affectionate gesture. He gently patted her on the head, moved that she used her day off to warn him, which prompted her to insist that her concern was serious. He reassured her by stating he barely spoke to the actress off-set, but he thanked her for the warning and promised he would remain vigilant. Inwardly, however, Young-guk was deeply unsettled by the information and worried if he could get through the rest of filming without an incident. The scene then shifted to the historical drama set, a picturesque traditional village with thatched roofs and verdant rice paddies. On set, a colleague asked Young-guk how his exam had gone, and he answered with a modest claim that he had done all right. The colleague teased him that his all right probably meant a perfect score, then shifted topics to ask how he felt about filming his character's death scene that day. Young-guk admitted to having bittersweet feelings, explaining that it was difficult to conclude a character he had inhabited for so long in an instant. He then added thoughtfully that he felt he could understand the character's final motivation, which made his colleague curious. He elaborated on this, saying he could empathize with dying for someone else, as it mirrored the immense regret he felt in his past life for being unable to save his mother. At that moment, a crew member's voice cut through the air, announcing that they were ready to begin filming. As the scene began, the actor playing King Jeong-sang looked upon Prince Yongun and asked why his brother's eyes were filled with such sorrow. The narrative context revealed that ministers, threatened by the king's strengthening authority after a political purge, had begun to conspire against him. This conspiracy culminated in a rebellion, where assassins ambushed the disguised king during an outing with only his bodyguards. The ambush was successful, and the king sustained deep and fatal stab wounds from his attackers. In the scene, Prince Yongun reacted with panic, vowing to call for the royal physician at once. With a weak cough, the dying king stopped him, telling him not to do anything foolish while the prince begged him to conserve his strength. The king warned his brother that the royal court was a treacherous place and that the rebellion was orchestrated by more than a single group of traitors. He explained his belief that the traitors knew the prince's true identity and intended to use him as a puppet, which was why the king himself could not be allowed to live. Overwhelmed by sorrow, the prince expressed his guilt, feeling that his entire life had been a betrayal of his brother. The king comforted him, insisting he shouldn't cry and explaining that he could never be free while the traitors lived. He gave his brother a final order, to forget everything and escape with the help of an ally. With his last breath, the king urged him to go far away from that place and finally live a free life. The scene lingered on the aftermath, showing the king's bloody hand resting beside his form, which was now covered by a blanket. The prince's voiceover lamented his brother's last wish for him to forget it all and live in peace. He then solemnly declared that he could not fulfill that final request, at which point the director yelled cut, bringing the emotional take to an end. Sometime later, Young-guk approached his criminal law professor, Shin Jong-kil, and asked if he had a moment for a question. Professor Shin recognized him and asked what was so urgent that he would seek him out right after an exam, jokingly guessing he wanted to know the answers. Young-guk explained his inquiry was about criminal psychology, driven by his struggle to understand his character's choice to pursue revenge and become a tyrant, defying a dying wish for him to live freely. Intrigued, the professor remarked that it was a good question and noted that it wasn't uncommon for criminals to undergo such abrupt personality shifts. He offered his perspective as a legal scholar, disagreeing with the common notion that humans have complete control over their emotions and thoughts. As an example, he cited a 1987 murder case where a child, after years of domestic abuse, had killed their entire family. He described how after a decade of enduring violence, the child's repressed rage finally exploded, resulting in the murder of not only the abusive parents but also a grandmother who had shown them love. Professor Shin recalled handling the case personally and being perplexed at how a juvenile could kill the one family member who had seemingly cared for them. He proceeded to outline several categories of homicide, including revenge killings, power-driven murders, and expressive murders. In analyzing the juvenile's case, he explained that while revenge seemed to be a motive, it didn't fully explain why the grandmother was also a victim. The question had stumped everyone from the prosecutor to the defender, so the professor, acting as the judge, felt compelled to ask the defendant directly in court. He had asked the juvenile, who had remained silent throughout the trial, what the reason was for murdering the grandmother who had cared so deeply for them. The answer that came back was shockingly simple and clear: it was because she had stood by and done nothing to intervene. The professor revealed that it was the first time in his career he had sentenced a juvenile to death, a sentence no longer possible under current laws. He then posed a question to Young-guk, asking if he could guess what the child said as they were escorted from the courtroom. The juvenile offender's last words to him were "thank you," an expression of profound remorse not only for killing their parents but especially for murdering the grandmother they had loved. Professor Shin admitted that even after so much time had passed, he still vividly recalled the look in that youth's eyes. He related this tragic story back to Young-guk's character, theorizing that the prince was likely undergoing a similar psychological shift, as human emotions cannot simply be switched off. The professor concluded his lesson by quoting a famous psychologist who proposed that regret is the emotion we experience precisely because our feelings are beyond our control. With this newfound understanding of his character, the filming for the drama Janssen, The King's Secret continued, moving ever closer to its end. On the bustling film set, a staff member called out to Young Min, asking him to let Young-guk know he would be joining them shortly. Observing Young-guk from a distance, the director advised his colleague to hold off on giving movement directions, insisting they shouldn't break the actor's intense focus. He explained that the scene they were about to film demanded an even deeper level of immersion, as it featured the character unleashing a torrent of long-suppressed emotions. In his view, this particular moment could be considered a pivotal turning point for the entire drama. He further noted that it was the first scene where the audience would witness the emergence of the fearsome tyrant they recognized from history. While reflecting on his character, Young-guk acknowledged that Professor Shin's guidance had clarified the psychological state of Baekjong Lee Jaeol, yet he still harbored doubts about his ability to perform the scene perfectly. He knew this uncertainty stemmed from it being his first time portraying a character defined by such sudden and dramatic emotional shifts. He then pondered his own evolution, recognizing that he was continuing to change and grow even within this second life. The call to action echoed across the set, signaling the official start of the take. In character, Young-guk began his monologue, his voice filled with the sorrow of mourning his one and only brother. He lamented his failure to honor his brother's last wishes by properly caring for his body, having buried him on a small hill with a vow to one day move the grave. The king bitterly recalled the shabby funeral, where no eunuch performed the traditional death cry, the silence broken only by the hooting of owls, a deeply unfitting end for a nation's king. A court lady interrupted his dark reverie, announcing that she was ready to serve his breakfast. The king, distracted by the ripeness of the plums in his yagua, abruptly ordered her to take the food away. A stunning close-up captured the monarch's eyes, which now blazed with a look of profound shock and simmering intensity. He commanded that the morning audience be cancelled and that the captain of the royal guards be summoned to his presence at once. When the captain arrived, the king immediately inquired about the current condition of the Jeom Sabak captain. The official reported that the doctor confirmed there was no danger to his life, though his movement would be limited for some time. The king then issued another stern order, instructing the captain of the royal guards to summon the official Im Sa-hong to the palace immediately. From the sidelines, the director mused on the inherent difficulty of Young-guk's role, which required him to portray two distinct characters. He marveled at how Young-guk had flawlessly executed the character's complete personality reversal, wondering just how far the young actor's talent could go. Just then, a courtier announced that Im Sa-hong had arrived as commanded. The king informed the official that he had a task for him, to which Im Sa-hong prostrated himself and pledged to carry out any command. With chilling authority, the king ordered the captain of the royal guards to mobilize all soldiers from the 3 divisions of the guard, a command that sent a shockwave through the room. The captain cautiously interjected, explaining that a full mobilization was a measure reserved only for a major crisis within the palace walls. In a desperate plea, the captain begged His Majesty to explain the reason for such a drastic order. The king casually replied that creating a problem wasn't difficult, then turned to Im Sa-hong and pointedly brought up the subject of his mother's death. Im Sa-hong immediately fell to the floor, begging for death while claiming he was too powerless to have helped the queen, which the king accepted as a suitable pretext for his actions. The king coolly asked if his intentions were understood, and the official's terrified expression served as a silent, trembling confirmation. Internally, Young-guk reflected that his character already knew of this man's treachery and the truth of his mother's demise through his late brother. But he realized that neither the betrayal nor his mother's fate was the source of his current rage, it was the pain of his brother meeting a death meant for him. His thoughts drifted to his brother's final wish for him to live for himself, a wish he now felt utterly incapable of honoring. As the image of his brother's body in an unmarked grave filled his mind, he tasted blood, and then he turned to the captain of the royal guards to issue a grim new decree. He declared that from that moment on, all those who had plotted treason and brought this fate upon his brother would be executed, firing the first signal flare of his tyrannical reign. Sometime later, a figure was seen walking through the halls of the university. 2 students were overheard gossiping, one expressing disbelief that Jang Young-guk had reportedly earned first place in criminal law and was also a top student in property law. Another wondered aloud if he was some kind of alien, dismissing the idea that a freshman could possibly win the difficult criminal mock trial. They then teased a studious girl named Jae-hee about her own performance, but she brushed it off, stating that the process of studying was more important than the final grades. Just then, they saw Young-guk approaching and called out to him, remarking on the perfect timing of his arrival. They wasted no time in asking him directly how he had scored on the criminal mock trial. Young-guk could only offer a hesitant expression in response to their eager question. The scene transitioned to the exterior of the Songwon Entertainment Building. Inside, a colleague asked Young-guk why he looked so gloomy, wondering if he had a stomachache. Young-guk admitted his mood was due to the recently released test results for an advanced class he had taken, which had not turned out as well as he had hoped. He then casually revealed that, apart from that one course, he had secured first place in all of his other classes, leaving his friend utterly astonished. Beaming with excitement, his manager announced that they had one more significant achievement to celebrate. He playfully revealed that he had two pieces of good news and asked Young-guk which one he wanted to hear first. He explained that director Shin Sung-hyun was supposed to have called Young-guk personally, but the agency was contacted instead to avoid disrupting his filming schedule. Without further ado, he dropped the bombshell that director Shin Sung-hyun was getting married, which caught Young-guk completely by surprise. Young-guk immediately made the connection to the art exhibition, recalling that he had heard the director's future wife was an artist. His manager remarked on how perfectly suited a film director and an artist seemed, while Young-guk quietly remembered a joke he had made about it back then. The manager then built up the anticipation for the final piece of news, declaring it to be something truly incredible. He leaned in conspiratorially, adding that this particular information had not yet been released to the press. He then made the grand announcement: the film The Confession of a Priest had been officially invited to the prestigious Cannes Film Festival. A montage of news headlines flashed across the screen, detailing how all of Korea was abuzz with the news and speculating if the rising star Jang Young-guk would become the man of Cannes. The reports noted that while it wasn't the first Korean film to receive such an invitation, this achievement felt particularly significant. One critic was quoted as saying the film brilliantly managed to capture both commercial success and high artistic value, a claim supported by its record-breaking 8 million viewers for an R-rated feature. Back at the agency, director Kim clapped Young-guk on the shoulder, exclaiming that he had always known the young actor would achieve such great success. The director humbly deflected the praise as something the whole country already knew, offering Young-guk a sincere congratulations, which he gratefully accepted. Kim Young-min, overflowing with excitement, recounted how he had been telling everyone that Young-guk was a lucky charm destined for greatness, and now he was on his way to France. Young-guk, however, modestly tried to temper the excitement, questioning why everyone was making such a fuss over a film festival invitation. His friend, Jung-sik, was gently told to lower his voice, but he scoffed at the suggestion, seeing no reason to be quiet when no one else was around. From a nearby table, another actor named Kim Jung-sik loudly belittled the accomplishment, claiming he could have performed just as well and was more handsome than Young-guk. As he was once again urged to be quieter, he defiantly raised his voice, insisting that there was nobody there to hear them. Suddenly, a sharp shout cut through their conversation. An older, more imposing actor glared at them, angrily demanding they all shut up because they were interrupting his script reading. Startled and apologetic, the group quickly made their excuses and hurried away. The disgruntled senior actor muttered to himself, expressing his disdain for both of the younger men. He then steeled his resolve, vowing to show them what it truly meant to be a senior in the industry. Later, a festive atmosphere filled a room where the cast and crew celebrated the drama's 100th episode, laughing as they read aloud some of the more amusing requests sent in by Young-guk's fan club. In honor of the milestone, a special commemorative merchandise event was announced, directing fans to a Discord community for the latest updates.